welcome, dosto. We are live with day one of the FIDE World Blitz Championship. Welcome, Grandmaster Grover G. क्या हाल?
भाई बढ़िया. लुकिंग गुड. आई थिंक आज काफी लंबा दिन होने वाला है और बड़ा मजेदार दिन भी होने वाला है एट द सेम टाइम. एंड वी कैन सी ऑलरेडी मैग्नस कार्लसन जी ऑलरेडी एकदम बोर्ड पे रेडी टू टेक ऑन हिज 20th टाइटल. 19th टाइटल तो हो गए हैं भाई. आज 20 भी हो सकते हैं. बड़ा मजा आएगा. बाय द वे चैट में काफी लोग ये भी बोल रहे हैं कि एक कल हमने वो एक 10 मेंबरशिप का बात किया था जो आज हमें करना है, जो आज करेंगे हम लोग चैट. सो वी हैवंट फॉरगॉटन. आप बताओ राकेश भाई, व्हाट इज योर प्रेडिक्शन अमंग्स द इंडियन प्लेयर्स, हु इज गोइंग टू लेट्स से बी एट द टॉप?
I think Arjun Erigaisi. Firstly, congratulations, Arjun or Humpy जी को for winning bronze in the rapid. But कहीं ना momentum भी लेके जाएंगे. I feel Arjun and Pragg are my picks. Gukesh very well known for a rapid portion, but Blitz में अभी तक उन्होंने उतना अच्छा perform नहीं करा है. And Nihal Sarin would be my dark horse. What are your thoughts, Edward? And
दैट्स अ
chat,
ग्रेट
let us
पॉइंट.
know yours as well.
अर्जुन एंड निहाल आई थिंक आर द, निहाल कभी ब्लिट्स में डार्क हॉर्स नहीं बन सकता भाई, बट लेकिन आई थिंक या दीज टू प्लेयर्स फॉर श्योर. एंड एक और डार्क हॉर्स, मे बी इट्स नॉट, ही इज नॉट फ्रॉम इंडिया बट स्टिल डार्क हॉर्स फॉर मी इज फाउस्टिनो ओरो, जो ऑलरेडी छठे बोर्ड पे खेल
Yeah.
रहा है लेवॉन अरोनियन के साथ. एंड लेवॉन अरोनियन का मुझे जीतने का चांस कम लग रहा है यहाँ पे थोड़ा. somehow I don't know, I'm getting this feeling.
और फॉर श्योर भाई, अरोनियन का इतना अच्छा नहीं गया वर्ल्ड रैपिड, तो कहीं ना कहीं इट्स अ वेरी वेरी बैड पेयरिंग फॉर अरोनियन, क्योंकि द मेसी ऑफ चेस कैन क्रिएट सम अपसेट. इसी अली रेजा फिरोजा हमारे ऊपर बोर्ड 2 पे खेल रहे हैं. इसी हायर रेटेड देन मैग्नस?
No, no,
जस्ट चेकिंग.
Magnus is 2881, Alireza is 2813, Nepo is
ओ
2801, and
काफी फर्क.
guess who is ranked number 4 in Blitz overall? Chat, आपको पता है who is ranked number 4 in Blitz overall? राकेश
मिस्टर
भाई, do you know?
डुबोव.
यो यस सर, यस सर. पता है
याद
उसने
है.
बोला था यार, हमने खुद वहां पे लाइव चेक किया था भाई. 2795 की रेटिंग लेके बैठा है भाई अपना. He's playing against Edis Gurel. And yes, it is Dubov indeed. And by the way, chat format आपको explain करना चाहूंगा. Today we have, it's not a one day event, it's a 2 day event. आज बहुत लंबा दिन इसलिए because today we have 13 rounds of blitz with basically no breaks in between from what I can tell. So आज back to back matches रहेंगे, 13 rounds, and the remaining rounds are going to happen tomorrow. तो यू कैन सी डिवीजन बेसिकली थोड़ा कम है यहाँ पे, एंड दैट इज बिकॉज इट्स 19 राउंड्स ऑफ ब्लिट्स ओवरऑल, एंड 13 टुडे एंड 6 टुमारो. एंड 6 का लिस्ट लें बिकॉज वो जो टाई ब्रेक्स वाला सीन जो हम आपको बॉटम राइट ऑफ द स्क्रीन पे पहले दिन से दिखा रहे हैं, दैट विल हैपन इन ब्लिट्स, जहाँ पे टॉप 4 प्लेयर्स आर गोइंग टू हैव सेमीज, दे आर गोइंग टू हैव फाइनल्स एंड सो ऑन एंड सो ऑन. तो उसके लिए थोड़ा सा रूम वहाँ पे बचा हुआ है. So that is the situation with the World Blitz Championship.
And we have liftoff edge. Bhai, let's quickly jump in to Ali Reza's. Yeah, so Ali Reza's game we can go because Magnus camera not yet available. But Saj, my best part is 3+2. 3 minutes, 2 seconds agreement, matlab blunders, brilliancies, and lots more expected today.
एक और आपको बढ़िया सी न्यूज दूं राकेश भाई.
बोलो बोलो.
हर्षित is playing against रौनक साधवानी in round
Oh
1.
man. Oh
भाई
man.
भाई एक नजर तो बनती है.
Of course,
एक
of
नजर
course,
तो.
bhai.
There we go chat. भाई, oh by the way, रौनक playing modern, क्या बात है भाई. There we have Harshit Raja, the all Indian clash. भाई बहुत अच्छे दोस्त हैं ये, you know, between themselves. And भाई रौनक साधवानी blitzing it out already 3 minute पे, and Harshit Raja having time in it. What are your predictions here, Rakesh bhai?
I think Ronak is just too strong, and we saw them play some rapid and some blitz games as well. After one of the nights in GCL, so Ronak extremely strong, but you never know. Bhai Arshit having a dream run, so surprise spring कर सकता है.
True. But लेकिन yeah, I mean, Blitz is a completely different animal. यहाँ पे you have to largely survive on instinct and your intuitive feeling. And of course, Ronak slightly stronger on paper, but Harshit having the run of his life, so it can go either way. Another match that is happening right now is board 10 between Arjun and Suyarov Mukhamod the kid, and this is the current position, bhai.
Yeah, Arjun bhai just played A4. Oh, I think 10th board pe, so we will not have his cameras.
अरे
But
अच्छा अच्छा
looking
अच्छा.
good for white, already hitting that A6, B5 pawn. You cannot play A6 as black, क्योंकि pawn takes pawn और रुक कट जाएगा.
ट्रू भाई. चलो भाई, एक सवाल करता हूँ आपसे. अभी अर्जुन टॉप मतलब 10th बोर्ड पे है, हमारे पास 9 कैमरास है, तो कौन सा मैच टॉप 9 बोर्ड्स पे नहीं जीतेगा जहां पे अर्जुन कैमरास में है?
Aronian.
ओके. लेट्स गो टू
So
दैट बोर्ड
maybe,
देन. लेवॉन
yeah, let's
वर्सेस.
have a look there with the cameras maybe, क्योंकि it would nice to see Faustino Oro as well. Aronian wala. So board like board 6.
Yeah, so this is the current position in Fausti versus Aronian. Fausti having a 10-second advantage. By the way, chat, बहुत जल्दी जल्दी games हो गए यहाँ पे because it is Blitz. So सारे matches cover करना will be very very challenging. But of course कुछ भी crazy होता है तो do let us know in the chat and we'll jump there. But तब तक के लिए we'll stay here. Aronian versus Fausti. I think Fausti having a slight, maybe he has equalized, but okay, not any piece has been traded, so कुछ भी हो सकता है यहाँ पे.
Yeah, and just nice to see, 11-year-old Fausti versus 41-year-old Aronian. So let's go to Arjun's game, Sahaj bhai, because he is completely winning. And chat फटाफट like button दबा दो for our bronze medalist Arjun Erigaisi. What a tournament he had, and Sahaj bhai, GG's है ये तो.
Absolutely. Arjun completely winning, having a full pressure on the king side. But I also want to switch your attention to a very exciting match between Gukesh and Aditya Mittal, because look at the current position. Aditya Mittal की queen किधर है भाई?
भाई क्वीन तो गयो, गुकी क्वीन अप. एंड लुक्स
Gukesh,
लाइक भाई ये किंग भी देखो बड़ा अजीब, मतलब कुछ सैक्रिफाइस हुआ था.
but yeah, he goes king a7. ऐसा भाई बहुत टाइम से actually queen गई हुई है.
हाँ
We do have
काफी
to
टाइम.
check it out कि queen गई किधर यहाँ पे. But basically right now he has a queen, we have just a bishop on e6 and he goes knight d8. भाई position is not really bad for Aditya here. He has to go rook c1 and ये दोनों पीस अभी निकल नहीं रहे हैं यहाँ पे.
आई
What
थिंक
a
इट्स
game.
might be some really good prep, or even rook c1 के बाद, or just this bishop e3 check, king पीछे गया, bishop f4 check can be a repetition, as we see Magnus Carlsen is playing Marco Materia, जो अर्जुन के first round के opponent थे in the rapid section. But we will keep jumping around. Chat, आप भी बताते रहिए हमको, which tournament, which game is exciting or where can we go. So do let us know. And chat बता रही है Rajavo lost to an iron.
Rajabov has already finished his match. No, Rajabov is still playing भाई.
अच्छा तो झूठ बोला सर.
No,
My bad.
chat को वहां जाना होगा ना. अच्छा, Rajabov is losing though. It's completely lost, but the game has not ended from what I can see.
That is right. Very well. Can we have a quick look at Pragg as well? तो हमारा Indian roundup would be complete. So Praggnanandhaa is playing Halkias. Halkias Stelios
Oh,
from Greece.
oh, interesting. And now Pragg having a much better pawn structure over here. And this square on d5 looks very juicy. He goes knight d5, inviting bishop takes c5. Maybe if I go bishop d5, I'm going to capture back with my bishop, right?
Yeah, for sure. And I think the D5 square is a nice outpost. Always advisable to recapture with a piece and not a pawn.
Absolutely. He goes queen d8. Queen d3 is what Pragg plays, attacking the d6 pawn. Maybe the intention is to move the knight at some point. He goes rook e8. And now bishop e3. Very comfortable advantage for Pragg here.
For sure. And can we quickly switch to Magnus' game, because we have the cameras there? And can the French youngster Marco Materia spring a surprise and stop Magnus from claiming his 20th world title?
Oof, let's see. Let's see. He goes a4. Magnus having a double bishop advantage so far. Attacks the a4 pawn. Marco defends it without much thought. And now black can go bishop d6 perhaps in the next move to completely solidify his structure. And then, oh, maybe attack the 8 pawn in some way. Perhaps rook f8, rook 8 could be a possibility, but maybe that feels a bit
Yeah.
long.
Takes.
Takes the pawn.
28 seconds for Marco, 40 seconds for Magnus. Magnus looks comfortable. Queen can come to a8, hitting the a4 pawn, keeping an eye on the d5 pawn as well.
Absolutely. So now d6 is never a possibility. That's why the rook on f7 exists. I think Magnus is back. And I think with this trade also, Black has this opportunity to play rook g7 and queen g6 type of ideas, queen h4 type of ideas to put pressure on the g2 pawn. He goes knight b5. Now bishop takes b5 is critical.
This is indeed critical. And Magnus Carlsen, as we see, we have full screen. Lots of trades have happened. I think they took on a1 and bishop d6. Sahaj, the eval bar shows that it's equal, but I think it it can be serious for Magnus as well, the advantage.
I think it's going to come down to the wire. Depends
Mhm.
on which player is going to play well, intuitively speaking.
And we see Alireza win his game. He's having a look at Magnus Carlsen. He will keep a close eye on the top seed. Remember, a 70-point difference between Alireza and Magnus there. Pawn to f4. Bishop has to retreat.
Bishop goes to d2, queen g6, attacking the b1 square and the g2 pawn. Oh, now Magnus is back, attacking c5, d5.
Yeah,
Never in doubt. Of course, when Magnus
never in
plays, you're
doubt.
never in doubt.
The momentum has shifted. Alireza on the right. Gucci Reza still keeping an eye. Magnus picks up a pawn. And with the active bishop, picks up another pawn.
Wow, and now this is completely winning. You can give a check on c5 and just start pushing these pawns down. Oh, the
Yeah,
moves are
6
coming in
seconds
really, really
for
quickly.
Marco. Yeah, I think the DGT is a little slow in trying to keep up with their moves. Remember, players just get a 2-second bonus today and not 10 seconds like yesterday.
Amazing, amazing. And now he puts his bishop on d4, a very solid square, and now you just start pushing the pawns down. Must be winning. Oh, queen d8, queen h8 check, maybe a plan.
Oh, that was close.
Goes queen g8 check, king goes to g7. He's looking for that checkmate, but it's not there.
I mean, I think
Goes
Magnus
queen
is
e8 back.
extremely lucky. Wesley so joins in. Oh, there was a trade.
Yeah, I think the queens got traded there, and I think that only
Yeah,
helps
then
Magnus.
it's GG's. Daniil Dubov also having an eye on his former boss. But yeah, no moves on the DGTs. We'll try to follow the games on the video feed.
Absolutely. And I think the queens have been traded. That means Magnus should be very comfortably winning. I can see the G2 pawn is still here. The pawn is on H4. That means there is no mating attack on Magnus there. So he should have a pretty good position. Oh, wait. The bishops just got traded as well.
But this should be GG.
Yeah, you just push the pawn. Just keep pushing the pawn and that's it.
And Marco resigns. Magnus Carlsen gets a win in round 1 of the World Blitz Championship on route his 20th title. Reg, let's jump
And
in
now
to
let's
any other
quickly go
game.
to board. Let's go to board 6 because look at this. Levon is in a dead loss position
Oh
against
my
Aussie.
God. We predicted this. We thought he might have it difficult. Aronian didn't have the greatest of blitz on rapid and he has lost.
Beautiful play by the Messi of chess, taking down the 6th seed, Levon Aronian, with the black pieces. And we are off to a good World Blitz, the first round. Let's go to maybe MVL versus Vethokin Sava. Oh, wait. Is this Magnus versus Nepo round 6? Is anyone getting that vibe here? Because what is going on? Magnus had the F pawn, but he has the C pawn. MVL says, but wait, no, I know this.
Yeah, and I think black kind of just flagged there, so we will see the former world rapid champion, former Blitz champion MVL get off to a winning start. Says any games that look exciting to you?
Let's I think this is completely winning for MVL. Let's go to Jospem versus Leon because this match looks like it can go any direction, but more or less looking like both players holding their own. Rook d5 is a possibility. Put the other rook on d1 and okay, we have a mutual fortress of sorts.
Yeah, and since this game might go on a little bit longer, so can we quickly jump to Hans Niemann's game? Because that is in a crazy night end game and Hans might go down.
Oh, wow. Hans about to. Okay, maybe he's not lost, but David also has to play really fast here. He is on 0 second. Has he played?
Not sure though. I mean, the the DGT transmission isn't coming fully.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's happening there. And by the way, Gukesh has won his match against Aditya Mittal. It was a crazy game where Aditya
Oh,
sacrificed his queen, but Gukesh maintained his own, kept his cool, and won the match. So I think we have all the results, I think, of this day. Only match that I cannot see is Hans. I'm trying to see what are the results. How did Harshit do? Harshit lost to Ronak.
shit. Uh-huh, okay. And let's do maybe a quick recap then of the top boards. We like the results.
So Magnus
Magnus
has defeated
won.
Marco. Alireza has defeated Sarachi. Jan also defeated Sean. Daniil Dubov also won. Wesley So has drawn against
Ooh.
Volokite and Andre. So that's the first like kind of an upset. Levon Aronian loses to Faustino Oro. That's another upset. Nodirbek defeated Emre Can. Fabi defeated Alexei Grebnev. Sergei Lobanov defeated Duda. Wow, that's another upset. So two upsets
Okay.
on the top 10 boards already, and we're off to a crazy start as usual. And Arjun defeated, of course, Suyarov with the white pieces. And amongst the Indian players, I'm trying to take a look and at how they have fared. Oh, by the way, another crazy update is Surya Ganguly has defeated Alexei Sarana with the black pieces.
That's a nice win for Surya there. And I would like to actually jump into Gukesh's game just to take it from the start, ahead, because it looks like we have a few minutes before the next round starts. And what a crazy opening and a crazy game overall.
He plays the Caruana, d4, d5 happens, pawn takes, c4. This is called the Panov Botvinnik. Black goes knight f6, knight c3, knight c6. So far, we are very much in opening territory. He goes a6. This is sort of the new way of playing this position. The idea is that if white goes bishop g5, then you have this crazy move bishop e6, which looks a bit weird in retrospect, but okay, this is some new preparation. He goes pawn takes, knight takes, bishop c4. He goes bishop e6. And now look at this. This is where things start to get really crazy. Knight g5, knight c3, and look at this. Bishop takes e6.
Oh my God. This is prep then. Like you don't play this like without knowing
Exactly.
stuff.
Whole queen. And this is so far, Aditya is correct here. So far, this is not losing for white. In fact, the best result is 0-0-0. He takes the queen on d1. Bishop takes f7, check happens. King d7 gives another check. And now the best way for black to play is to go back king e8 and accept the draw. But of course, this is Gukesh. He's not going to accept the draw. He's going to
No
accept a
way.
worse
He
position.
hates repetition.
He goes king c7, and okay, maybe you're slightly better. Maybe you're a queen down and you have a lot of initiative. But let's have a game. Gives a check on f4, king b6, rook takes d1, and now Gukesh goes king a7, and this is where things were really critical. And white had to play super accurate with the move d5 and to not give momentum to his opponent. And I think this is where Aditya made a mistake. He went short castle. It was a golden opportunity for him to score a win here. After short castle, the ball was back in Gukesh's court. He goes queen a5, best move, d5, and now this gave him the crucial tempo to go knight d8. If the queen was on d8, the knight wouldn't be able to go back there. That's why d5 instantly was a good move. Rook c1 happens, and now Gukesh goes rook b8, and now Aditya had a completely winning opportunity here. Rakesh bhai,
Yep.
look at this. b4, queen takes b4,
Hates.
bishop takes b8, takes and give a check and take this. And
And that
goodbye, sir.
rook bishop for black haven't moved, can't move. And that was the reason where that Aditya missed a golden chance to take down the reigning world champion.
Absolutely. And he had a similar idea. He went bishop c7, but this gave the option of going knight takes e6. I'm sacking my queen back. If you take here, I will take here and I will just be a piece up. And I think this is what was missed by Aditya. He took on e6, black took on d5, knight f4, queen f7, and Aditya Mittal just resigned here because, well, the initiative is gone and Gukesh still has an extra queen.
Very nice breakdown there. Thank you, Grandmaster Sahej. But before we jump into round two, it would be nice to check out the women's section as well, because there have been a few upsets. None of the top two seeds won. in game one. So let's have a look there as well, Seth, because
Absolutely.
they also, I think they play 11 rounds today. I'm sorry, 10 rounds today. In They have 10 in the women's section, 13 in the open section. So longest day of these championships so far.
So Ju and Jun drew her match, and then Li Tingji also drew her match against Giria Olga.
Can we
Tan
go
Zhongyi
back,
won.
Seth, to when Ju and Ju's game, like with the two knights and the pawns? How did this happen? Like, what was the last couple of
What?
moves?
Oh, no ways.
Aha!
No ways. No ways. No ways. How did this happen?
Exactly.
No.
Oh!
No. Oh, that is dirty. That is so dirty. Chad, do you see this? This is so crazy. Knight f6 check. Look at this move. And knight takes f6 is just a stalemate. Nice tactic there by Fuang. And this is a dead drawn
And
position.
yeah, it's a stalemate, and kudos to Fong, and she found the only defensive idea and managed to draw the reigning women's world champion. And what a bad start for Ju and Jun. I mean, it hurts to end see the game end in a draw like this.
Of course, of course. This definitely is a shocker, but okay, it's Blitz. Things like these happen. But Humpy has won her match, from
Hmm.
what I can see. And how did Harika do? Vaishali also won her match. Harika also won her match. Divya also won her match. So far, I think doing quite good. But Priyanka Nutaki lost on board 4 against Katrina Lagno. But so far,
That's
I think a good
important
day.
to, yeah, important to note also that Bibisara Asubayeva has won. She's a two-time women's world Blitz champion. But more importantly, what's at stake is she has to perform better than Muzichuk, Harika, and Leighton so that she qualifies into the women's candidates, because this is the last event in the FIDE circuit for the women. So
Rakesh bhai coming in with those stats, once again. So a crucial sort of tournament for Bibisara there. Let's see which players did you say that she has to perform better than? There's Li Tingji.
Muzichuk, yeah,
Yeah.
Muzichuk, Anna, Leighton and Harika.
Wow. Wow. Okay. So if Bibisara qualifies, does it hurt Harika's chances?
Yeah, Harika is out. So every all these players are fighting for one spot in the women's candidates.
Ah, okay, 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 okay.
Yeah.
Got it. The king of stats we can see in the chat. Absolutely, why? Chat, do let us know. Of course, these matches are really fast and really fast paced, so it's very
Yep.
difficult to cover all of them at the same time. So if you see anything crazy, and if you want a game recap of one of these, and if you actually see something crazy happening, like I saw in the chat, people said Gukesh is having an absolute, beautiful game. That's why we came back to it. Do let us know if you see something crazy, because it's very difficult to cover all of these matches in such a short amount of time.
And Saj, I would really like to also give a shout out to our producer Ryan, who is coming, who's just told us a very fun stat that in 4 out of 5 Magnus's World Rapid wins, he has followed it up with a World Blitz win as well. So when he's in form, he takes a double more often than not. 80% of the times, do you think it will repeat itself?
Oof, I think very good chances that Magnus does it, because I think you are the one who kind of convinced me in this regard, because this is his first World Rapid and Blitz Championship since he became a father, and I feel like it means more, uh,
Yeah.
to Magnus in this sense. And there's going to be this certain, okay, I have to win, from a very different perspective, and that's why I think he has a good chance to win this match. But of course, let's not count out other players. There is Firuza. There is a lot of other players. There's Arjun, who I think are not going to make it easy for Magnus. But yeah, it's a long event.
Yeah, and Samay bhai, our producer, do we have the pairings for round two? Because I see some juicy matchups already. So it would be nice to catch up with them. And chat, whoever's asking the schedule, every 30 minutes we have a game. Hopefully without any delays at the venue. But every 30 minutes we'll have a game, no big breaks in between. So players are expected to have a quick snack or take a break whenever they can after the games are finished. game start after every 30 minutes.
Absolutely. And by the way, we have two more updates incoming for you, chat. First of all, Nihal Sarin, the dark horse, has lost his first round against Daniil Sapenov with the black
Ooh,
pieces. And secondly, now this is good news. First, the bad news, now the good news. Gautam Krishna has won his first match against Ivan Zemlyansky, Rakesh bhai.
that's a big one. I mean, two very young, talented players, both born in 2010. So that's very nice matchup there. And Gautam Krishna, who just did he play again B3 or B6? He was a find
Oh,
of the rapid tournament on day one. Let's have a look there.
this is the position. I would be. Oh, actually, the pawn is on B7. He
Oh,
didn't
so he
play.
didn't.
He
He
played.
didn't.
He played French.
Mhm.
So yeah, I think he went into French, but I think he's back to his playing mainstream theory. But I think he's gonna throw B3 from time to time. But one thing is for sure, Gautam Krishna is proving to be a really difficult fast player for a lot of these guys out here. I think he's really showing up in the faster formats, both in World Rapid and in World Blitz. I mean, taking down Zemlyansky with the black pieces is no joke. Zemlyansky is,
Yeah.
of course, I think 15 or 16 years old himself. And he recently became a grandmaster, very close to being, a 2600 player as well. This is a player who who should be 2650, 2700 very, very soon. So this guy is no joke.
And you also played him recently, I think. So how did that go there?
Oh, I played him twice. I contributed to
Mhm.
both of his grandmaster norms. First time we drew the match in the final round, and it was a very long game. And the second time he crushed me with the white pieces. Basically, it was like it was a game where we had no chance, where I had no chance in the entirety of the game. He was playing pretty fast there as well. So this guy's no joke.
I mean, speaking of no jokes, I would like to put in a joke there because board 54 of round two, where the pairings are out on chess results, we have Gautam Krishna taking on Adhiban Sahaj. Do you think he goes 1b3 against the cowboy himself?
Oh, great question. Great question. Chat, do let us know because if you don't play B3 against Adiban, then I mean, what is the point of playing chess? Come on, this is for the culture. You have to do it, right?
Yeah, and check out Adhiban's B3 course if you haven't yet on Chessable. I think it's one of the best selling courses, and I think Sahaj, we both have had a look. Quite fun to also check it out, like study it and play it from time to time.
Of course, of course. I actually was a manager at Chessable during that time, and this was my first course that I actually looked at everything. This was the course where I worked on the most from the Chessable side. So this one is quite close to my heart. By the way, we have another very interesting pairing incoming on board six. Pranesh is playing against Fabiano Caruana. I think
I
we will
think
have camps for
that's
that as well.
yeah. We have camps for the first top nine boards, but yeah, Pranesh versus Fabi can be one of those upsets boards. We already saw, Wesley So has drawn. Aronian and Duda were the two big casualties, and Draken as well. And Draken, a former world blitz champion, I think. No, no, medalist for sure.
Medalist, yes. And yeah, I was also David Anton plays against Dubov. Sanal Wahab plays against Firuja. Anton Gujaro, we already looked at that. Nodirbek plays against Pankratov Pavel. Pranesh against Fabi. And Chigayev Maxim plays against Arjun Erigaisi. So big day. I'm trying to see if there's any um interesting matchups here. Hans plays against Konstantin. Okay, Hans is back in the top 10 boards. So gonna be an exciting day. Are the players already there?
Saj, also look at the top of the screen. Magnus Carlsen takes on Haug Howard, both from Norway. So that's going to be a nice derby there with a very, very young player from Norway. How does Magnus face, what does Magnus do against him? It'll be interesting to see.
Absolutely, absolutely. Gonna be an exciting second day. Which match is the most exciting to you, Rakesh bhai?
I think this one we can definitely keep an eye out. Magnus versus Havard, because remember, all games are also broadcasted on Norwegian TV. And so it's a very nice holiday season in Norway, and people in Norway can enjoy some chess with Magnus playing, but also Pranesh versus Fabi is, I think, my star board for this round. How about you?
I think we are sort of looking at the star boards in the sense where the upsets can potentially
Correct,
happen, right?
correct.
So
Yeah,
if I had to
exactly.
look at where is the highest probability of an upset, I know
Mhm.
Pranesh personally, and I think that board, Pranesh is no joke when it comes to faster formats. He's an absolute machine. So I think that board is where my eye would be the most. But coming back to the match of Magnus versus Havard, it must be so difficult to play Magnus as a Norwegian player. I mean, it's difficult to play Magnus overall, but as a Norwegian, it must be even harder. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, definitely not easy. And VC Award was born in 2010, so just like a couple of years ago before Magnus became the world champion. So he kind of always growing up, he's looked up to Magnus. So it's going to be a very nice game for our memorable for sure. As we see Arjun Erigaisi versus Maxime Chigayev have taken their seats, and I think they played in the rapid, right? They drew in the rapid section,
Yes,
so
yes,
a nice rematch here.
absolutely. And of course, we have Hans going against Constantin Pereira. So a very exciting matchups overall. Players are already on the board. We'll have liftoff for you guys very soon. Let's see who is going to win. Now, Magnus has just gotten up from. Oh, of course. The Blitz mode is on when you take off your blazer, yeah?
Course, we saw that he did it again. Hans, it also when he took off his, that was a nice power.
Potential possibility, but not right now because black can go d takes c5. Actually, you can play it right now because takes, you have d6. Let's go.
It
Does he
is
see it?
possible, and Ganesh moves the rook across. He's a calculation machine. But this game, I think heavy favorite is Pranesh. While Saj, you might analyze, I'm also keeping an eye out on some other interesting positions.
Absolutely. He
Maybe,
goes rook c3, by the way. So he has the right plan. He wants to play c5. If you take, I go d6 and b takes c5. Goes f5 and now goes c5 as well. F4. Wow, this game is really heating up. Not really sure which direction is going to go to, but for now, Pranesh looks a bit better on the clock and off the clock as well. This knight c4, by the way, great move. I think we are back now on YouTube.
oh, awesome. We are back, chat. So do let us know any interesting games that chat can see, and we can quickly hop over there.
Which game?
No, I'm just checking. Can we go to Pablo Salinas versus MBL? Because the former Blitz champion is busted. MBL completely lost thread. He's just a piece down for zero compensation.
Yeah, where did the piece go? This looks very bad for MVL. I think he's about to lose. This game is pretty much over. But yeah, great find there. Um, a big upset incoming on this board. Shall we switch to another board? Maybe this is basically over.
Yeah, can we just quickly go to the point where he lost the piece? Or
So it
check that out
happened like
quickly?
somewhere here in this position. Knight h5, black goes short castle. Now knight takes e5 was missed by him. I think he was thinking knight g7, knight takes f3 happens
Oh,
with a check. He takes on e5, knight takes e5. If bishop e5, there was rook e5, and then knight f6
yeah.
check. So it was a miss. It's
Big
sort of an
win for
oversight by
the
MVL.
Yeah, big win for the Chilean Grandmaster. Saj, let's quickly jump into Ali Reza's game because he is completely lost. Ali Reza Firuja is going down against Wahab Shanal and has only 10 seconds.
Ooh, this is not looking good. He has 7 seconds on the clock, but let's
Can
not
we go
forget
full screen, please?
Ali Reza becomes more dangerous when he has less time on the clock. Can we go full screen on this?
Yeah. Rook B8 played 9 seconds for Ali. Wahab Shanal I think he played G3. 3 seconds.
Yep,
Ali Reza
cementing
has
his
got to go.
king side structure. Black goes queen c8.
No. So Rook B8, D4, CD, Knight D4. I think those were the moves. Not sure if the DGT is catching up.
No,
Knight
not
E6,
yet.
Queen E6, ED6, Queen C8 again. And the rook is on D8. Hold on. Rook A D1 and Rook D8, Rook B D8, and we are good.
No, queen, but rook has to go here. White's
So
rooks
you
are
can.
here.
No.
And here,
The rook
sorry,
AD1.
just trying to bring up the position like this. He goes, the queen is on d7. Okay, I got it. It's like this. This is the current position right now. He goes queen f2.
Yeah, but the rooks are on D1 and E1 edge. So it's a
Ah,
mess.
okay. It's a mess. Yeah, never mind. I think, yeah, not really sure how to bring this up. Shall we go to
But
another
big,
board
big
maybe?
news. Yeah, let's go to Jan Nepomniachtchi versus Max Nepo, about to win. He is threatening checkmate in one on both three.
Oh, this is GG. Bishop f8. This bishop takes f6 hanging.
Mm-hmm.
If yeah, that's it. He loses the piece. Plays d4. Yeah, he just resigns. Nepo has advanced to, well, he scores 2 out of 2. And with that, oh, by the way, Nodirbek.
Mm-hmm.
Nodirbek, huge blunder. Nodirbek is in deep trouble against Ponkratov Pavel with the white pieces. He's dead lost.
This is completely over. Pavel Ponkratov about to beat the former world rapid champion. And even Fabi is completely winning against Pranesh. Let's head over there to see how Fabi just sacrificed his rook and his GG. This is game over, sir.
Is it game over though? How are you delivering a
Check.
checkmate here? Because if you go bishop f3, you have queen g2 check. I have just queen d2
But
or
Queen
queen
h3 check
e3.
picks up the knight.
Ah, queen e3 perhaps then. I'll keep an eye on this.
Aha. Oh. Pranesh
Oh,
fighting back.
beautiful. King h7, there's knight f6 check. And then I give a
Mm-hmm.
repetition.
Oh,
Let's push the
camera is
pawn now.
trying to catch up. You see MVL walk by. He has lost there.
Players are just playing on instinct at this point.
Arjun Erigaisi is completely winning against Maxime Chigaev, so that's nice. But checking about. Oops.
Is it tablash? I think it's tablash.
Yeah, this looks like a draw now. Nice save by both players who were lost at some point. So can I quickly jump into Magnus? He is much better. Finally, 10 seconds for Magnus, 5 seconds for Howard.
Just going there very quickly. This is the current position. Magnus is completely winning against Harvard.
Yeah, he's a easy
Piece
piece
up.
up. New queen incoming.
Yeah, you can see from the body language he has already accepted. And there it is. He resigns. Magnus is on 2-on-2. Perfect score
Wow.
so far.
Nice start, and it's always nice for Magnus to have a Norwegian top player as well. As we see, Arjun Erigaisi has also won. He's beaten Maxime Chigaev. The favorites moving to 2-on-2. A few upsets there with. Oh, wait. Firusha won somehow. This is crazy. We
You know,
try to
I've
go this to see
I've
first
told
if
you
any
this. By the
active
way,
games
look
are
at
there.
this. Abhimanyu Puranik defeating Artemiev. Let's head on to there.
Oh,
Board
yeah,
11.
yeah. Let's go there. This is 2 pawns up. And Aditya having a dream run in getting his first World Rapid medal. And with this, not the ideal start in the Blitz, though.
Absolutely. Goes rook b4, rook b6 check. Artemiev did fantastic in the rapid section of this event. But here, Blitz is a completely different animal. Oh, rook f6 check. Blunder. Takes on f3.
Uh-oh. This was bad. He
Oh
loses it.
no, that's a draw. This endgame is a draw. He takes on f3. I think he thinks he can win here. He does have practical chances, but let's see if Artemiev can hold on with less than 10 seconds on the clock.
I think it's Blitz, so anything can happen. F4. Check incoming.
Let's give a
Uh-oh.
check. Oh, this is also hanging.
Yeah, it's a
Oh,
draw
yes.
now.
Artemiev holding on a draw here. I think this is basically over.
GG.
Oh, he plays on. He plays knight d6. Okay, but this is a draw. Yeah, you take it and that's it.
Sedge, can we quickly jump into Praggnanandhaa's game because he is busted against Denis Makhnev.
Absolutely. I'm just going to refresh my board here because not able to see all the games. Here we go. Pragg is, much worse. Basically lost against Denis Makhnev. Bishop versus
Yeah.
knight scenario.
Oh,
that this is a great example of why the bishop is stronger than a knight when pawns are on both sides of the board, because the bishop can not only look on one side but also defend the other side. And that's it. Makhnev wins and Pragg loses his first game in the World Blitz Championship.
Nice win by Dennis there. By the way, do we have any active games, Sahaj?
I think the games are finished.
Mhm. Someone playing a rook bishop versus rook or something? Or no? I don't know.
No, and not yet. It's too early in the day, yeah? But that will happen.
For sure, too early in the day. And this producer G, do we have the results? Or so there we have it, Sahaj. Round two of the World Blitz Championship. Magnus Carlsen beating his compatriot Alireza, who was down and out, made a heroic comeback to show he's still got it, and that's why he's rated 2,800. Nepo Duo getting easy wins, noted back the big casualty of the game of this round. Pranesh and Fabi making a nice draw. Arjun winning by Jinshi, also losing to Vorotnik and Sahaj. Overall, MVL and noted back the big casualties of this round.
Yep, I think two upsets are the way. I think in the first round, also on the top 10 boards, we saw two upsets, and on the second round as well, there's two upsets. Think from the next round onwards, we can't really call them upsets because the players are close enough and it is blitz. So anything is possible. Anyone can lose. So chat, do keep an eye on these, games, and it's fun. It's gonna be fun.
It's super fun. It's very tough, to keep a track of all the games. So, chat, do let us know which game or which player do you like, or some insane game that we missed. So, Sahaj can do a quick 60-second breakdown. There are the standings. I'm not sure it should be 3 points or two. So
Uh,
maybe, yeah. But
yeah,
Sahaj, I'm
I think
getting
error on
news
that
that
side.
Anish also lost. But on the good notes for Indian fans, Gukesh managed to beat Lorenzo Lodici.
And also, Gautam Krishna defeated Adiban. However, he did not play B3. He went with an English opening.
No,
This was the moment, Gautam. You had to go B3. Come on, against the beast himself.
true that there was his chance there, and whew. Oh, Nihal's game is still going on. Who started with a loss? Let's quickly jump in. Maybe it's like a. Oh, I think it's a DGT error. No way, the game is still on.
Yeah, and also, why would there be such a big difference? I'm guessing it's a digital error. But
No, but
on the
can we
cameras,
go?
we can see
Yeah, exactly.
if can we go full screen on this camera just so we can see if where they're
And
looking
zoom
at.
in. Is it Nihal Sarin though? Mm, No, I don't think it's Nihal. Maybe some other game that's going on in Nihal's game just has a DGT error. But said what an amazing round overall. I'm quickly checking. Nihal won the game, so the game is definitely over. As we see on chess results, one result still pending. Said it's the perfect time to check in on our women's section as well to see who is any. Do we see any upsets there?
So in the women's section, we have trying to take a look. Um, I'm just gonna try and refresh the screen to see what the current updates are. And there we have it. So Tan Zongi has defeated Corey Desi with the black pieces. Lagno defeats Anastasia Bodnaruk, the former world rapid champion. Humpy defeats Shvedova. Irina drew. Alexandra Kostyanyuk drew. Ekaterina Atalik lost to Zujaner. Vaishali drew to Nino Batsiashvili. Nino Batsiashvili has been in spectacular forms, especially with GCL and now this event as well. Polina Shuvalova defeated Padmini Raut. Harika lost to Afruza Khamdamova. And Divya defeated Zhang Lanling. So basically, two Indian players in the women's section, I feel, are on 2 out of 2, as far as I can tell. And those two players are Humpy and Divya. And Savita Shri
Nice,
as well.
nice start as well. Two-time World Blitz champion women's World Blitz. Bisara has drawn her game. And what did Goryachkina do after her draw? I think she has won. Okay.
Yeah, I think she's back. So, sorry about that. There's four Indian players on perfect score. Sorry, just the matches are happening so quickly. It's very hard to keep track of
Mhm.
so many games at the same time, but doing our best. But yeah, there is one game that is still remaining on that side. And by the way, there we see the standings for the open section. They are updated. You can see Magnus on 2 points. However, I still think there is a problem with this list because Magnus was playing against Marco Materia in the first round itself. So I don't think they both of them would have full score. But
Yeah.
yeah,
Still
please
not
do check
updated.
that out.
And said you can also maybe check out WhatsApp until then while we see we have very uh, crucial game coming up in round three. I'm trying to see do we have the pairings? Not yet. Not yet. Edge is okay. All games are finished. So games start every 30 minutes. So chat, do let us know about any interesting game that you saw or something, a big blunder that we missed, because we can take it up and cover it in this break. We get around 10 to 12 minutes of break every time, so would be nice to check that out. Gukesh's game chat is saying, says you want to have a quick look there.
Absolutely. I think this is the nice way to sort of manage everything. I think during the games it's difficult, but later on we have this break. We can go through all the games and walk through all the actions of so that nothing is missed, from any board there. Gukesh has gone with c4, e6, knight c3, b6, and e4. Okay, English opening, bishop b7, and he goes knight f3, c5. Kramnik variation apparently. White goes g3, knight c6, bishop g2, and e5. So this is an interesting move by Lodici because usually when white's knight is on e2, you try to play d3 and f4, and this is why the e5 is not a good move. But when white's
Yeah.
knight is on f3, then e5 is a good move because now you can no longer play f4, you can no longer play d4. But in this specific scenario, the computer really doesn't like Lodici's choice here. Let's see what happens. He goes short castle, g6,
Mhm.
d3. Okay, so far logical moves. Bishop develops a3 and now knight g7. Now note that Lodici doesn't go for knight f6 himself. He wants to keep the option of f5 alive, and this is sort of the imbalance. Black's knight on e7, white's knight on f3. Black can play f5, white cannot play f4. That's the difference. He goes rook b1, trying to break open from the queen side. Short castle happens, b4, d6, and now knight d5. Wow, I think very clinical game, I think, by Gukesh so far. Bishop c8, bishop g5 happens, provoking the golden pawn. He plays f6, brings the bishop back to e3, and now, okay, black's position is slightly weaker. Goes bishop e6, takes, and a4, trying to again expand on the queen side, maybe an a5 break on the cards. Queen d7 happens, knight d2, trying to go knight b3 and a5, and also keeping the option of f4 alive. Knight d4, the first mistake, and now I think he pounces a5, already breaking the harmony of the structure. Black takes, and now this pawn on c5 is now weak. Take plays knight b3. One pawn can only be defended. Goes rook c8, takes the pawn. Rook b8, takes, and look at this. Bishop takes d4, pawn takes d4, and now chat. I was gonna ask you the move, but the blue arrow showed us already. The move is knight
Mhm.
c6, and now he just captured the exchange and okay, won the game very convincingly afterward. I would say a very convincing game by Gukesh, not only on the board but on the clock as well. He never went below the 2 minute mark.
I mean, what a game by the world champion there. Very well done. And yeah, someone in chat is telling us we also have 11-year-old Charvi Anil Kumar from India, who is also 2-on-2 in the women's section. So she is kind of like the Fosti Ono Oro in the women's section. So very strong, talented player. Crossed 2300 as well recently. So definitely someone to watch out for. And Sahaj bhai, with that,
Hi,
we have the round three pairings.
just because you mentioned Chavi's name, I just in Chavi's game, but this was
Charvi,
beautiful.
Charvi, bhai. Char,
Charvi or
Charvi,
Chavi? Charvi, okay.
Charvi, bhai.
Charvi, and she checkmated with the white's king on e3, very close to the center. It was a very beautiful position. But yes, let's go to the pairings. What is happening? What is the juicy matchups, Rakesh bhai?
We have the pairings, Sanal, because lots of interesting matchups.
So
We see Daniil Dardha versus Magnus Carlsen. Arjun versus Tabatabaei is going to be a fire game. And as well as I think I see Nils Grandelius and Nepomniachtchi as well.
yeah. So Daniil Dardha plays against Magnus. You already announced that.
Mhm.
Arjun plays against Amin Tabatabaei. The Nicholas Theodoru plays against Botnik. Firuza goes against Ibarra Jerez Jose Carlos. Grandelius versus Nepo. Dubov versus Mohammad Muradli. And Yakuboev Nodirbek versus Hans. That's going to be an interesting one. And look at this. We have an all-Indian match between Bharat Subramaniam and Ronak Sadhwani. Ronak on 2 out of 2, by the way, making a comeback.
Yeah. And
And
on the Mhm.
and one more game, which I really think we should focus on, is the match between Gukesh and Sklokin Sergey. Because let me remind everyone, if you guys don't know this, in the World Rapid Championship, Sklokin gained a whooping 250 points in the
No
rapid
way.
section. So yes, and I know this guy because I have played him in one of the Budapest events, and he is no joke when it comes to faster formats. He can be very, very dangerous. So we need to keep a very close eye on this match because Gukesh, I think, not in the this is might not be the most ideal pairing.
But the world champion versus the youngster from Russia, it would be a nice matchup. We'll definitely keep an eye out. But nice to see Gukesh slowly picking up those wins and those points, and he might be on 3 after this one. So we'll definitely have an eye out there. What are your thoughts on Magnus Carlsen taking on Belgium #1 Daniil Dardha?
It's Magnus. That's my answer. That's just, yeah, I feel like enough said. I think Magnus
True.
is going to go for a win there, but yeah, yeah, it's Magnus. I don't
Yeah.
see Magnus sort of dropping a point until round 5, round 6. I feel like he's gonna have a dream run in the first half of the event at least, first half of day 1 at least, 5 out of 5, 6 out of 6, and then okay, he's gonna make a draw against someone. That's my take. What do you think?
Yeah, I think this is like easy pickings for him so far. He's not going to slow down until he plays a big gun or he makes like a big blunder. As we see the players re-entering the playing hall, action should begin in the next 3 or 4 minutes. We should have lift off. And what an exciting event this has been.
It's going to be an exciting day indeed. We have round 3 incoming for everyone. Players sort of getting their spot on the table. Let's see what's going to happen as we go into liftoff. I think I'll stick to Dardha versus Magnus for the cameras. But any other match that you find interesting here, Rakesh?
I think that's about it. And also Pranav Anand versus Rappo can be like another one where we can keep our eyes out. Fabi versus Puranik is also a nice one, but really love to see the emotions and the reactions of the players. So the top 9 boards is where we'll try to show our most love to see the reactions as well. But Gukesh versus Sklokin, definitely a game for the ages.
Oh, yes, for sure. I think anytime I think a youngster plays against, well, it's difficult to not call Gukesh a youngster because he's still, what, 20 years old. But, chess is a young man's game. And whenever a youngster plays against, let's say, an experienced player, it is a treat to watch. And I think for me, that matches Gukesh versus Klokin on this one. Any match that you would like to keep an eye on, Rakesh? And the chat, of course. Any match that you think is super interesting here?
Yeah, I think, like I said, Arjun's game is also going to be very, very interesting here. But by the way, chat was asking us what's a good score for getting into the top 4 knockout, or what happened last year. Like to give chat a quick recap, they played like 13 games of Blitz, and then we had a quarterfinal, semis, and a final which never ended, and then Carlsen and Nepo shared gold for the first time said. So this time we have 19 rounds. So it's going to change the whole strategy and the whole score. But according to you, Saj, you've been there playing lot of events. What should be the score of the top four players at the end of 19 games?
I would say that's a very difficult question, but
I know.
it's with 19 rounds, you don't really have much of a metric here. But 14 and a half, 15, something like this. What do you think? Or is that too high?
Too low, I think.
It's too low. You think it's going to be more?
Yeah, probably.
Hmm. Interesting. To be in the top four or to win the event?
Just in the top four.
I think 14, like 14 and a half, 15, I think is quite fair for me. What do you think, chat?
Yeah, Chad, do let us know. I mean, yesterday in 13 rounds, Magnus scored 10 and a half. So, yeah, I think 15 or 16 out of 19 should guarantee you a place in the top four, I think. Yeah, Chad also think 15 and 16.
Yeah,
That's
15
a
and
fair
16, I
score.
think would be fair, I think, for me as well. There we
Yeah,
have
and
Daniil Dardha waiting for his opponent.
yeah,
Every time that Magnus doesn't show up on the board, it reminds me of that video where Magnus is showing up with half a minute on his clock and then he defeats that 2700 GM. I'm not sure if people
Kovalev.
remember that, but every time Magnus is not on the board, I think of that video and I'm just thinking, is he gonna do it again? Is he gonna do it again?
He might do, and at, at the Budapest Olympiad, he also cycled his way through the Budapest traffic to have come like 15 minutes late to the playing hall. So he's done all sorts of things.
Oh yes, oh yes. And we'll have liftoff for you guys very, very soon. Let's see. People are saying 19 on 19 on chat. I promise you that is not
Oh,
gonna happen. It is Blitz. That would be, I think, like greatest of all time singular performance if someone scores 19 out of 19 in a world Blitz event.
Chad, that is not going to happen for sure.
So I think I'll ask a question to chat. So imagine you're playing against someone, and let's say it's Magnus, and Magnus doesn't show up on the clock, but you see that he's walking, towards the hall, and he's. Do you start the clock or do you not start the clock
I mean, I depends with whom you're playing.
with Magnus?
I don't start out of
I don't
respect.
because it will be worse. Yeah.
I mean, just imagine the memes or reels that will be created after he beats you with 5 seconds left.
Oh yes, and people asking is Dardha early or is Magnus late? I think both of those scenarios, but I don't think that we have liftoff just yet. But Magnus is slightly late, it seems, but the matches have not begun yet.
Yeah, none of the matches have begun. Daniil Dardha winning the only game in GCL that gave his team the trophy, the third place in GCL, like they're mentioning. And we have Magnus.
Nice. The goat has arrived. And there we see it. We have liftoff, by the way. On other boards, we have all the boards have started. Daniil Dardha goes E4. We have Sicilian. Let's go.
Wow, the close Sicilian said, I feel it's going to be a nice attacking game coming from the Belgian youngster.
Oh, amazing. He goes bishop b5, trying to keep this f pawn alive. So that's why he's not going knight f3. And now knight f3, I think, is one of the best moves here. Goes a4. Some interesting prep by the Belgian grandmaster. I think maybe the idea is he wants to go knight e2 at some stage.
Mhm.
By the way, another possibility, Rakesh, is that Magnus could actually be 2900 by the end of this event. That's a
Oh
possibility.
my God. No way.
Yep, he is up. I think he's up around 2 points. That means he's only 17 points away to breaking that 2900. He has done it before. I think he was
Yeah, he has.
2980, if I'm not mistaken, in Blitz. But this will be insane, I think, for him because that's two rating lists that he would have broken 2900 on. Go short castle.
Mhm.
And meanwhile,
What is White's idea going to be like? Tag on the king side?
In Sicilian positions, you either want to play f4 or d4. These are the two moves. So right now, f4 is not likely because your knight is on f3. So the other move is you move the bishop away to f1 and you play d4. And by the way, Dardha had just made a mistake, which Magnus did not capitalize on. And that was in this position, black had this beautiful g5. And if you move the bishop to f1 and g4, and now the knight is trapped on f3.
GG for the knight.
But I think, okay, in Blitz, I think it's possible to make these mistakes. And now g5 is not as effective, presumably because white has d4. He goes bishop f6, tries to put his knight on e7, and also stops white from playing d4. And Dardha is adamant. He wants to go d4 in the next move. Goes knight e2.
Knight switches to the king side. Knight h5 incoming for Daniil. Dardha said, I think it's a perfect time to switch around and have a look at Arjun Erigaisi's game. As chat is asking, very interesting opening there against Tabatabaei.
Absolutely. This is known as the Vienna opening, and where black gets an extra pawn on c4. And I believe there is no extra pawn anymore because it has been retrieved with this pawn on b5. But Arjun will have a lot of attack on the king side. Particularly, I like this idea of bishop takes h6, which can happen at some point in the game. Perhaps after bishop e4, you can capture back with your queen, put your queen on g4 and go bishop takes h6 type of ideas. And you can maybe even go f4, f5. But what I find troubling here, Rakesh, is that his time is really low, almost 50-second difference.
I think he's going to capture, with the queen, transfer the queen to the king side as you showed, start building up an attack. Somewhere you have that momentum, like things are going in your side when you win bronze by that 0.5 buckles. So I think Arjun deserves it, and he will love to add another medal to his existing bronze.
Oh, yes, absolutely. And this is a good opportunity, although the game does not seem to be going his way simply because he has 1.5 minutes less than Amin Tabatabaei. Hopefully he can try and create some chaos on the board. He is known as the madman for a reason.
Yeah. Also checking out Magnus, by the way, can you go quickly there because he's completely better and about to maybe win a pawn.
Oh, wow. Wait. I was kind of thinking only about this bishop on f1 and the pawn on g2, and suddenly it struck to me that white's bishop is on g2 and there is no g pawn. Wait,
Exactly.
what?
They have been traded.
How did this happen? That's crazy. By the way, Magnus went some h5, h4, h3 type of ideas. So some creative play by the goat of chess. Goes bishop g4 and it has paid off. He's more or less completely winning.
Yeah. Looking great for the world champion there. Also
Oh,
looking
yes. He pushes d5 and now knight d4 is a possibility, pinning this knight on f3. And basically now Magnus has to consider after knight d4, bishop takes d4, pawn takes d4, is a move like e5 dangerous to deal with? That's what Magnus is thinking.
Yeah, 1 minute 15 seconds. He should be good. Saj, can we quickly jump to Gukesh's game? Because oh my, what a crazy position in that game. The world champion playing the Russian youngster. Tell us more, Saj.
Looks like Gukesh is having a good position because he has double bishops and okay, white's pawn on b2 and b3 may not be the most appropriate, and white's pawns on g5 and h5 seem a bit too advanced for my taste. Looks like the world champion is going to win this one.
Yeah, the world champions got this edge. Can we quickly jump into Arjun Erigaisi because the madman has done it again with the camera. We'd love to see Amin's reaction there. What is happening here?
It's like this is World Blitz for you. You stop looking at one game for just 10 seconds and suddenly one guy just fully takes over.
And can we go full screen because Arjun has just 25 seconds and he might just... Oh, he plonks his knight on f6. Queen at 6 is a checkmate in 1.
Oh, yes. He has to go g5, I think, to stop white from going queen takes h6. And now the queen is under attack, moves it to e4. And this rook on g7 is so sad. Bishop takes f7. Oh, he misses it. Wait, he misses it.
Uh-oh.
But he's planning
That's
rook h3, rook h6. Oh,
a big miss
Rakesh.
according to the bar.
Rakesh, I
Hmm?
see a queen sacrifice happening in this game.
How? Tell us more.
I think because you will go bishop c2 and then you'll go rook h3 and then you'll take queen g6. But he goes bishop f6. Okay, never mind. Oh wow, Arjun is now worse with knight c4 as the only move from Tabatabaei, and he has 40 seconds. Does he find it?
Arjun has bottled this. He was completely winning their set. He misses it and Arjun is winning again.
Oh, World Blitz is so brutal. You
The
just
rook is trapped. Says the rook is gone. Like there's no place for the rook.
oh yes.
What a howler. You see Amin's reaction. He's disgusted with himself. Arjun picks up the rook and the game. Maybe said it's
Oh,
time to switch around.
no. Wait. I did predict this. Oh no, come on, Arjun. I predicted this. Queen
Oh,
takes
Queen
g6 is
D6.
working. Queen
Yeah.
sacrifice. It was
Maybe he'll
happening,
do
but he
it
doesn't go
now.
for it. Queen 8 check, yeah. Just queen f8 and it's winning. So Arjun most likely going to take this one.
Yeah, for sure. Let's jump around. Ali Reza Firuza has won his game. Let's have a quick check-in
With
with
Maggie.
Magnus. Because Daniil Dardha, maybe he can hold on in that opposite color bishop endgame.
Yeah. With any other player in the world, I would say yes, but this is Magnus. Like the more simple the position becomes, the more dangerous he is as a chess player. So, well, I would say Dardha, I think having such little time for both players, okay, maybe you have chances, but I still think Magnus is going to take this one.
This is like bread and butter for Magnus. Arjun Erigaisi has won officially. It's done. How? What is Magnus? What is his winning plan, Sahaj?
Oh, yes. I think he
Get the
wants to go
form
f5
rolling.
at the right moment. But
Mhm.
not yet. I think he's going to put his bishop to e5, go f5, then g4, then slowly advance his king. I'll tell you what the problem here is. The problem is that white's pawn on d5 and d6 help black a lot because this bishop is sort of blocked by
Got
its
it.
own pawn. That's the problem. If these pawns didn't exist, then this would be a dead draw.
Ooh, bishop
Oh, look
e5
at this.
checkmate.
Checkmate.
Checkmate threatening. There's no way for Dardha to defend it.
Bishop e2, he goes. He has to take the bishop.
Yeah, he makes
Does
a
he take
face.
it? Okay, this is also winning.
So does Jan. Okay, this rook and is Busto.
Oh,
Magnus
yes.
Carlsen, what a player. Oh, Nepo and Firo again join in. Do they think Dardha has a chance?
No. I think even Dardha gave that smile towards
Mm.
the end. That wow, that was good technique by Magnus. And of course, this is what Magnus does best. Nepo, making that he's not sure whether this is a draw or not, but yeah, he gives a smile to Magnus there. What a wholesome moment.
Co-Blitz champions there.
Oh yes, and there it is. Magnus wins his
Magnus
third match.
Carlsen.
He's on 3 out of 3. I think let's move to Daniil Dubov, who's playing against Mohammad Muradli, and looks like Daniil Dubov is going to make his first draw going into round 3.
Yeah, just 2 seconds there. If you have the cameras for Dubov board 4, that would be amazing. Dubov definitely pressing though, but I think nice find by Muradli who plays G5 and it's GG now.
Oh yes, and
They're
by
going to
the
chop
way,
off the ball.
can Muradli play for a win here? Wait, knight takes f3 was a win for black, supposedly.
Yeah, Dubov
Can he
will
play for
have
a
to
win?
fight it out. Yeah, I think he can. Magnus and Firuza also looking on.
Oh yes, difficult match.
It's tricky.
Can yeah,
Dubov looks
basically.
relaxed now.
So this is important, chat, that if black goes knight g5, then after bishop takes, basically if you trade the bishop and the knights, it only helps the side who is defending. So if you trade these two, it should be a draw provided your king is on h3. Goes king g2, king f5, and okay, bishop takes f4. Simple chess. Goes king h4.
Clinical.
Simple draw there.
Nice draw by Daniil Dubov. Sahaj, on that note, can we quickly go to world champion Gukesh's board? Because he is still. Oh, he just lost.
Wait,
Can we
what?
check? Yeah. Gukesh just lost. No way. world champion,
Oh, he
has gone
was.
down to a 14-year-old.
Wow, I think he made a blunder in time pressure, and I'm kind of curious why he went rook f4 in this position and not rook takes rook. That should be a draw. But he missed bishop g3 and just bishop takes e5, a big
Oh,
oversight by the world champion. And Sklokin Sergey defeats, huge upset for a huge upset for this match. Sklokin is now on 3 out of 3.
yeah, and born in 2013. So, like, my apologies. The 12-year-old has beaten the world champion. What a big, big win for him. And do we have the results to check out what happened in all of the top boards there?
Yep. That would be very good to check because um just to see where all the players are. There we have it. Magnus Carlsen takes down Daniil Dardha. Alireza Firouzja takes down Jose. Nils Grandelius loses to Jan Nepomniachtchi. So the top three boards are still doing really well. Daniil Dubov draws against Mohammad Muradli. Muradli had that chance towards the end, but didn't find it. And then Dubov didn't give him another one. Arjun Erigaisi takes down Amin Tabatabaei. Alexander Bortnik takes down Nicolas Theodoru. Hans and Buzianzi draw their matches respectively. Haig Martirosyan loses to Pablo Salinas. That's, I think, an upset there because Haig is a higher rated player on paper. And Alexander Grischuk loses to Denis Mechnev is also a huge result, I have to say, because Alexander Grischuk, former World Blitz champion, that's an upset.
Yeah, two-time world Blitz champion Grischuk going down there. And Maxime, I think he beat Pragg and Grischuk. Now he's having a great run. But I think the star of the round would be Sergei Sklokin, the youngster from Russia, 12-year-old, taking down the world champion. Amazing day, amazing tournament for him so far.
Absolutely. And by the way, in the women's section, we have a galore of upsets because guess what? The top board, Tan Zongi, loses her match against Natalia Buxa. Then Katrina
Oh,
Logno defeats Candela. And then Humpy loses to Umira Omonova. And Zhu Jinner also loses her match. So out of the top four boards, three
wow.
of them on paper, who are the higher seeds, have lost their matches. This is Blitz. Anything is possible.
For sure, anything is possible. And the World Blitz, all of them super strong players. There are a total of 13 games in the open section and 10 games in the women's section today. So it's going to be one of the longest days of this FIDE World Rapid Blitz event. I'm super excited to see who's going to lead at the end of the day in both the sections.
Oh, yes. I think both sort of sections are proving to be a challenge here. I think in the open section, saying Magnus or Firuja is the safer bet. But in the women's section, now
Yeah,
that the top seeds have been dethroned, it is opened up to everybody.
for sure. And chat, yeah, this is your time again. You have the chance to let us know if did any game, any move, any blunder catch your attention, which we missed in the stream, so we can check it out. So do let us know. We are having our eyes on both the chats everywhere. Richard Rappos lost to Pranav Anand. They are saying so. Can we have like a set, just a 30-second look, very
Oh,
quickly, like
yes.
the most important moment or something?
World's most creative player goes against Pranav. I think it was some. Okay, let's actually go through it very quickly. Some Sicilian, Bishop C4 played. Maybe I'll switch the board as well. Because Black, I think, won in this match. Bishop B7, Queen C7. Okay, A6, Knight G3, B5, expanding on the queen side. Let's go to the critical moment to see where actually Richard
Mhm.
Rapport made a mistake. So I'm going to make the moves a bit quickly on this side. D5 was the first mistake. I think a pretty logical move. His idea was to sort of activate his bishop after takes takes. But I think the problem is that after takes takes, there's knight b4 and you can lose the pawn on d5 potentially. However, Black didn't go for this. He played actually knight b4, allowing white to go pawn takes pawn, and now knight d4 attacking the e6 pawn. And in the beginning, it looked like Richard Rapport was completely cruising through. However, bishop d2, king h8, takes, rook b4, and d5. And now, oh, every time I have a question for the chat, the blue arrow kind of shows it to us. But there is a brilliance in this position, as shown to you guys. Rook takes b7, which was played by Richard Rapport, the best move in the position, takes and knight e6. And again, looks like he's cruising here. I'm curious to see how he lost in this endgame because it's very, very difficult. Takes on f2, king and queen f2, bishop a5. Wow. This position, Richard Rapport lost. That's actually quite rare. There must be some blunder. So let's go towards the end.
Mhm.
Goes knight f1, queen a1, bishop c4, queen e5. b5 was the first mistake, queen c5, and now the g1 square is up for grabs. Bishop d3 happens. Ah, okay, that's what happened. Look at this, by the way, Rakesh. Black to play.
Wow, Queen F1, knight E4.
Oh, yes.
That was
Beautiful
beautiful.
tactic there. But okay, he missed
Yes.
this, but managed to win regardless. So Jordan versus Bharat Subramaniam and Salem Saleh versus Sklokin. I think Sklokin, you cannot count him out yet because he's been the player. He has defeated the reigning world champion with with the white pieces just in the previous round. He must be feeling super confident. He's playing against the UAE's number one player, Salem Saleh. That's going to be an interesting match as well.
For sure. And big shout out to Sergey because he's the only FIDE master on 3 out of 3 points.
Oh, I mean, for sure, he's not the strength of a FIDE master. I played him around, I think, 4 or 5 months ago, and he was on the verge of making a grandmaster norm, which he missed, I think, by just half a point or 1 point, something like this. So he's not the strength of a FIDE master, that is for sure. I think in the Blitz section, we are getting two players. One is Denis Makhnev and the other is Sergei Sklokin, who are sort of, having or scoring upsets after upsets against stronger chess players. So we'll keep an eye on these two players.
Yeah, for sure. And I think Gautam Krishna also having a great event so far. 2.5 out of 3. And any other? Hari Krishna the Sponkratov is also going to be a nice one. And do you know this player who is playing Noderbeg Abdusattorov Sahaj? Khong Da Dai Dao. 2438 I am from Vietnam. He's having a dream event with 2.5 out of 3.
Amazing, amazing. But I think I'm most pumped, Rakesh.
I
Sorry
know,
to,
I know.
I'm most pumped about Magnus versus Javokir because I would really like to see how this match unfolds. Because for me, I think Javokir is right up there when it comes to faster formats.
Mhm.
Can we do a poll, by the way, on this or no? Is it possible?
I mean, if I think we can. AK, if you're watching, can we do a poll on Chavokir versus Sindaro? I mean, sorry, Chavokir versus Magnus. I think it would be like somewhere. I mean, I would love to see actually what chat thinks.
So would you rather do
I'm
this or would you rather do what about Magnus versus Carlsen?
I mean, I am Team Magnus, you are Team Javakir, so we'll see how it goes. Here are the pairings again if you wanted to check it out. And more importantly, Saj, it's going to be 13 rounds of chess in the open section. Remember, top 4 players will play the semis at the end of 19 rounds. So, what do you think is an ideal score after at the end of day's play?
End of
So what is
today, you
Magnus
mean?
eyeing? Yeah, end of days
Magnus.
today.
So basically, you're asking me what is going to be Magnus's score when he finishes the
Pretty
day.
much, pretty much.
I think 11, perhaps 11 and a half, maybe 11. Yeah, that's more or less fair. Um,
Mhm.
maybe
Yeah,
a
he
couple
did
of draws,
10.5 out of
but
13,
I
if I
think
remember.
it's very hard for anyone to finish this event with zero losses. So I think everyone will have at least one loss.
Got it. Yeah. And we do have the poll on Twitch. Thanks, AK, for sharing that. 75% say Magnus wins, 14% say draw, and 11% say Sindaro wins.
Ooh, 11%. I like those odds. I'm gonna go with Javokir regardless. I think this is right up there. By the way, we can see the players going to their seats, getting ready for round 4. Oh, it's gonna be a tough one.
For sure. Uh, I think or we might also see some blunders at the very end of the day because it's really tough to play 13 games of Blitz in a day. Especially, it's going to be like 7 hours of chess overall.
Oh, maybe, I mean, considering the breaks and all of that, I think it's maybe a bit more in that sense. And then let's not forget, even in Blitz, there is going to be that someone who plays Rook Bishop versus Rook, or Rook
Yeah.
FNH Pawns, Rook Knight versus Rook. With all maybe, and I think from my experience, the end games that last the longest are Queen Pawn versus Queen. So if you see any Queen
Yes.
endings, they will last extremely long. We saw this in the Rapid segment as well. Um, so yeah, I think a lot of chess stamina is going to be key towards the end.
For sure. We'll have liftoff in around 2 minutes. Remember, games start every 30 minutes, and so it's going to be an exciting clash. Vachier or Carlsen, let us know. Spam those names in the chat if you haven't already. That any other juicy matchup you see on the camera boards for us?
On the camera boards, I think all of the matches are good, but I would really like to keep in a close eye on Buddy versus Arjun. That's, I think, a
Yes,
pretty
for sure.
interesting match. Um, yeah, by the way, both Pranavs from India are doing pretty well, both on basically full score so far.
Yeah, both were also, reserve players in the GCL, and they wanted some practice. So we organized like a small exhibition tournament for them with Dubov and Jose Martinez. Jose won that match. So really nice to see the players playing well as we see Arjun greet Pranav. Going to be an exciting one, especially the Indian fans are going to want this game, Sam.
Oh, absolutely. And they were also, I mean, during the Global Chess League, they were also playing basically I think it was Bug House with all the views because both of them are called Pranav and they were just having Bug House matches against everybody. So it was kind of yeah, interesting. But we'll see what happens as the players are ready. Let's go to, I think, board one between Magnus and Javokir Sindarov. That is the main matchup. The real question is Magnus on the board? And no, he's not.
I don't think so. Yeah, there we see Sindaro eagerly waiting for Magnus. We should have liftoff in like a minute, like under 60 seconds.
Absolutely. I think that's fair. Um, so yeah, let's see what happens. Magnus playing with the white pieces. There we have handshake. What's going to be the first move?
Pawn to e4. Chat, do
Come
let us
on.
know what do you think. Is it going to be the king's pawn or the queen's pawn opening?
I, just looking at the games of Gautam Krishna and chat to everyone watching, if you haven't seen those games, do check it out. He played in the World Rapid Championship. And in the first day, all he did was play b3 as white and b6 as black. And he played amazingly, actually, despite playing this with the first, playing this on the first move. So um, I want some juice. I want some masala on the board. Let's have maybe English, something different.
We see Magnus looking for the official confirmation to kickstart the game.
Yes, we're gonna have liftoff extremely soon. I think they're just about to begin their matches.
Then we have a
Se-
full screen on the players. We'd love to capture their handshakes as well. We see Magnus Carlsen. And there we have it.
E4,
E4. Let's
best
go.
by test. And we have E5. We have Italian opening on the board, Bishop C5, keeping it solid from Javokir's side. He goes short castle. And now black has to go knight f6, I believe. And he goes d6, okay? Sidestepping from mainstream theory. Is he planning f5, Rakesh?
Very much possible there. Those big star.
Okay, he goes a4, putting some pressure on the bishop on b6. Maybe b4, a5 can be his plan later on. Is Sindarov going to play g5 now? By the way, it's quite critical that Magnus doesn't play h3 here. Magnus only plays h3 after black has castled. Because if you play h3 now, then g5 can be deadly.
Yeah, Magnus. And he has to castle.
All right, he castles. And now white has to go perhaps rook e1 in the spirit of Italian. Magnus taking his time. 40 seconds difference between these two players. While he thinks, shall we take a quick look at Buddy versus Arjun?
Yeah, let's go. Board 4, I think, or board 5? Board 4.
Yeah, it's board 4. And Buddy having some pressure on the d6 pawn. Arjun plays bishop e6, best move in the position, having a 20-second advantage over his opponent. White has to go either knight e3 or he can try to maybe take it slow and go h3. Goes knight e3. By the way, only move here, Rakesh, for black, as shown by the blue arrow, it is d5. And once d5 is played, Arjun is driving the game.
Yeah, Arjun strikes in the center. You'd love to have one of those rooks as well, which eyes the white queen, but he gets his knight back, which isn't the best move. Pranav can take over here, Saj.
Oh yes, knight d7, bad move. There's knight g5 apparently to keep an eye on the f7 pawn and take on e6
Yeah.
at the right moment. That is the move that Pranav has to go for. But time is really important. Right now, there's almost a 40-second difference between these two players. That's not a great sign in Blitz. Goes bishop a3 to put pressure on the d6 pawn.
Yeah, that's looking really good. Rook d8 played. Maybe he had to play it before Sahaj so that he would have solidified that d5 idea. But Arjun, about 40 seconds ahead on the clock. We'll also have a quick look at Nepo versus Kirill Alexyenko Sahaj on board 3, where it looks like Nepo about to go 4 on 4 because I love White's knight coming into d4 now.
D5, I think, is quite an interesting try by Nepo here. Black has to go pawn takes pawn, and then knight d4 is your plan. And maybe you go pawn takes pawn as well. So according to the bar, the position is equal, but I have to give it to you. I think you are right. Practically speaking, this doesn't look easy for Alexyenko to hold. And by the way, as he goes queen b7, now it is Nepo. He has to go h5 in this position, but gonna be a solid fight. He has a 1 minute advantage over his opponent. Let's switch back to the board, the first board between Magnus and Javokir, because looks like Javokir is putting up a really good fight, and Magnus already very close to under a minute. Yeah.
Yeah, this is not looking ideal for the world number one. And yes, chat, we see your messages. Please keep them coming. Do let us know any interesting moments or blunders, brilliancies. We are reading the chat. We'll have our eyes out for you. So, yeah, back to Magnus versus Sindaro. Magnus about to make a move.
By the
I
way,
think he's going to capture on e5. Probably.
Magnus having 40 seconds. That's not the best sign. Javokir on d takes e5. I still think Javokir is taking this one. Goes knight takes e5. Oh, bishop h3. Wow.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Takes on d1, rook d1, bishop e6, and now knight takes b6. Really important for Magnus. Takes it.
Plays it. Can we go full screen, please? So you can see the reactions up close. Rook d4 played. He protects the central pawn. This is looking super interesting. I think, chat, all three results possible. Sahaj, are you still going with a Sindaro win?
I think so. It's just a gut feeling. Can't really explain it, but I think he has a good chance. He can go knight takes e4 here and completely equalize. Knight e4, rook e4, f6 is the move.
And look at the accuracy there at the bottom of the screen, both with 99.3. That just shows how close this game has been. But Sindaro, does he take a risk and go for the win?
Absolutely. Knight takes e4 is the move. But the question is, does Javokir want to go for a draw? Because he can technically go g5 as well and keep the pressure on the board. He takes the pawn. Rook takes
Chat,
e4 is
without switching the board, Jordan Van Fordy's, a former second of Magnus, has won his game, and he's the first player to go 4 on 4.
Oh, wow. He defeats Bharat Subramaniam. That's a great result for Jordan. One player on 4 out of 4. Let's stick to this one. See if Magnus, by the way, this is a very Magnus-like position. So Magnus has good chances to win here, but let's see if Sindarov can hold this on.
Yeah, and Herschel in chat is saying Sindaro always goes for the win, and yes, he does. But here, with opposite color bishops, is there enough venom for either player, Grandmaster Grover?
I think maybe on the board, perhaps not, but on the clock for sure, I would say. Bishop d5, he goes attacking the rook. Magnus has to go rook g4 or rook d4. Two possible scenarios here.
And Magnus looks disappointed for some reason. He looks annoyed, brings back the rook. Maybe he missed something.
Oh, rook
Oh,
e7, he missed it. He missed rook e7, and now the g7 pawn is hanging.
Sundar was about to recapture with his other rook. He thought rook e8 was coming. And rook e7, he is in deep trouble. G5 played. Magnus, can he get something here?
He takes on e8, rook takes c8, and now he's going to capture the b7 pawn, and with that, the b6 pawn as well. Maybe a two-result position for Magnus. Very hard to, lose this.
But he excels he thrives in such two results position.
Absolutely. Takes on b6, and now rook e6 is possible. Good move there by Sandarov. He has to hold this on. Magnus having 14 seconds on the clock. b3 played. 2 seconds. Rook a6, and now bishop d5 only move played. If rook takes a5, you take the pawn on b3. Gives a check.
Pawn,
okay, Gukesh, we have to ask again. Do you think Magnus wins this?
Yes.
I think so,
Magnus, he's the GOAT. He's Magnus Carlsen.
I'm not so sure. I feel like Jabakir is going to hold this one, but let's see what happens. By the way, you cannot move the rook from the e file because then rook a7 will be quite dangerous. He's keeping the rook on the e file to sort of block all of these checks along these file. If the white rook goes to b6, you go to e6, b7, e7, and so on. Now rook e8, I think, is what he's going to go. Okay.
Pushing the pawns. If you trade pawns as black, you make your job easier. So Sundarov really trying to get rid of those kingside pawns.
Yes, bishop g5. Now g3 check is good enough, I feel, because takes, and there is some rook g6 idea. Oh yeah, rook e5 even. G6. There we go. And I think that's a draw. By the way, Arjun has defeated Buddy with the black pieces. He moves on to 4 out of 4.
Yeah, Arjun has won. Firouzja is also on 4 on 4. So is Borodnik. The question is, will Magnus Carlsen be joining them? Or Sahaj, will we see a rook bishop versus rook?
Rook bishop versus rook is what I want to see. How you will defend that against the goat of chess. We already saw Arjun defend a rook.
Oh, his king!
F and H pawns.
Magnus's king toppled there. He's trying to bring his king around now. I think we are going to see rook and bishop versus rook for sure, Sahaj.
You think so? Oh, yes, because he's going to bring the king to b6,
exactly.
Move the bishop. Yep, we're going to see a rook bishop versus rook. Grab your popcorn. It's incoming.
The question is, can Sundarov defend it? He's still not there. He hasn't won the bishop yet. 6 seconds for Magnus.
King c7 gives a check, and now rook back to g7, okay? Bishop b7, and all the people saying this is a draw for Magnus. This is not a draw. He will play this out. Again, I would like to remind you in Rapid, at the end of the first day of Rapid, Magnus played against Arjun with those FNH pawns, and that's also a dead draw, but he kept on playing until the very end to see if his opponent would make a mistake. This is a similar position to that. By the way, can Magnus lose this? Some rook h7, rook a8 type of ideas. He goes rook b4 though.
Can get checkmated. His king is in like a bit of a box. Oh, Magnus got to be careful with 5 seconds. Rook d6, big threat.
Yes, rook b2 can you give a check on a1?
Maybe rook 5 seconds now.
You can see both Nepo and Firouzja looking at the match. There is some venom in this position, but Jabakir is not giving him the chance. Rook b3 check is a threat.
The rook
b3. Rook b3. That's a draw.
Nice save by Sundarov without going into rook bishop versus rook. Magnus a little bit disappointed, but nice to see them analyzing after the game.
Absolutely. And with that, Alireza has won his match. So he goes on to 4 out of 4. Nepo Meachi drew. And Arjun also won. Botnik won. And Lu Shangle has defeated Denis Makhnev, by the way. And Jordan Van Forest has defeated Bharat Subramaniam. Sergei Slokin loses to Salem. So Salem kind of ends his run there.
Can we quickly go to Gautam Krishna versus Jules Mussad because Gautam? Oh, okay, it's over. It just finished. Gautam
Oh,
with an
wow.
impressive run. He has won yet again.
He is not stopping in the first day of Rapid and first day of Blitz. I mean, that's one for the books for him. He has defeated Ivan Zemlyansky, Adiban, Safarli, and Jules Mussad, all 2650 level players.
Wow.
Wow,
Hans
insane.
also lost to Shan Sergeysan, so that's a big upset. Fabiano Caruana has lost to Ralph Mobedo, so he is out. Let's see how our world champion Gukesh did. He
Gukesh has,
won.
he won. Okay, so Gukesh is now on 3, right? He won against Jakub Kosakowski.
Yeah. Gukesh has won. Gotham has won. Hans lost.
So, by the way, we have around 7 players on full score, and amongst them, there are 2 Indian players. One is Pranav Anand and Arjun Erigaisi. Then we have Botnik, Lu Shangle, Salem Saleh, Firuja, of course, and Jordan.
The hedge. You wanted Rook Bishop versus Rook. You got it. Let's go to Wu Zongxi's game where he is playing it out against Nikita Petrov.
Um, Here it is. And by the way, he is winning. This is a winning position because Rook H7
Yeah.
is just, you see the Rook is placed on the wrong square. If the Rook was on A3, then you could play Rook A6 and defend against this checkmate. I think this is checkmate.
Yeah, or also I think Black resigned here because the moves have stopped coming. They didn't place the kings yet, but we could have had this on Magnus's board as well. But nice defense by. I was impressed how Sindaro defended it.
Oh, yes, absolutely. And people are asking, how did Pragg do? Pragg defeated Akobi and Varuzan with the black pieces, and he advances to 3.5 points.
Mhm. So, another Indian star at 3.5 points is Fentala Hari Krishna, and he won in like 90 seconds or something, just 2 minutes. Can we have a quick look at that game, Sahaj?
Absolutely. This is the match of Hari Krishna. He plays against Pavel Ponkratov. Oh, wow. Look at that final position, though. There's a
Yeah,
checkmate
just the
incoming,
final.
and the queen is pinned.
Beautiful.
Nice miniature, yeah. Like, what? How did the opening actually happen? So castle takes c4. Okay, double bishop advantage. I was kind of hoping for that queen sacrifice like he did in the World Cup. If anyone remembers in the chat, that was a beautiful game. I think it was also a nominee for the best game of the year. Queen e1. Let's see how the attack unfolded. Plays f5. Oh wow, g4. Look at this move. g5 takes rook g1. Okay, nice game I think overall.
Nice win.
Very convincing.
Yes. And Hari goes to 3.5 out of 4. That's having a nice event. And chat is saying, look at Arjun's game. It had a funny end. Can you check that out, Sahaj?
Absolutely. Let's take a look at Arjun as
Oh,
well.
what? What? No way. Sahaj, what was that? Just one, only
Okay.
one move. Go to the end and just see one move.
What?
Exactly.
What? Oh. Oh,
It's
that's
not a
sad.
cheat broadcast error or something.
Oh, that is so sad. I mean, it happens, but that is very sad to happen at this stage. Yeah, when you're 3 out of 3 playing on board 4.
In the World Championship, also, like
Hmm.
you don't see it.
Wow, just a full queen. Happens though.
I mean,
Happens.
yeah, I think he just forgot about it
Hmm.
and
It
thought, let
has.
me move.
I mean, it happened to Esipenko, if I'm not mistaken, in the World Cup semi-finals, if I'm not mistaken, where he dropped that full rook against Wei. And I
Yeah,
remember it so
yeah.
well because a similar thing happened to me as well a few months ago, where I
Hmm.
also dropped a whole rook. This knight was just capturing on E1, and I still think about it. It does happen from time to time.
Yeah.
Well, people are saying they saw it on camera. It wasn't a DGT error. It doesn't look
Oh,
like it.
wow.
Yep. So these are the
There's,
updates. I think
Mhm.
we will have. Oh, we have pairings for the next round as well. Oh, Magnus versus Pranav Anand. Amazing.
Wow, that's going to be a big one. We'll have our eyes on that. But maybe we can take a quick break, Sahaj, and before we have round 5 of the FIDE World Cup, FIDE World Blitz Champion. Sorry.
Let's do it.
Chess is changing, and this is the next big step. Total Chess is a new FIDE-approved World Championship Tour. Created by the team behind Norway Chess, it combines Fast Classic, Rapid, and Blitz into one title. A pilot is set for autumn 2026. In 2027, the inaugural tour begins, and we will crown the first ever FIDE World Combined Champion. 4 events a year, hosted in cities around the world. A clear season structure, a bigger audience, and a stronger presence for the sport. We are partnering with sponsors, investors, host cities, and media partners to build something with long-term global impact. If you're looking for a global platform with real momentum, this is it. Let's talk about how you can be part of it.
At TotalEnergies, we are staying the course of our transition strategy. Working with our partners and drawing on our heritage and technical expertise, we are building a multi-energy company. In Qatar, TotalEnergies produces oil and gas with local partners and contributes to the development of solar-based electricity and research initiatives aligned with the country's evolving energy landscape. TotalEnergies is moving towards energy that is more reliable, more affordable, and more sustainable.
Welcome back, everyone. We are live for round 5 of the World Blitz Championship.
Absolutely. We have, I think, a match between Magnus and Pranav Anand on board 1. And then we have Firuza playing against Jordan Van Foris. And then Arjun against Salem Saleh. There are, I think, around 6 players or 7 players or so on full score so far. I think Maggie sort of not being in that is a bit of a shock for all of us, but I think he made a GOAT comeback in the rapid section. So I think he can do the same in the Blitz as well. But for now, the big match. What is the main match for you on the pairings as shown on the screen?
I think Arjun versus Salem Saleh, 2 players who love to attack, like Madman versus Gentleman, Salem, UAE #1. That's going to be an exciting one. As well as I think Magnus versus Pranav, we should have our eyes there as well. And at the bottom, I would love to see Daniil Dubov and Ruslan Bonomario as well, if time permits.
Absolutely, absolutely. And of course, Magnus versus Pranav Anand going to be an interesting one as well. Lu Shangle also against Alexander Botnik is going to be an interesting one as well. You know, Botnik is known for playing Alekhine defense pretty much with the black pieces, especially in Title Tuesdays and other online formats. I saw him play the Alekhine defense in many World Youth Championships as well. That's his go-to opening. Always, just like with Gautam Krishna, the Indian youngster playing B6. Botnik has been doing that for a pretty long time. Going knight f6.
Yes, for sure. And someone chatted asking, is Gukesh playing? Yes, of course. He is. And I think he's on 3 points. So is Praggnanandhaa and many others. So these are like just our featured matchups. Do you also want to have a quick look at the women's standings or pairings, if possible?
Oh, yes. I think that would be a really important. Right now, we have 4 players on full scores. There's Lagno, Umida Omanova, Zarina, and then Carissa Yip. And then Divya Deshmukh is on 3.5. And I believe she's the only Indian on 3.5 so far. And there we see the pairings between all the players at the top boards. Only 4 players so far. Any favorites for you, Rakesh?
I think Katrina Lano, 2-time former Women's World Blitz champion, she was on a full score. But so is Pranav Anand that we see on screen here. Sahaj, Magnus Carlsen is here. Remember, Magnus is upfloated because he's on 3.5. Pranav is on 4. But just because we have Magnus assigned to a designated board, that's why he's on board 1.
Absolutely. And he's playing with the white pieces as well. So big match for Pranav Anand incoming. Let's see what's going to happen. Magnus is already on the board with the white pieces. I believe Magnus got a double white in this match because he was playing white against Javokir as well.
How many rounds today, Anton? It's going to be 13 rounds in the open section and 10 rounds in the women's section today. And we have lift-off, Sahaj. E4 played again.
Best by test. Sicilian defense. I think we'll have D6, Bishop C4. I think Magnus has employed this opening in the rapid section as well. Sidestepping from mainstream theory, keeping more pieces on the board, goes short castle, black plays E6, and the game is on.
Plays E4, Bishop B3. Carlsen planning to bring the bishop all around to C2, and maybe we can have that queen and bishop battery hitting the 8-7 pawn.
Oh, yes, with some D4 ideas on the cards with queen D3 incoming, that can be a potential plan. And a lot of people in the chat are saying the rating difference between these 2 players is pretty massive. Yeah, there's 2-3-9-3 for Pranav Anand and 2-8-8-1 for Magnus Carlsen. But Pranav Anand is, I think, when it comes to classical ratings, he's much higher rated. He's around 2600. But yeah, maybe in Blitz, his rating has not adjusted because he doesn't play as much Blitz. That's my take on it.
Yeah, for sure. I think it will be a couple more of these World Rapid Blitz before Pranav's rating catches on. But extremely strong players. He won the President's Cup in November. So very, very strong player, informed player. as he recaptures on b5, but Magnus Carlsen has 2 minutes 50 seconds, definitely in his prep range.
Absolutely. Having a half a minute advantage is huge. And
By the way, sorry to cut you, Seth, but shout out to Sri Jande 10 in chat who's saying, "Oh, we are fine. We are seeing Anand Carlsen again."
oh, oh yes, Anand Carlsen incoming. Black goes B takes C3, BC3. And okay, I think Magnus having a pretty comfortable advantage thanks to his space with the pawn on D5. And now this knight has an awkward square to go to. Either it can go to A5 or to E5, chooses the A5 square, maybe not the best. And now bishop can go to A2 perhaps, keeping an eye on the D5 pawn. That's really important in this game. What is Magnus going to do? He's taking his time to think.
Save that bishop. No, you can't afford to give up that light squared bishop.
Absolutely. Even bishop c2 is an interesting possibility here, because after bishop c2, you can technically give up the pawn for free. And in the end, the knight can jump in with e4 and you'll have a lot of attack on the king side. And that battery that you were speaking about with queen d3 and queen h7, that is very much possible.
Yeah, it's on the card for sure. By the way, in case you're joining in, Magnus dropped half a point against Javaki Sindarov just in the last round. And because he is playing against somebody who has half a point more than him, that's why Magnus is getting 2 wides in a row.
Absolutely. And he goes d takes e6, f takes e6. And now once again, the bishop on b3 has to move. You cannot give up your Spanish bishop. Kind of looks like a Spanish bishop in this position. Goes bishop c2. And while this game continues, let's take a quick look at Arjun versus Salem Saleh on board 3. Both of these players are on full score, and there seems to be some kind of a problem for Arjun so far. Although optically speaking, I like white's chances more, but the bar seems to prefer black.
Wait, it's always going to be some chaos on the board when these two stars fight it out. Both of them love these attacking positions, crazy ideas, and just throwing the pieces at their opponent's king.
Absolutely. And look at this. Queen f6 was a slight inaccuracy. And the move for white is so strange that even after knowing that it's the best move doesn't make sense to me. It was actually knight b5 and to give up this bishop b5, but he doesn't go for it. Doesn't look natural at all. He goes bishop g5 and now queen d2. And now it's Salem who has to make, let's say, a strange move, which was f4.
Yeah, rook brought by Salem. You can't blame him there. I think Arjun is trying to bring the bishop in the center of the board to trade that dark squared bishop and then put the knight on d4 in the center.
Oh, yes. Maybe even after, if black goes bishop takes d4, even queen takes d4 looks really appealing for Arjun there. He also has a hefty half a minute advantage over his opponent. That's going to cost him, I think, at some point later on. So that's the update on Arjun board right now. Salem having slight pressure, but has less time on the clock. By the way, on board 4, there has been a quick draw between Lu Shangle and Alexander Bortnik. Both of these players advanced to 4.5 points. And look at this mistake by Salem Saleh and a golden opportunity for Arjun to take control.
Yeah, with other players drawing, it means we will have a very few leaders or maybe a sole leader at the end of this round as well.
I think very much possible. But still, I think there's around 2 games still remaining with full points. Let's see what happens there. He goes rook e5, bishop d4. So far, I think, is it safe to say, just to conclude this game, is it safe to say that Arjun is, I think, likely to win this match?
Yeah, he's the one pushing, I feel, overall.
Okay, let's maybe switch to Firouzja versus Jordan. This is on board 2, both players on full points yet again. Firouzja having a queenside advantage on the queen side, and this knight on a6 is looking a bit sad.
Firouzja also having just 35 seconds there. I think he needs to speed up. Firo, come on.
Yeah, but the Firouzja becomes more and more dangerous the less time he has. We saw this in the candidates against Gukesh when he had to make those 10 moves in under just 20 seconds or something like that. And then he managed to do it without increment, by the way, chat. And he still managed to win that game and delivering Gukesh's only loss in the candidate. So never count him out, especially when he has less time on the clock.
Now, 1 minute for Jordi. The bishop on f5 is a strong piece, pinning the knight to the rook. But where is Van Fordy's counterplay coming from?
Good question. I'm guessing something like knight e4 at some point. He goes rook e8 for now, and now h3 is played. And now once again, knight e4 is an interesting move. You can kick the queen away and perhaps gain some more tempos via knight g5. And at some point, you want to go queen d4, but this knight is a bit annoying on b5.
Yeah.
Yep, he goes knight e4 and knight g5, attacking the rook. And now the queens can also be traded, and he does it. Now rook f2, very critical move, or maybe rook f4 also works, but you have to move the rook now. Plays it. Rook e3. Is
10
Firouzja in
seconds for
trouble?
Firouzja. Yeah, just 10 seconds. He's got to go.
6 seconds. Has to
This is
play
a
now.
full
Rook
screen.
d1.
Yeah.
Wait. This pawn is hanging.
Uh-oh.
Is he a pawn down? Yeah, he cannot capture on c7. This is a big problem for Firouzja. He's a pawn down and has 5 seconds on the clock. Golden opportunity for Jordan.
Yeah, I think Jordan's got this, but let's quickly go to Magnus Carlsen's game, because looks like Praggnanandhaa is wanting to checkmate Carlsen, but Maggie is defending well.
Classic
What
example of
crazy
double
positions.
pawns. Look at this. Mate in 7. Check on d8. Check on d7, and that's just checkmate. By the queen d7, only move. Plays it.
Plays it.
Plays
He's
it.
the good. Oh, you saw Magnus's reaction. We got the game at the right moment. Checkmate on the board. Magnus Carlsen wins. Praggnanandhaa just didn't realize what he made, where he made a mistake. And Magnus clearly very happy with that win.
Absolutely. So Magnus advantages to 3.5 out of 4. Sorry, 4.5 out of 5. And now let's switch to Arjun's board, because this is where one player can go to full score.
Wow. This is big. Arjun completely winning. Can you go full screen on the players? 24 seconds was 6 seconds for Salem. C7 pawn weak. This is easy pickings for the Indian star.
Absolutely. But let's not forget, do not move this knight. This bishop is attacking the c4 pawn. You have to go rook a8. Some technique is needed. He also has a lot of time on the clock. By the way, Arjun might be the sole leader of this event going into round 5.
Yeah. Yep.
Rook a8 played, attacking the bishop, provoking bishop takes b5. Once this is taken, this is comfortably winning. Just push, and that's it.
Now the A pawn is going to run happily across. Yeah, just keep pushing. There's no way for Salem to stop it.
And there it is.
And
Resignation.
Erigaisi wins. He goes 5-on-5, and because of Firouzja's likely draw, he will be our sole leader going to round 6 ahead.
Absolutely. Let's actually switch to Firouzja's game, because this match is likely gonna... Oh, no. Jordan is winning.
Wow.
It's gonna be Jordan versus Arjun in round 6.
As we see Carlsen, Nepo, everyone having their eyes on this match. Nepo shares a smile with Carlsen. And Firouzja resigns. What a nice win by the Dutch star. Jordan Van Fordy's also wins his game and is 5-on-5. What a start for Jordan.
Absolutely. Now there's just 2 leaders, Arjun versus Jordan. That means the pairing for the round 6 is confirmed. It's going to be between these 2 players. Jordan is going to play with the white pieces. Arjun is going to play with the black pieces. Let's check out if there are other games remaining.
Nihal, please. He's completely winning quickly.
Of course, we have queen endgame as usual. This is going to be a long match to show some conversion. But of course, there's not enough time for these players. So they have to make fast moves. One move and it's equal. Another move and then it's a draw. That's what's happening.
Oh,
Goes
isn't
king
like
d6.
also like a perpetual chance. Okay, now Nihal can start pushing.
That's the problem with queen endgames. There's just too many checks that you have to take care of. And one mistake and it can be a bit deadly. Now the king can go to h7 perhaps and try to push this pawn, but doesn't go for it. He's trying to find some shield from all of these checks. King g8, queen c8 check. And the problem is king h7, there's queen c2 check. That's what he doesn't like. And by the way, that's a 3-fold repetition. We can see it on our chess.com board. That was a 3-fold repetition, this move. But Nordirvik doesn't claim it. Of course, how can he know in Blitz?
There's absolutely no way. I thought this was completely winning, but kudos to Nordenberg. He's fighting on.
Oh, yes. Goes queen d3, king h8. And now white has to move his king, perhaps, because if you move the queen, I can push my pawn. Goes queen e5. Is queen e3 is winning. That's winning. Oh, but that's very hard
So
to play. It's
yeah,
very
maybe
hard to play.
Nihal wants to improve his king first before he does that.
Yes. Yes. But now queen e3 check probably is going to be a draw because you cannot go king g6. Plays g6 h5, finds king h6. This is one of the last games remaining. By the way, people asking in the chat, how did Pragg do? Pragg defeated Nicholas Theodoru
Yeah.
by making 2 queens on the board. So well done to Pragg there, making a
Pragg
great
won,
comeback.
Gukesh won as well. Hans is also won. So the players who were upset before are making a comeback now.
Oh, yes. And by the way, Nihal making a very smooth conversion there, trying to push this pawn to d2. Everything is defended in black's camp. That is super important. And no more checks. Only queen f1 is there. King e3. You give another check to f2. King d1. And very soon this pawn is going to promote.
Yeah, this is. Wait, what? Okay, what? Draw win. Yeah, finally. Nihal Sarin has won, and he goes to 4 out of 5. Besides, I don't see any more active games. What a round this has been. Arjun Erigaisi and Jordan Van Forest are our joint leaders.
Absolutely. I think great show by both of these players. Jordan taking down Firuza and Arjun, I think has had a spectacular run both in rapid and blitz section so far. And of course, there's a lot of players on 4.5 points. 5, I believe, from what I can see. There's Botnik, Lu Shangle, Magnus Carlsen, of course, Buzianzi. And there is a 2400 player, Aristan Isan Zulov, who is on 4.5.
Wow.
And he just, by the way, look at the players that he's defeated. He drew his first match to Vincent Keimer, defeated Arkady Naidich, Artem Uskov, Ivanchuk, and Sindarov.
That's super impressive.
Yep, absolutely. So we're seeing a lot of really good fast chess players. And speaking of good fast chess players, there's also Gautam Krishna, who's on 4 out of 5. He drew his final match or his last match against Grandmaster Alan Pichot from Spain. And yeah, I think he's doing really well as well. And there we see the standings in front of us. Arjun and Jordan leading the pack with full score, 5 out of 5. And there's 5 players on 4.5. And on 4, there's a lot of players, including Pranav, Gautam Krishna, Nepo, Dubov, and Buddy as well, Pragg and Hari.
Firuza.
And Firuza.
I mean, everywhere there's a star. Like, how can you not say former world Blitz champion Grischuk, former Blitz champion MVL? Like, so many top players. This is what the World Blitz Championship is all about. There's also a quick look at the women's standings. Do we have that, producers, if possible? Because the upsets continue there as well. Because Umida Omanova beat Katia Lano on board 1. And she is
Wow.
also the surprising leader of the women's section.
Absolutely. But of course, Caressa Yep, I think she's an extremely strong player in both classical and faster formats as well. So no surprise there. But Umida Omanova taking down Katrina Lagno. Wow. So 2 players on 5 out of 5. After this round, we will definitely have a sole leader in both sections. Who is it going to be? That's the question.
I think more likely Caressa Yip here and maybe Arjun Erigaisi are my picks. But to complete the women's standings, Divya Deshmukh on 4 as well. 2-time winner Bibisara Asubaba is also on 4. Remember, she has to finish higher than Muzichuk and Harika Litenji to get her women's candidate spot for 2026.
Amazing. Let's see what happens there. I think we'll have next round starting soon. Right now, players are looking at the pairings. Are the pairings out yet, Rakesh?
I don't see them yet. Nope. Even the results are not yet in. So not yet. We might have them soon. But chat, now is your chance. Do let us know. Did you spot any crazy game or blunder or brilliancy that you would like for us to see which we missed? So we'd like to see that. Yes, a quick reminder on the points. Hans is on 3.5. Gukesh, Gukesh and Pragg are on 4 out of 5. Fabi also not having the best of events, but he is trying to make a comeback as well.
Oh yes, I think Fabi and but Gukesh defeated Karthik, so I think that's pretty good. Gukesh is only 1 point behind, so not really that far off. But yes, that kid Sklok and Sergey, that's the one to watch out for in this event.
Yeah. And Arjun and Yordi are cooking as they're riding in chat. Absolutely. What a start for both of them. Like 5-on-5. And I think still that you're not even at the halfway stage of today because there are 13 games to be played.
Oh yes, and by the way, people are saying something crazy happened in Gukesh's board. We can
Let's
take a
check
quick
it out.
look to see how he won his match against the two-time national senior champion Karthik Venkatraman. This is, let's go through the last few moves to see what
Wow.
happened. Goes bishop f8. Okay, the king was already pretty exposed, but that final checkmate was pretty beautiful from Gukesh's side. Goes king g4, queen check, king f4, queen check, king f5, and queen g5. And the point is that if you go king e4, I have rook e1 check attacking this rook over here. King d4, and of course, you can take the rook, but you can also play rook d1 check and capture your queen. And seeing this, white just resigned. So from what I can tell, I think it was a pretty comfortable game from Gukesh's side. Any other game that you found interesting?
Yeah, I found something very weird or interesting in boards, like Borotnik's board against Liu Shangley.
Okay.
Like looks look weird to me. Like why this draw? Like why isn't white like clearly better?
So Liu Shangley perhaps offered the draw here. Let's go through the opening. Of course, he goes for his trademark Alekhine defense.
Yeah, you
D4,
had
D6.
predicted it.
I have been a victim of this as well in one of the one of the title Tuesdays against Bortnik. He's gonna play this opening, and then you try to prepare, and then it's he just knows it too well. But he plays a 4 pawns attack, takes, bishop f5 happens, knight c3, e6, knight f3, bishop. So far, I think this is mainstream preparation. Bishop d3, c5. Okay, now I think we're in some unique territory. White goes bishop g5, attacking the queen. Queen d7, takes. Knight d4, ef5, knight f5. I don't understand why would Liu Shangley offer a draw here.
Yeah,
That's
I think
strange.
maybe conserving energy, or I don't know. I mean, he's just good friends. We'll try to find that out. Chat maybe have an interview with Liu Shangley later on. But let's go to Sindaro's game because Sahaj, he committed a one-move howler, and that is the reason why he went down against the Kazakh Iron.
So this was the position where the mistake happened after e5. There were a bunch of moves that he could play. He could put the rook on d5. He could put the rook on e4. And he could play rook e1. But the one move he couldn't play in this position was rook to g4. And that is because there is a fork happening with both of the rooks getting attacked. And wait, the sad thing is, Rakesh, that you cannot even win an exchange. You are losing a whole rook.
Yep. So there's not even a chance of a comeback, and he loses it all.
Absolutely. This must be a big oversight by the World Cup winner. Because he had 31 seconds when he had around 23 seconds when he played the move rook g4. So definitely an oversight. I think there must be some strategy there, right? Because when your opponent is low on time, I feel you yourself try to play a bit faster just because you want to get your opponent on time. We saw this with Artemiev. We've seen this with Firuza many times. Artemiev, of course, beating Arjun and having such a spectacular and event and winning silver in the World Rapid section. He was doing this consistently against everyone. So there must be some strategy to this.
Probably. I mean, he's doing that really well as well. So we'll see if he continues that. But said any other game that caught your attention?
By the way, we do have pairings. We can check out the games at a later stage.
Yeah.
We do have pairings. We have Bortnik playing against Magnus Carlsen on the first board. This is going to be insane. And then on the top board, of course, we have Jordan going against Arjun Erigaisi. Jordan with the white pieces, Arjun with the black pieces. And I think here we will have a sole leader going into round 6 in the FIDE World Blitz Championship 2025. And then we have an all Chinese clash between Booz Yanzi versus Lu Shangle on board 3. And then we have Firuza playing against that Kazakh international master, Aristan Isanzulov.
Wow, lots of interesting matchups. Hari Krishna also takes on Daniil Dubov. Noderbek were Abdusattorov versus Volodar Murzin. Nihal Sarin versus Safarli. Pranav versus Pragg. Wherever I look, there is a juicy matchup.
Oh yes, that's World Blitz for you. Everywhere is looking just so interesting.
And Saj, before we jump into the next game, a big shout out to Aman Hambleton and James Candy, who will be taking over. We'll go back to Chess 24 India. So if you want to join, or if you loved our commentary, join us in English. We'll do some Indian flavor as well and keep more attention on the Indian games. If you want to stick around for the global stuff, do stick around here. And we'll be back to the Chess 24 India channel after this. Take it away, guys. So, सहज भाई, क्या लग रहा है आपको
भाई?
कैसा लग रहा है आपको?
बढ़िया लग रहा है भाई. बढ़िया लग रहा है भाई. थोड़ा मतलब वो हमें पता नहीं था चैट के लाइक ग्लोबल का वो सब होगा, तो हमें इंग्लिश में सब प्लेस को कवर करना मतलब इट वाज मैंडेटरी. बट नाउ हम इंडियन प्लेस पे फोकस कर सकते हैं. ऑफ कोर्स वी हैव जॉर्डन वर्सेस अर्जुन, वहां पे हम सबसे ज्यादा फोकस कर सकते हैं. हरी वर्सेस दुबो पे फोकस कर सकते हैं. दैट्स गुड.
Absolutely. I mean, now I think we can go back to our English commentary and क्या ही बढ़िया pairings है. But we will of course focus on Arjun versus Jordan.
Oh yes. So I think let's keep an eye out on all of these boards. Let's of course Jordan versus Arjun पे सबसे ज़्यादा focus. We can see अभी players table पे अभी तक बैठे नहीं है. I think they're still we'll still see when that happens. But yeah, that's the update. Chat बता देना. By the way, बहुत updates आ रही हैं यहाँ पे. कुछ glitch हुआ है भाई. हाँ बट बोर्ड 1 पे मेरे को सराहना दिख रहा है. हांस का राउंड 5 रिजल्ट. हांस एक्चुअली चेक कर रहा हूं मैं. हांस won his match against मैक्स वार्मरदाम भाई.
बट वो बहुत ही नीचे था, मतलब 2.5 पॉइंट पे था. So now he's around 3.5. Postino Oro versus Fabiano also on 3.5. That's a juicy matchup. और भाई सहज भाई, Ronak Sadhwani versus Boyan Maximovic, both of them on 4 points. So Ronak making like a nice comeback.
Oh yes,
after
4
the
out of
rapid.
5. उसका सिर्फ एक ही लॉस हुआ अभी तक against भारत सुब्रमण्यम on round 3. But apart from that, he's had a spectacular event. By the way, he defeated Harshit as well. Yeah, so that's also another pretty big match for him.
Yeah,
Let's go.
yeah. He
Harshit
started
कैसा
off
कर रहा है
well.
भाई?
Oh,
Harshit is on
as
3 out of
great
5.
as, yeah, not
भाई
bad
अच्छा ही खेल
either.
रहा है वो. अच्छा ही खेल रहा है
not
वो.
bad either.
हाँ, उसने डॉनचेंको से ड्रॉ किया, वोकिदोव शमसुद्दीन से ड्रॉ किया, and then he beat Jose, 2600
Oh,
player in
wow.
Blitz with white.
Wow, he beat
He's on
Jose.
3 out of 5.
भाई, और by the way, like Jospam का थोड़ा उल्टा नहीं हो गया? Like he's playing really good in classical, but he's not doing so well in faster formats. जो online तो बढ़िया खेलता.
उल्टा हो गया. You're right. अभी वहां पर भी जब
Yeah.
GCL का मैच चल रहा था and when he was one of the reserve players, he finished above both of the Pranavs and then Dubov as well. So मतलब Blitz बढ़िया चल रहा है. मतलब he plays well but maybe not the best event. Yeah, also he's been traveling for quite some time. ऐसे वर्ल्ड कप हो गया, फिर उसके बाद GCL हो गया, फिर उसके बाद ये maybe he's tired as well.
Yeah, possible. And also long flight away from Mexico. तो काफी दिन से बाहर ही हो, इंडिया में ही काफी दिन रहा. So let's see.
Oh yes, and by the way, भाई Gukesh is playing against Artemiev. That's a huge match. And by the way, chat आप please spam मत करिए यार. नहीं वो सबके लिए वो एक्सपीरियंस थोड़ा खराब हो जाता है. We are reading the chat of everyone, and we'll try to cover all the matches of the Indian players from this round onwards.
Yeah, that would be the plan. थोड़ी देर चेस 24 ग्लोबल का सीन हो गया था, so that is why we were covering everyone and of course also the Indian players.
Oh yes. So yeah, this is the pairing right now. Botnik versus Magnus, Jordan versus Arjun, and the all Chinese match between Liu Shangle and Bu Xianzi. Hi, predictions time. Botnik versus Magnus. Who do you have?
मुश्किल. Borotnik win.
Botnik win. क्या बात है. Botnik defeats
आपको
Magnus.
क्या लगता
भाई
है?
तबाही तो आप अभी मचा रहे हो. अब लग रहा
भाई
है
लेट्स गो भाई, आग लगा देंगे भाई.
लगता है हम चेस 24 इंडिया पे आ गए.
हाँ पूरी आ गया पूरी तरह. पर कितना अच्छा लगा ना पहली बार पहला शब्द हिंदी में बोल के, आपको
हाँ
आइडिया नहीं
भाई.
है.
हाँ भाई, क्रेजी क्रेजी क्रेजी. बाय द वे, अर्जुन को हम देख पा रहे हैं कैमरा में अगेंस्ट यॉर्डन. दिस इज द फाइट फॉर द सोल लीड पोजीशन आफ्टर राउंड 6. अर्जुन प्लेइंग विद ब्लैक, यॉर्डन प्लेइंग विद व्हाइट. भाई यहाँ पे तो पूछना ही नहीं बनता है, तो मैं तो मतलब पूछूंगा भी नहीं. ऑफ कोर्स अर्जुन.
इजी पीजी भाई. पोल बना देता हूं मैं चैट के लिए, सो
उस
दे
पोल में
कैन.
सिर्फ अर्जुन ही रखो आप. अर्जुन विंस,
नहीं नहीं
अर्जुन
नहीं,
विंस.
अरे ये गेम
हाँ
के लिए
ऐसे.
तो क्या ही पोल बनाऊंगा मैं. कार्लसन और बोरोटनी के लिए बना रहा.
अच्छा 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 अच्छा. यहाँ पे तो मतलब तीन ऑप्शन में तीनों अर्जुन विंस ही लिखना भाई, जहाँ वोट करो तुम. यही यही होने
एक्चुअली
वाला है.
वो भी कर सकता है. वुड बी फन. We are closing in on 75,000 subscribers, chat. So if you haven't subscribed, please daba the subscribe now button. Also, we remember the 10-month or the 10 prizes giveaway that is going to happen. So we'll do that maybe at the halfway stage, Sahaj bhai.
Oh yes. Oh yes. Halfway stage of day 1 incoming. 13 rounds today and
Correct.
6 round
हाँ.
इस मैच के बाद हो जाएंगे. Both players sitting on the board, getting their focus on. Let's see what happens. भाई 19 rounds बहुत ज्यादा है नहीं? Like कितना थक जाते होगे
भाई
आप?
लास्ट ईयर 13 ही थे. मतलब फीडे क्या ही कर रहा है.
19 rounds
नॉट
भाई is too
अंडरस्टैंडिंग.
much. और थक जाएंगे मतलब प्लेयर्स भाई. मतलब 13 राउंड एक ही दिन में
बहुत
भाई.
ही
That's
ज्यादा.
इतना ब्लिट्स. I mean
और
मतलब आप बहुत
कल
रेयरली
6
खेलते
ही ये
हो.
गेम है. करेक्ट,
हाँ
कल 6 ही गेम है.
कल क्योंकि वो टाई ब्रेक वगैरह का सीन रहेगा राइट, वो टॉप 4 का वो.
बढ़िया भाई.
अच्छा.
बोर्ड 1 पे अगर इफ वी कैन शो द कैमरा, वर्ल्ड चेयर चैंपियनशिप, बिकॉज नो प्लेयर्स आर सिटिंग ऑन देम. कार्लसन लेट एज यूजुअल, बट Alexander Borotnik also late. What an interesting position here, Sanj man.
ओ यस दोनों ही नहीं आएंगे भाई, पर उसी का बस बोटने का टाइम पहले चलेगा. सोचना पड़ेगा उसको, कोई
Yeah. By
साइकोलॉजिकल
the way,
टैक्टिक चल रही है यहाँ पे.
K20 MBM बोल रहा है, you did a great job on the FIDE main channel. Good job, guys. Thank you, bhai. I hope that was
अब
fun. It
बट हम
was
फीडे पे थे नहीं हम.
unexpected, Sanj bhai.
बट हम
नहीं
फीडे पे
नहीं,
थे नहीं
अरे
भाई.
चेस 24.
आई
अरे
थिंक
भाई
वो आई थिंक वो
भावनाओं को
मजे ले रहा है
समझो यार.
भाई.
अब हर चीज में टेक्निकल की हो रहा है. लाइक चेस 24 ग्लोबल पे तो थे ना, सो इज
हाँ बट आई
जेन्युइनली
थिंक वो मजे ले रहा था
कॉम्प्लीमेंटिंग यू.
भाई.
नहीं भाई, बढ़िया. देखो भाई, एंड देयर वी हैव हैंडशेक्स एंड लिफ्ट ऑफ फ्रेंच डिफेंस ऑन अर्जुन बोर्ड. भाई कैमरा भी अर्जुन का रखेंगे तो बढ़िया होगा, क्योंकि सहज भाई और अर्जुन भाई में एक ही चीज सिमिलर है. मतलब काफी चीज है, बट वन थिंग इज दैट दोनों का चाइल्डहुड ओपनिंग इज द फ्रेंच डिफेंस.
अरे वाह क्या बात है, राकेश भाई को ये स्टार्ट भी पता है. बट यस अर्जुन ऑफ कोर्स. This is the one similar thing, and this is one of the reasons why Arjun मेरा favorite player बना, because I saw him playing French so much, and French हमेशा एक थोड़ा एक sideline हो गई थी after a certain time, and it's nice to see it being played at this level. Let's see what happens. He goes h5 attacking on the king side. Bhai, what does he do? He goes b5.
Wow. Says by you would be the perfect one to take us through this. What is h5 and what is b5 as a reply to that?
Oh, he goes queen b6. B5, I think he just wants to attack on the queen side with A5, B4. वो rook h3 खेलता है. Pretty typical for these setups. By the way, एक भी piece, एक भी pawn trade नहीं हुआ है so far.
But look at Jordy's time, bhai. 3 minutes versus 2.5 minutes. He is definitely cooking his home prep.
Oh yes, takes on d4, plays b4 here. If you capture the pawn on b4, I can go bishop takes b4 with a check, and maybe the bishop can join the action with bishop a6. What does white do here? Goes bishop e3.
I think he knows all of this. Jordan Van Foreest is cooking up some serious opening prep. यहाँ पे.
No, you think so?
Yeah.
I think we're just fast
By the
खेल रहा है
way,
भाई.
Lu Shangli and Bu Zongji have drawn again. So जो भी ये game जीतेगा, and unless Carlsen doesn't win, we'll have a nice 1-point lead maybe at the end of this round.
Arey, I didn't even think about that. Yes, you're right. You're right. By the way, एक और player भी है फिरोजा के साथ जो वो खेल रहा है, उसकी भी 4.5 है.
हाँ,
By
मतलब
the way, he's
जीतेगा
having
थोड़ी
a
ना भाई.
but वो good position, अच्छी position भी है भाई उसकी against फिरोजा. तो let's not count him out. But yeah, more very likely के they'll have a 1-point lead. By that's great for Arjun because Arjun is much better on the board and off the board as well.
एक सेकंड भाई, एक सेकंड भाई, सब छोड़ दो आप प्लीज. चलो मैग्नस कार्लसन के गेम पे. देखो बोरोटनिक ने क्या खेला पहले ही चाल पे. वी मिस्ड इट भाई. पहली चाल.
Oh,
भाई साहब, ओलेक्सांद्र बोरोटनिक, रिस्पेक्ट
भाई. मैग्नस के साथ A3 खेलना भाई. Crazy, I have to say.
It's not a big deal. मतलब he just becomes black player मतलब वो गेम के लिए. But respect भाई. And if he beats him with A3,
मतलब you need guts for this. Have to give it to him भाई. मैग्नस के साथ ये करना is nice. और ओके ब्लिट्स से चलता है तो A3 A6 उतना मैटर नहीं करता यहाँ पे. रैपिड में भी ज्यादा मैटर करेगा, बट ब्लिट्स में it doesn't matter. You can play anything.
and chat, in case you haven't yet voted, please vote. We have a poll here. Who's going to win? Carlsen wins, team draw, या Borotnik wins. So please vote कर दीजिए poll में, so we can see आप किसको support कर रहे हैं. फिलहाल Carlsen leading with 55% heads back.
Absolutely. And but time pe Magnus is having also a sizable lead, almost a minute there. But position wise, I like actually Bortnik's chances. This knight e4 looks interesting. Some c3 later on, some h4 h5 ideas on the cards as well. I really like this for Bortnik, practically speaking, that is. And meanwhile, looks like Arjun has made an inaccuracy against Jordan. Let's take a quick look. By the way, Jordan has also made an inaccuracy. Bishop a3 के बाद एक chance था उसके पास ef6 gf6 knight h4 करके he was much better, but he goes rook a1 and now the game is completely opened up again.
Yeah, and Arjun slightly better because of getting rid of his bad bishop there, Sejman.
Arey, crazy. Rook b6 happens and now he's just an extra pawn up. That means and also Jordan has to go pawn rook takes b6 and after rook b6 ab6 looks quite good. Goes h6.
और ये h3 का रुख भी अजीब लग रहा है ना अभी अकेला.
maybe ये रुक h3 से कुछ b3 पे आएगा at some point. अभी लेकिन अर्जुन को सोचना है नाइट से कैप्चर करें या पॉन से. दोनों के डिफरेंट लाइक आइडियाज है. यू वुड लाइक टू कीप द पॉन ऑन द ए फाइल बिकॉज यू वांट कि ये पूरा ए पॉन a1 के स्क्वायर तक देख रहा है एंड योर बिशप इज डिफेंडिंग दिस. बट इफ यू पुट इट ऑन द बी फाइल देन रुक 8 से आके ए फाइल पे आप एक्टिविटी ले सकते हो. सो डिफिकल्ट डिसीजन.
Yeah, difficult decision indeed. Said, but can we also have a look at Hari versus Dubov? क्योंकि कैमरा है, so we can show Hari bhai to our fans and our good friend Dubov.
Absolutely, there it is. Hari playing against Dubov. Pretty complicated position in the double in an opposite colored bishop endgame. Not necessarily an endgame, but yeah. The b2 pawn is attacked right now, but you cannot play b4 because I'm guessing there's rook takes b4. He goes short castle, and then d5 से bishop को एकदम kick किया. Bishop कहाँ हटेगा यहाँ पे? e2 perhaps, Rakesh?
Yeah, I think so. Bishop, yeah, he plays it, bishop e2. Guys, Arjun and Jordan are in the lead with 5 points, so they are the leaders. So one of them will become our sole leader at the end of this round. Rook a check given. King ऊपर लाओगे या rook पीछे?
Difficult decision for Dubov there, but maybe a slight preference to hurry.
भाई हम
मतलब
भी
ब्लैक
दिखाना
का किंग
चाहते हैं।
ज्यादा अनसेफ
देख
लग
भाई
रहा है भाई।
अर्जुन का बोर्ड ब्लंडर ब्लंडर सूखा रुक ब्लंडर।
वेट व्हाट?
नहीं नहीं भाई गया अर्जुन उठ के।
नहीं, दैट हैज टू
What
बी एन एरर।
was?
एक बार हम फुल
No,
स्क्रीन जा
that
सकते हैं। वेट व्हाट?
yeah, that is गए उठ के भाई। If you show
क्या
chat, रुक
दिस?
F1 check सूखा रुक और मार दिया बिशप
अरे
से।
भाई, दैट मींस जॉर्डन इज नाउ ऑन 6 आउट ऑफ 6 भाई। ये पोजीशन था क्लियरली बेटर था अर्जुन के लिए। फर्स्ट मिस्टेक, सेकंड, एंड देन रुक एफ। पूरा उसका थॉट प्रोसेस ये रुक F1 चेक देने का ही था, बट ही जस्ट मिस्ड के उप्स, he just missed के rook f1 पे bishop takes f1 is hanging and that's going to sting. Let's switch to Botnik versus Magnus to see क्या updates हैं वहाँ पे।
Yeah, let's go full screen here क्योंकि 6 seconds for Alexander, 25 seconds for Maggie.
Oh yes, knight c4 he plays, 8 seconds. Remember chat, उसने a3 पहली चाल चली थी against Magnus.
भाई अगर ये गलती से जीत गया गोटेड हो जाएगा Alexander बोरोट में। भाई यहाँ अज्जू भाई no worries, I think होता है। The best part is he is making a comeback after making such a mistake जैसे हमने रैपिड में देखा। But सहज भाई, are you sticking to your prediction of Maggie here?
नहीं भाई, I think Botnik भाई, Botnik।
ओ मुझे भी
मैंने
लग रहा है।
प्रेडिक्शन ऐसा दिया नहीं था उधर, बट आई थिंक Botnik का ज्यादा चांस है भाई।
मैंने बोटनिक दिया था। Let's see.
I'll say Botnik as well। बहुत अच्छा चांस।
Repetition.
By the way, he has less
Queen
than a second।
H1. What the hell is Queen H1?
भाई क्रेजी बैटरी ऑन द
Magnus,
मतलब कुछ कहीं तो बैटरी है, बट डजंट रियली, इज नॉट सुपर क्लियर कहां पर है। गोज f4 एंड बिशप e4 हुआ बोर्ड पे।
Magnus misses it.
भाई बहुत जल्दी जल्दी मैचेस हो रहे हैं। क्वीन h6, ही इज बैक ऑन द गेम बाय द वे। ही माइट एक्चुअली विन दिस कि व्हाइट ऑफ कोर्स हैज अ मच बेटर बिशप हियर।
Sorry
बोथ
बोला
प्लेयर्स
क्योंकि
प्लेइंग ऑन सेकंड्स। एंड चैट में जो अर्जुन ब्लंडर लिख रहे हैं, यस एक्चुअली अर्जुन डिड ब्लंडर अ फुल रुक सैडली। एंड लुक एट दिस, बोटनिक इज विनिंग। वेल नॉट विनिंग बट लाइक मच
what?
बेटर,
Not winning.
बट मच बेटर भाई।
Dubov is also inspired वहां से।
उसने भी a3 खेला क्या?
नहीं
भाई बहुत जल्दी जल्दी मैचेस चल रहे हैं। we're not really sure what's happening but looks like he's gotten 2 extra pawns but rook straight हो गए but 2 extra pawn हो गए and Magnus just made his,
yeah,
he just said
Magnus
something
doesn't
and
like
now
it, I
it
think.
looks like it's a draw।
Yeah, it's a draw, but
Fortress बन गया
will
भाई।
try. I Nepo वगैरह सब आके देख रहा है। We are shocked to see this. But
I
King को
think
entry
not
नहीं
at
है,
all।
so I think Magnus will hold this comfortably.
या किंग f3 से जाएगा तो e4 पे किंग रोक के बैठा है। किंग यहाँ जाएगा तो किंग a3 अलाउ नहीं करेगा वो, बिकॉज द बिशप इज सिटिंग देयर। तो दिस इज अ फोर्ट्रेस। goes b4, tries to play, yeah, that's a draw। Both players advanced to 5 points out of 6। I think a good result there by Botnik। मतलब a3 खेल के भाई वो पुश कर रहा था। By the way, there was a critical moment in this position। Rook b6 के बाद he was completely winning। उसको knight f7 नहीं मारना चाहिए था। Knight f5 was actually winning for him। Crazy भाई।
Yeah. Alright, chalo, let's have a look at Gukesh's game. I think any live games though before we go there.
Gukesh playing against Artemiev, but वो तो मैच अभी शायद अभी अपडेट नहीं हुआ है भाई। दिख नहीं रहा है कुछ क्या हुआ है
काफी ज्यादा डीजीटी के इश्यूज लग रहे हैं ये गेम ये राउंड में। ब्लिट्ज में होता ही है वैसे।
वो बहुत फास्ट खेलते हैं ना, तो पॉसिबल है। ऑल्सो निहाल के बोर्ड पे भी समझ नहीं आ रहा। दिस इज द करंट पोजीशन, नथिंग हैज बीन अपडेटेड सिंस देन।
करेक्ट। इवन रौनक गुकेश का ड्रॉ हुआ चैट। वी हैव ऑफिशियल कंफर्मेशन। गुकेश ड्रू, हरिकृष्णा ड्रू डुबोव, रौनक का भी ड्रॉ हुआ अगेंस्ट बोयान। सो all of them at 4.5 points, which is a great start as well। 4.5 on 6. Arjun, India का leader at 5 out of 6।
मतलब sad what happened to Arjun, especially with the Drukev one. But chat, I mean, इतने शॉक वाली बात नहीं है. I feel because Blitz में blunder करना is very likely. Yeah? It can happen to anyone. वो एक split second का decision होता है. एक चीज आपने miss कर दी तो it's very much possible to blunder something like this.
Yep.
Any
And Rahul
incentive?
won.
कोई पूछ रहा है भाई, किसी
हाँ,
ने क्वेश्चन पूछा, any incentive to ending up in top 1 or 1 to 4 is the same? So Rakesh bhai, what do you think?
no, there is no incentive. कहीं भी आओ, it doesn't matter. Chat, Pragg also drew with Pranav. So, काफी draws. Pragg and Pranav both go to 4.5 out of 6. Yeah, and there is no incentive. मतलब ऐसा कुछ आपको, you don't even get to pick. It's basically 1 versus 4, 2 versus 3, and they will play a playoff match.
Nihal, people are asking, how did Nihal do?
Draw.
Nihal drew to Safarli, but yeah,
नहीं
game
नहीं
अभी
नहीं,
तक
sorry.
update नहीं आया.
निहाल का update नहीं हुआ. So I'm checking chess results as well. Even that is not updated. भाई पता नहीं, DGT में काफी issues आ रहे हैं आज. भाई कुछ.
By the way, seeing an update from the chat as well, Pranav Anand defeated the former World Blitz champion Alexander Grischuk.
Yeah, yes, he
So
did.
he's
Oh yes,
also on
that's
5 out of 6.
true. Jordan का TPR 3400. Of course, I think he's 100% पे इसके लिए. By the way, कोई एक इसने लिखा था, I don't remember. हाँ, शिवम अग्रवाल बोल रहा है IPL फॉर्मेट होना चाहिए था, and I actually love that. So first और second जो आएंगे ना, they get 2 cracks to play for the trophy. So that would have been really interesting. And उसमें फिर actually incentive होता जो first player है, like to come in the top 2.
Yeah.
Chat,
But
how
okay,
many
वो कल
rounds
का,
today? 13 rounds today.
yeah, वो कल का प्रॉब्लम है. अभी के लिए just let's just enjoy the games.
हाँ,
Lots of
correct,
chess
correct.
yet to be played. 6 ही राउंड हुए हैं अभी, halfway across भी नहीं पहुंचे भाई हम. मतलब
सही
हो
में
गए स्ट्रीम को what, कितना टाइम हो गया? 2.5 घंटे हो गए
4
भाई, अभी
घंटे.
हाफवे भी नहीं है भाई. बहुत चेस बची है. लेट्स जस्ट ट्राई टू एंजॉय एंड सी कि टॉप 4 में आने के चांसेस किसके सबसे ज्यादा हाई हैं.
हम्म. सही में अखिलेश सिंह बोल रहा है अर्जुन ने प्रणव की क्वीन उठाई और वो ही स्टाइल में रुक दे दिया. So see, it happens like one game goes your way, one doesn't. Why no one talks about Arvind? I mean, of course we were talking about him throughout yesterday as well, and he is on 2 and wait, what? Sahaj? Arvind is on 2.5 out of 6. No way.
Oh, that's surprising.
Yeah, that's crushing.
Yeah, he lost his match to a Singaporean
Everyone.
grandmaster, Tin Jingyao. ओ भाई, उसका लाजरवेक लग गया उसको भाई. That's why.
भाई तो क्या हुआ, वो भी खुद अरविंद. एंड हियर वी
Actually नहीं,
हैव
अरविंद को नहीं.
Here we have the standings chat after round 6. Jordan Man for East, 8 point की sole lead. Arjun, Dennis Maknev, and lots of people at 5, including Magnus Carlsen, Uzongshi, Abdusattorov, Esipengo, and Salem Saleh. फिर 4.5 पे बहुत सारे इंडियंस, रौनक, Pragg, Pranav, and of course Gukesh as well. Woo! सहज भाई.
लोग हर्षित
और
के
एक
बारे में पूछ रहे हैं. हर्षित
हार
is on
गया.
3 out of
3
6.
points. Yeah.
So
Arjun is at 50% now. That.
still a pretty good score, I would say, overall for him.
For sure. और I
Let's see
think
क्या होता है.
महिलाओं में उम्मीदोवा
मत देखो
ओमोनोवा
भाई.
has won again. She is in the sole lead भाई.
भाई मत देखो वहां पे, वो वहां पे थोड़ी हालत खराब है अभी इंडियन प्लेयर्स की.
अच्छा नहीं, मैं तो फिर लीडर का भाई. ओ हाँ, but Carissa Yip has lost and Umida is the surprising leader. That's right.
Umida Omonova defeating Carissa Yip with the black pieces. भाई crazy. लागनो को हराया, एलिना डेनेलियन, हम्पेजी को अभी हराया इसने. What is going on? भाई 6 में 6, crazy.
Dream tournament for her. Let's see pairing आई कि नहीं, because only 10 minutes to go. हर आधे घंटे में राउंड होगा चैट. तब तक सहज भाई, डू यू थिंक इट्स टाइम फॉर आवर गिव अवे? कर लेते हैं.
हाँ भाई कर लेते हैं. लेट्स डू इट.
भाई बहुत मुश्किल होगा ना, मतलब ये ऐसे 10 विनर तो देखना.
हाँ वो
We
तो
will
है।
do like two sets of five each, something like this.
ठीक है, या फिर
आप
10
एक
भी कर सकते हैं। विल जस्ट बोथ मॉनिटर द चैट, दैट्स इट। चेस 24 इंडिया तो है।
तो it will be very tough ना मतलब। हाँ चल
चलो
एक ही
ठीक है,
चैट है actually।
एक ही चैट है, मतलब कर सकते हैं। समय भाई भी देख लेंगे मतलब।
हाँ चलेगा। तो चैट क्वेश्चन इज, अर्जुन एरिगेसी के सेलिब्रेशन में थे, आप फटाफट लाइक दबा दो भाई चैट। कैन वी गो टू 750 लाइक्स प्लीज? एंड a membership question for 10 1 diamond memberships coming up. Please be ready and ready type kar do, subscribe kar do all the things that will help us get the cameras and give you amazing commentary by Sahaj bhai, live cameras from all the events and everything. So please support us and ready लिख दो chat में and we will have, I have the question ready Sahaj bhai.
अरे बाप रे, लेट्स गो भाई। बहुत लोगों ने रेडी ऑलरेडी लिख दिया है। वी आर रेडी, लेट्स गो भाई। कैन आई ऑल्सो पार्टेक इन दिस? ये मुझे
I
पता होगा।
think so you can. I think so you can.
ओके लेट्स डू इट।
तो एक सेकंड ना, मेरे को वो ईयर देखना था एक बार। हाँ ओके। तो सॉरी, give me a second chat, I have to confirm just the year. Done it. तो chat 2020, I mean ready सहज भाई, आप भी रेडी हो ना?
या भाई, रेडी।
तो आप पार्टिसिपेट करोगे और प्लीज चैट में भी नजर रखना।
भाई लोगों ने आंसर भी लिखना स्टार्ट कर दिया भाई। 2022 भाई,
भाई
चैट
ये
अभी से
मेरा
हम देख भी नहीं रहे हैं। अभी हम देख भी
ये
नहीं रहे हैं आंसर।
यही तो ट्रिक था ना, मैंने सिर्फ बोला ईयर देखना है, बट क्वेश्चन तो नंबर से रिलेटेड ही नहीं है। ओके क्वेश्चन कमिंग अप चैट। Arjun Erigaisi won the 2021 FIDE, 2021 Tata Steel Chess India event. Which grandmaster did he replace to finish second in the Blitz of 2021 Tata Steel Chess India? कौन से grandmaster को replace किया अर्जुन in 2021 Tata Steel Chess India? किसने विड्रॉ किया अचानक से और अर्जुन को चांस मिल गया वहां पे कोलकाता में? यस, लेट्स सी, आई नो करेक्ट आंसर। गूगल गूगल कर लो भाई, गूगल कर लो,
अभी
चलेगा।
तक आया नहीं क्या आंसर?
ना ना,
um आई थिंक आई नो।
बता दे।
अरविंद।
नहीं।
अरे
ओके
यार।
हर्ष गोयल हैज गॉटन, अरे नहीं फिर तो सब हर्ष का कमेंट कॉपी करेंगे। यस, आंसर इज अदीबान चैट एंड आई थिंक वी हैव 10 आंसर्स ऑलरेडी।
हाँ भाई, असली काम तो अब शुरू होगा हमारा। रुको
चलो
एक
भाई,
सेकंड, आदिवन कहाँ से स्टार्ट हुआ था? रुको।
एक्चुअली लोकेश ने भी लिखा था बस का रन, वी कैन गिव इट टू हिम एज वेल।
देयर
कहाँ
इज
से स्टार्ट करेंगे भाई?
पापा प्लेयर एज वेल।
कि नोट कौन कर रहा है भाई? आप अनाउंस तो कर रहे हो बट ओह मैन व्हाट अ स्ट्रगल।
भाई कोई मॉड्स है चैट में तो भाई हेल्प करो।
हाँ मॉड्स भाई आप लोग बताना यार।
एक तो पता लग गया, पापा प्लेयर, दैट्स द फर्स्ट वन दैट आई कैन सी। देन लोकेश सेड भास्करन,
हाँ हाँ, मैं लिख रहा
सूर्यांश।
हूँ एक्चुअली, बताते जाओ। सूर्यांश, ठीक है, तीन हो गए। मैं लिख रहा हूँ चेस 24 इंडिया से।
सूर्यांश 10-13, एंड देन उसके बाद आया दिस थ्री विनर्स। फोर्थ वन वाज अभिजीत सिंह, 1-3-3-1-1-5।
ओके अभिजीत सिंह, चार हो गए।
देन उसके बाद है हर्ष गोयल।
हर्ष गोयल 8123, ओके, फाइव डन, फाइव मोर चैट, मतलब सॉरी समय भाई और तेज भाई, क्या मेहनत है भाई। हिमांशी
आकाश अग्रवाल।
सोमानी is another one.
आकाश अग्रवाल। मैं आपको पूरा लिस्ट
डबल ए
बना
क्या?
के कॉपी पेस्ट कर दूंगा बाद में। आई सेंड इट टू यू।
नहीं मैं, आई एम ऑलरेडी राइटिंग इट इन चैट।
ओके, देयर इज
तो आई हैव वन,
हिमांशु सोमानी।
डन है।
कितने हो गए? 1 2 3 4 5 6। 7.
7 हो गए, 3 और चाहिए भाई। संगीत
वेदांत
कुमार,
वेदांत कनाजी,
ओके, लास्ट वन 6 हो गया।
वो
संगीत
तो हो
इज
गया
डन,
भाई।
वेदांत कानाजी इज डन, एक और आई थिंक UEC Abhishek Agarwal is the last one according to my calculation.
भाई इतने लोगों ने हिकारू क्यों लिखा भाई?
भाई आ गया ना कमेंट Chess 24 इंडिया से। Congrats to these 10 winners। भाई क्या ही बढ़िया था मतलब ये वाला।
गुड क्वेश्चन भाई, वेरी गुड क्वेश्चन। अर्जुन रिलेटेड भाई। आप जीते हो तो भाई वो क्लेम कैसे करेंगे? बाय
हाँ
द
तो
वे गेम
चैट,
शुरू हो गया भाई।
भाई क्या बात कर, नहीं कैसे भाई 7:30 को
नहीं
है,
नहीं।
कुछ भी बोल रहे हो। 7:30 की है बस। अरे कोई तो प्लेइंग हॉल खाली पड़ा है। बट हाँ चैट, ये 10 लोग जो जीते हैं प्लीज ईमेल टू rakesh@chess.com एंड उस पे आपको आपका जीमेल ओपन करना है ऑन यूट्यूब, like you have to show that you are logged in and tell me your chess.com username as well and we will add your price।
बढ़िया भाई, अमेजिंग अमेजिंग ब्रो। रिकैलकुलेट आई वाज 7 भाई। हमारी साइड पे हमें इतना सब कुछ जो भी दिखता है हम उसके हिसाब से बताते हैं। आपकी साइड से लोगों को क्योंकि वो अब मेरे को, राकेश भाई को और समय भाई को जो दिखता है, इट्स दैट्स हाउ वी कैन डिसाइड। और आपको कैसे पता कि आप 7th हो भाई? लाइक 7th इज सच अ स्पेसिफिक नंबर भाई। लाइक 7th कैसे हो आप? और भाई आप मॉड नहीं हो। काफी सारे
हाँ
मैसेजेस ऐसे थे, काफी सारे मैसेज ऐसे थे जो जो जब आप मॉड होते हो तो आपको दिखाता है कि ये शो करें, इसको हाइड करें। तो वो लोग भी जीते थे बिकॉज उन्होंने सही नाम लिखा था वहां पे। तो मे बी वो नाम आप नहीं देख पा रहे हो। पर प्रखर भाई और भी होंगे।
दैट्स या आई मीन चैट, अगर आप लाइक करते गए और सब्सक्राइब अपने 75,000 मतलब सब्सक्राइबर्स पे तो और इससे भी बड़ा वाला कर सकते हैं। तो चैट प्लीज सब्सक्राइब इफ यू हैवंट एंड अगला गिव अवे करेंगे सहज भाई 750 लाइक्स पे। वी आर एट 623 लाइक्स, सो चैट प्लीज लाइक द स्ट्रीम इफ यू हैवंट येट so we can get more people to see Magnus and Arjun play amazing chess।
एब्सोल्युटली, एब्सोल्युटली अमेजिंग। बाय द वे हॉल थोड़ा खाली है राकेश भाई, गिव अवे भी हो गया। इज इट टाइम टू टेक अ शॉर्ट ब्रेक? व्हाट डू यू थिंक?
Sure, sure. We can. We'll be back in 2 minutes, chat, before the games are back.
Chess is changing, and this is the next big step. Total Chess is a new FIDE-approved World Championship Tour. Created by the team behind Norway Chess, it combines Fast Classic, Rapid, and Blitz into one title. A pilot is set for autumn 2026. In 2027, the inaugural tour begins, and we will crown the first ever FIDE World Combined Champion. 4 events a year, hosted in cities around the world. A clear season structure, a bigger audience, and a stronger presence for the sport. We are partnering with sponsors, investors, host cities, and media partners to build something with long-term global impact. If you're looking for a global platform with real momentum, this is it. Let's talk about how you can be part of it.
At TotalEnergies, we are staying the course of our transition strategy. Working with our partners and drawing on our heritage and technical expertise, we are building a multi-energy company. In Qatar, TotalEnergies produces oil and gas with local partners and contributes to the development of solar-based electricity and research initiatives aligned with the country's evolving energy landscape. TotalEnergies is moving towards energy that is more reliable, more affordable, and more sustainable.
welcome. Round 7 of the World Blitz Championship coming up. Grandmaster Grover G, take us through the amazing, juicy pairings that we have.
Absolutely. Thank you. Bye and welcome everyone once again. We have top board पे भाई no surprise. We have Magnus versus Salem Saleh. उसका वो एकदम set board है वहाँ पे. And then of course Jordan Funforis जो 1 point की lead से खेल रहा है यहाँ पे. Going into round 7, he goes against Abdusattorov Nodirbek with the black pieces. So very juicy round there. I think यहाँ पे Nodirbek को मैं favor करूँगा भाई. And Firuza goes against Rajabov. Arjun goes against Denis Makhnev. By the way, Arjun यही प्लेयर था भाई जिसके who we had to watch out for. Gonna be a very interesting match. And Pranav plays against Bushianzi. And Daniil Dubov ka bhai, he plays against the tallest grandmaster in the world, Alexander Ingic. So bada maza aayega. And one more juicy matchup is Levon Aronian goes against Ronak bhai.
Let's go, bhai. बहुत मजा आएगा. काफी interesting matchups. By the way, chat is asking, Guki कहाँ है? Pragg कहाँ है? So quickly tell you, MVL versus Guki is tasty as well, says right. And Gukesh is playing the guy who beat Sindarov, the Kazakh Iron.
Oh, okay. So Pragg plays against him. So Pragg का match है Aristan Isanzulov से white pieces के साथ, and Gukesh plays against MVL. Gukesh का थोड़ा I think not the most ideal pairing.
हाँ, I mean tough to play, but Gukesh की rating कम है ना इसके लिए.
भाई 4.5 पॉइंट पे आपको फॉर्मर वर्ल्ड ब्लिट्ज चैंपियन लग गया भाई, ये तो गलत है ना.
Exactly, correct. It's tough, and I think Buddy Pranav भी दिखा हाँ पे. He's very close in the running as well. 4.5 point के साथ, and he plays Nepo, the defending champion, the co-defending champion of this event. So not going to be easy there at all. But Tej bhai, I think cameras के हिसाब से Magnus Salem और अर्जुन माखनेव पे ध्यान रखते हैं. Chat, any other suggestions बता दीजिए.
There's also Pranav Anand playing Bushianzi as well. वो भी cameras में होगा. Pranav Anand also having a pretty good event so far. He's on 5 out of 6. His only loss happened against the GOAT of chess, which is Magnus Carlsen. And then he sort of recovered very well by defeating 2-time former World Blitz champion Alexander Grischuk with the white pieces. And he has also defeated former World Rapid champion Volodar Murzin and Richard Rapport. So Pranav Anand is having a event of his life. 2393 की rating के साथ. Of course, that's not his real rating when it comes to Blitz, but yeah, that's another very nice matchup there, Rakesh bhai.
Sure, and bhai, this is why I love अपना Chess20 for India का chat, because they have reminded us, भाई लोग आप miss कर रहे हो 11th board पे. Fabi versus Hari Krishna is also a crazy match.
Bhai, crazy is an understatement here. Of course, Fabi versus Hari पे भी ध्यान मतलब रखना पड़ेगा. By the way, मैगी ऑलरेडी बोर्ड पे आ चुके हैं. सबसे पहले मुझे लगता है मैगी कुछ खेलेगा भाई A3 वगैरह. अब तो बनता है भाई.
हाँ, उसके खिलाफ ही किसी ने खेल दिया तो.
Absolutely. So that is the situation.
हमें भाई सब कैमरा से आपको दिख रहा है क्या? क्योंकि ग्लोबल बोल रही है कुछ डिले है. Because technically games should have started by now.
कुछ मैच का डिले रहेगा I think.
Yeah, games are not started. नहीं आपको कैमरास में कुछ दिख रहा है क्या समय भाई? मतलब देखो Magnus is also yeah, but do you see everyone sitting down और हलचल हो रही है? Okay, now the players seem to be arriving. Arjun and Levon walked in. Magnus opponent के भी पहले आ गया है.
Oh yes, and also Nodirbek versus Jordan. Jordan एकदम 6 out of 6 की लीड में एकदम comfortably बैठे हुए हैं. Crazy, 1 point का advantage. दोनों players board पे. भाई,
Yeah.
Do you think Jordan, when it finishes, you think Jordan top 4 में रहेगा? Question for you.
19 राउंड के बाद.
That kind of answers the question. यहाँ अभी 13 राउंड और बचे हैं भाई.
भाई I was trying to be polite मतलब.
मुझे टॉप 4 भाई 19 राउंड है. Don't forget.
मतलब Chad, what do you think? मतलब do you think Jordan Van Foreest will be there at the end of 19 rounds?
मुश्किल है भाई 19
राउंड. आप
is
कभी
too much.
मैनिफेस्ट मत खरा करो, जब भी आप मैनिफेस्ट करते हो अर्जुन हार जाता है।
भाई कब ऐसे ऐसे मत बोलो भाई, एयर गैम्बिट अर्जुन के लिए भी इतना करा भाई मैनिफेस्ट, ऐसे मत बोलो भाई। नो वेज, वर्ल्ड रैपिड ने भी पूरा मैनिफेस्ट किया था भाई शुरुआत से वो आई रिमेम्बर सेइंग कि हम्पी जी का गोल्ड से ब्रॉन्ज आया तो अर्जुन का भी यहाँ से जब वो 2 राउंड पहले था फिर उसका ब्रॉन्ज आना वुड बी लाइक सॉर्ट ऑफ बैलेंसिंग द ऑड्स, so वो भी मैनिफेस्ट किया था चैट, भूलो मत।
That would no, yes, no, no, no. If he's lucky, yes. Not even top 10, बोल रहे सुधीर भाई. So I think general consensus is even from both of us, we don't think Jordan will qualify for the knockouts. जो top 4 के सामने आएगा. By the way, आज कितने राउंड है आकाश जी? आज है 13 गेम ओपन सेक्शन में और वुमेन सेक्शन में है 10 गेम.
Oh yes, oh yes, but by the way Jordan
And
को
lift
भूलो
off.
मत। Yep, we have lift off. अर्जुन के बोर्ड पे चलते हैं। Immediately he starts with the queen's pawn opening. Queen's gambit declined. Knight c3 खेला, knight f6, knight f3. Bishop e7 आ सकता है, which is QGD. Bishop b4 is Ragozin. What is he gonna choose?
I think Denis Makhnev कजाकिस्तान के probably number 1 GM होंगे ना शायद. और कोई है
कहाँ से?
कजाकिस्तान नंबर 1 होगा डेनिस मखनेव या नहीं?
नहीं, there is Jumabayev भाई, Jumabayev Renat.
Oh yes, yeah. Bishop b4 played. Bishop d2, Arjun unpins the knight.
Bishop d2, Bishop d3 शॉर्ट कासल की तैयारी। ब्लैक ने दोनों h6 और a6 दोनों खेल दिए। You wanted to capture on c4 and play b5, but ये b3 के बाद ये बहुत थोड़ा difficult हो जाता है, because if you take, I can capture back with my pawn and there is no tempo anymore. He goes b6. Bishop
Chat में
b7.
कोई पूछ रहा है वुमेन सेक्शन में कोई चांस? I'll just answer you with one thing that Divya is our best bet and currently वो है 18th position पे. So not really going our Indian women way yet, but still 4 more rounds to play in the women section today. सच भाई बताइए कैसा लग रहा है अर्जुन के चांसेस?
I think really high in that sense. 40 seconds, 50 seconds का advantage after the opening phase is finished, and already I think he's tied for second place and he's looking to win his next match. And yeah, open section में I think ज़्यादा chance है, like objectively speaking. Women section में it looks less likely, but yeah, Divya probably has the best shot so far.
Yeah, yeah. Well, a nice question by Jumpy Cloudy. Your predictions for top 4, सहज भाई, and मैं भी बताऊंगा.
भाई उसने राकेश भाई बोला पहले।
अरे हाँ, बट मैं अच्छा क्वेश्चन था ना, तो मैं चलो मैं पहले बोलता हूँ. मैगी एक है. मैगी के बाद प्रग, नहीं सॉरी अर्जुन 2 हो गए. फिर फिरूजा मेरा तीसरा बेट होगा और चौथा विल बी लाइक अ डार्क हॉर्स, मतलब ऐसा not so well, super well known. So let me go with I don't know, Nordirberg Abdusattorov. So these are my top 4. Ali, Carlsen, Arjun और Abdusattorov. अब बताइए सहज भाई.
I think Magnus Arjun में I'll agree with you. Magnus और Arjun होंगे. Third और fourth, let's say third will be like third और fourth में मतलब top 4 की बात होती है तो दुबोव को मैं एक बोलूंगा. Dubov is going to be there. And then fourth one, कोई इंडियन होना चाहिए भाई.
Of course, I also hope
Pragg.
Indian हो, but
Pragg.
Okay, possible, yeah.
But
बताइए
yeah,
chat आप भी बताइए. Maggie is not predictions. Just give 3 with him. That is true भाई.
मतलब 3 की prediction दे दो.
Correct. Chat is amazing यार. सहज भाई मैग्नस को कभी मैगी ट्राई करवा सकते हैं?
राकेश भाई आप ही ने अभी ट्राई करी मैगी, तो आपको देखा था मैंने अभी खाते हुए. आप ही करो.
ब्रेक पे थे आप. But let's come back to the chess. Bishop b4 played, Queen e7 by Arjun, and why is Arjun winning?
Look, blue arrow c5. Bishop is trapped on b4. c5 के बाद will he find it?
Oh, of course he will. c5. अगर pawn से pawn मारा सहज भाई दिखाइए चैट को. a3 और अटक गया बिशप.
कोई जगह ही नहीं है यहाँ पे. You go pawn takes pawn, I go pawn takes bishop, and that's it. Is he going to find it? He's taking his time.
Pausing. Yeah, can you full screen to see the historic moment where Arjun traps the bishop?
हिस्टोरिक भाई, हिस्टोरिक। डेनिस मार्कनेफ।
ह्यूज।
अर्जुन, अर्जुन उस साइड, दूसरी साइड देखो भाई, क्वीन की साइड पे वो देख तो वहीं रहा है वो।
चलो, हाँ हाँ हाँ,
वही
क्लॉक
देख
पे
रहा है
भी
वो।
देखा। कांट बिलीव इट।
ओ नो, इट डजंट प्ले।
नहीं यार
गोल्डन अपॉर्चुनिटी मिस्ड।
भाई। एंड
साई ऑफ रिलीफ
मखनेव।
फॉर डेनिस मार्कनेफ, बट होता
और
है।
पूरे कजाकिस्तान के लिए।
ओ
भाई इधर
यस,
रिपीट तो
बिशप्स।
नहीं करेगा।
नहीं नहीं, नो चांस भाई, रिपीट कैसे करोगे इधर भाई।
भाई दे यार। अच्छा नहीं,
बिशप,
अर्जुन।
ऑफ कोर्स भाई।
कमेंटेटर्स कर्स गाइस, सॉरी।
भाई ये ना एक बार
गुकेश ये
रिपीट
बोल रहा
करना
है
ना,
भाई तो।
एक बार रिपीट करना ना, मेरे को लगता है जान के करते हैं ताकि देख मैं ड्रॉ कर सकता हूँ, बट मैं करूंगा नहीं। गुकेश
हाँ वो आई
प्लेइंग अगेंस्ट।
थिंक बॉस बोलता है ना कुछ, बॉस मूव, रशियन स्कूल ऑफ चेस।
एब्सोल्युटली,
शो
ये है
who's the
गुकेश का
boss.
गेम बाय द वे। प्लेइंग अगेंस्ट एमवीएल बाय द वे, टाइम में थोड़ा कम बट पोजीशन बढ़िया है गुकेश की।
Yeah, Gukesh has a fantastic position here, chat.
जो आपको लेफ्ट साइड पे दिख रहा है स्क्रीन पे, दैट इज द करंट पोजीशन। वाइट का डबल पॉन्स है, बट ये डी6 के पॉन पे थोड़ा प्रेशर है। आई थिंक गुकेश का सिर्फ टाइम कम है, बस टाइम कम है।
Correct. Why can you also have a look at Pragg, who is winning but in a crazy position?
भाई ये पॉन
क्या?
h6 पे,
हाँ हाँ एग्जैक्टली, क्या रहे हैं वहां?
अरे क्वीन ट्रैप होने वाली है क्या? g3 बिशप h3।
G4
ओ
लग तो
g4
रहा है
ऑल्सो।
भाई। G4 queen G5 check bishop D2 queen trap.
बट क्वीन f4 चेक रहेगा, फिर क्वीन d4 पे जा सकती है प्रोबेबली।
Correct,
g3
correct.
लुकिंग गुड।
So Gukesh holding on, Pragg completely winning. Arjun also should win overall. ऐसा लग रहा है। अच्छा, do you want to quickly jump in Maggie के पास भी एक
भाई
बार,
अर्जुन के
because
बोर्ड
he
पे जाते
is
हैं, ही इज अबाउट टू विन। ही गॉट द बिशप,
चलो
लुक एट
चलो
दिस।
चलो, let's go.
ही प्लेड c5,
15
मैनिफेस्ट हो गया भाई।
seconds. भाई चलो फुल स्क्रीन पे जाता है, because Arjun is going to win in the next minute or so.
एग्जैक्टली, देर से आए बट दुरुस्त आए। बिशप ट्रैप तो हो गया भाई।
सच्ची सच्ची 22 सेकेंड्स, और रिमेंबर 2 ही सेकंड मिलेंगे आज सारे प्लेयर्स को हर चाल के बाद।
एक्जैक्टली, क्वीन f6 अटैकिंग दिस, नाइट e5 जाओ, नाइट f4 पे रुक f3, नाइट को भी ट्रैप करो, ये भी खाएंगे।
नहीं वो चेकमेट वगैरह नहीं होएगा ना कुछ?
ना भाई, नो चेकमेट, रुक f3, नेक्स्ट मूव। चल ही देता हूँ।
या ही गोस फॉर इट।
रुक f3, क्वीन g5 चेक दिया उसने, एंड नाउ रुक g3, क्वीन f5। ठीक है, फ्री का पीस है, बेसिक सूखा पीस।
Please, but how do you win this hedge? Can you also reload, please?
Yeah, there it is, cb6, cb6, knight c6,
Oh,
knight e7 check
97
कर।
check में queen मर रही है.
Exactly,
And
has to
even
defend it.
d5 coming in, opening up the blocked bishop on a1 in the corner.
Oh yes, he plays it
Let's
भाई, manifest।
go.
भाई मैनिफेस्ट तो आप
Yes.
कर रहे हो राकेश भाई।
भाई वो तो समय भाई के लिए किया था अपन ने, but Dennis Maxime about to lose this.
Oh yes, by the way, quick update on other boards. Magnus completely winning against Salem Saleh. Nodirbek having a good position against Jordan. Almost winning there as well. Knight e7, attacking the queen, gives a check, king g2. Knight भी मर गया भाई। Look at this,
Yeah,
king
knight.
g2। भाई knight f4 पे queen takes f4, खत्म।
Exactly. Knight G6 उल्टा। ओ मार दे मार दे मार दे मार दे मार दे
मार
मार
दो
दे
मार दो,
नाइट।
नहीं नहीं नहीं
मार दे
नहीं।
मार दे मार दे मार दे मार, अरे यार, both of them missed it.
अब तो दे दो नाइट जी6 चेक, नाइट जी6 चेक, नाइट f4 मर रहा है भाई। अरे
Exactly भाई, he has missed Knight G6 so many times.
होता है भाई, होता है, ब्लिट्स है।
हाँ वो सिर्फ रुक E4 आके खा लेगा फ्री नाइट।
मर ही जाएगा एट सम पॉइंट वो नाइट। e5 खेला उसने, और रुक c4 लाओ, रुक c7, जीत गया भाई। अब खेल रहा है नाइट जी6 चेक। ओ नाइट ट्रेड हो गया भाई। के रुकी, हाँ रुक
Oh,
c1 पे
knight.
रुक g1 है।
Correct.
देयर
And
इट इज।
Arjun wins. Goes to 6 out of 7. Let's go. अंजू भाई ओपी सेट में फटाफट आ जाते हैं नोडिबेक अब्दुसत्तोरोव की तरफ, because he is defeating the tournament leader.
यस, एंड इसके इसी के साथ टूर्नामेंट एकदम खुल जाएगा, बिकॉज देयर विल बी अ लॉट ऑफ प्लेयर्स ऑन 6 आउट ऑफ 7। बट आई थिंक यॉर्डन का मे बी टाई ब्रेक बेस्ट रहेगा, बट इट्स नॉट सो सिंपल दिस एंड गेम। किंग डी4, ये नाइट को सैक करना होगा मोस्ट लाइकली, एंड इट डज इट. देयर इट इज, किंग जी6 किंग h6 एंड दैट्स विनिंग. एंड देयर इट इज, Nordirbek's Abdusattorov wins
Wow.
against Jordan Van Forest. एंड इसी के साथ साथ टूर्नामेंट की स्टैंडिंग्स एकदम खुल गई भाई. टॉप 4
That's
बोर्ड्स पे
quickly.
चारों के चारों वाइट जीते भाई.
That's amazing. 4 white wins. Let's go to Dubov versus Indich. जहाँ पे crazy position, draw agreed, draw agreed.
फटाफट से ड्रॉ यहाँ पर भी. बाय द वे लेट्स गो टू
गुकेश गेम,
प्रग
गुकेश
वर्सेस.
गेम भाई. नहीं, वो भी खत्म है. वो भी MVL has won there.
हाँ, प्रग ऑल्सो कंप्लीटली विनिंग. प्रग भी जीत गया मोस्ट लाइकली. आई थिंक उसने रिजाइन कर दिया होगा यहाँ पे. बाय द वे लुक एट दिस, बडी डिफीटिंग नेपो.
Let's go, buddy.
लेट्स गो भाई.
बड़ी भाई, बड़ी तू मेरा भाई है. बड़ी नहीं, तू
बडी.
मेरा भाई है. अरे वो एक्चुअली
हाँ
दोहा में ना काफी बेड बग्स है ना.
हाँ हाँ हाँ, वो घटिया घटिया जगह है मतलब. अच्छा नहीं लग रहा होगा उसको बिल्कुल भी.
एग्जैक्टली, इसीलिए.
हम्म. हाँ, देयर वी गो. प्रणव जीत गया भाई. लेट्स गो. प्रणव टेक्स डाउन नेपो विद द ब्लैक पीसेस. आई थिंक ग्रेट शो बाय बडी हियर. And look at this, there is another all Indian match happening between MVL and Gukesh ka ho gaya bhai. I think MVL has defeated Gukesh, so that's a bit of a sad news for us. But then Bharat Subramaniam plays against Nihal Sarin. Let's check that out. What's happening there? Both on 4 out of 6. मतलब draw position hai, but one of them is trying to win.
Ooh, can Nihal get this?
Bishop D3 मार के दिखाओ बस. Dare. Knight takes H3. भाई कुछ क्रेजी करो, जीतो ये. भाई नाइट B4 पॉसिबल था. अभी भी नाइट B4 पॉसिबल है. निहाल के पास चांसेस तो हैं मतलब यहाँ पे जीतने के. मतलब वो ट्राई कर रहा है कुछ.
Of course. और वो ट्रिकी है ना, ऐसा इतना हजारों लाखों गेम खेला ऑनलाइन ब्लिट्स में.
हम्म.
He knows all the tricks in the book.
लास्ट वो कुछ एंड मोमेंट पे कुछ ट्राई करेगा कुछ सैक करने का, टू विन द गेम. और अब 3-4 रेपिटेशन क्लेम भी नहीं कर सकते ब्लिट्स में. दैट्स द प्रॉब्लम.
Very
भाई
tough.
नाइट D4 पे बैठेगा, बता रहा हूँ मैं आपको.
He will sack it. King
हाँ,
D2.
नाइट D4
Oh,
पे आने वाला है
Nihal
भाई.
going for it at the right moment maybe. क्या करें, टाइम गेन कर
नाइट
रहा है
यहाँ,
क्या निहाल?
किंग यहाँ क्यों चला गया? जब वापस लेके आ रहा है बुकिंग को. नहीं नहीं, ये पसंद नहीं था. मे बी टू गेन सम टाइम. नाइट बैक टू D4 भाई. एंड देन नाइट F3 बिशप H3 टाइप ऑफ सैक्रिफाइसेस इनकमिंग. वेट, ड्रॉ कैसे हो
Oh,
गया ये?
draw. Draw, I think agreed या claim हो गया. Not sure.
Okay, so that match ends in a draw. 4.5 out of 7 for both of them. By the way, Jobawa defeated Pranesh with the white pieces. Faustino Oro is still playing this endgame, but ये भी draw ही होगा. And with that, I think majority of the match is finished. By the way, Rook Bishop versus Rook incoming. David Paravian versus Duda. Let's go, bhai. No
Oh,
World
Paravian,
Blitz.
चलो.
No World Blitz Championship is like truly a World Blitz Championship without Rook Bishop versus Rook.
और एक जगह पे रुक वर्सेस नाइट भी चल रहा है. रुक बिशप वर्सेस रुक कहाँ पे दिख रहा है आपको भाई? डेविड परावियन. करेक्ट.
And Duda. ये पॉन मर गया बस C5 पे.
Guys, भाई, do you think he does it to Duda?
डिफिकल्ट. पहले बैक रैंक पे जाने दो किंग को, फिर डिसाइड करते हैं. प्रॉब्लम
Correct.
यहाँ पे ये कि आप क्लेम कैसे करोगे? 50 चालें हो गई हैं. और अगर आपने क्लेम किया तो ओपोनेंट को 2 मिनट आ जाएंगे अगर वो रॉन्ग क्लेम हुआ तो. दैट्स द प्रॉब्लम. बाय द वे, अर्जुन won chat. He did not lose, so he is one of the leaders now. He's tied for the first place.
Yeah. Pragg won, Arjun won. Buddy also beat Nepo. Gukesh sadly lost. This is the update. रौनक भाई का ड्रॉ हुआ.
Yeah, Ronak was
also,
playing
I
against.
think.
No, Ronak lost भाई. Ronak lost to Levon.
Oh, okay. Raunak lost. Sorry. Pranav Anand versus Boo.
Pranav drew.
Checking. Okay. Pranav having a very nice tournament. Pranav Anand and Pranav V. So we have both Pranavs actually doing really well. आज भाई जा रहा है किंग धीरे धीरे पीछे.
हाँ भाई जा रहा है, बट दिस इज द टिपिकल फिल्डर पोजीशन. किंग यहाँ गए तो किंग यहाँ पे D8 पे, D5 पे जाएगा तो F8 पे, एंड देन यू प्ले रूक E7. सो यू हैव टू समहाउ फाइंड अ वे टू ब्रेक दिस इन टाइम प्रेशर. मुश्किल होगा लेकिन डूडा के साथ ही करना. दिस इज द एक्टिव डिफेंस.
Mhm.
Goes rook f7, check, bishop f3. नो भाई, तो एक रैंक नीचे हो गया है तो यहाँ पे स्टैंडिंग्स में उतना फर्क नहीं पड़ रहा है बिकॉज वी स्टिल हैव अराउंड 5 प्लेयर्स ऑन 6 out of 7. There's Jordan, Arjun, Magnus, Lu Shangle and Nodirbek and Firuja as well on 6 out of 7.
Yep.
तो अर्जुन मैगी इनकमिंग भाई, मोस्ट लाइकली.
भाई अर्जुन मैगी में तो मजा आएगा भाई. C6 coming up for fight.
Oh yes. And let's not forget chat कि अगर अर्जुन और मैगी का अभी लगता है तो वेरी गुड चांस कि अर्जुन के वाइट होंगे इवन दो बोथ ऑफ देम प्लेड विद द ब्लैक पीसेस, क्योंकि मैग्नस के डबल वाइट मिले थे उसको पहले. इफ यू गाइस रिमेंबर, Magnus played a double white, I believe, in round 3 or round 4. हाँ, उसको round 4 और 5 में मिले थे against Sindarov and Pranavanand. And because Magnus को double white मिल चुके हैं, उसको double black मिलना अब जरूरी है. So that's a good pairing.
And it's a draw. The rooks are traded between Fabiano and Duda. Sej bhai, फटाफट, if you can show the results of the round. Yes, there we go. Magnus Carlsen beating Salem. Nodirbek Abdusattorov has thrown the tournament wide open by beating the leader. Ali won, Arjun won as well. 2 quick draws on 5.5 players वाले. Dubov also drawing. रौनक साधवानी losing, but overall इंडिया के लिए बहुत ही बढ़िया ground ये सहज भाई.
Absolutely. Pranavanand and Arjun sort of leading the pack. Arjun, of course, now going to be one of the 5 leaders in the event. And yeah, I think this is the match where Arjun plays against Magnus. And by the way, chat, मेरे हिसाब से I think from what I can tell, अर्जुन और मैग्नस का आज के दिन कभी भी लगेगा तो मैग्नस के ब्लैक ही आएंगे, बिकॉज मैग्नस को डबल वाइट 2 बार नहीं मिल सकते. दिस इज लाइक अ रूल इन चेस. उसको बिकॉज मैग्नस को डबल वाइट मिले एक बार, उसको दोबारा डबल वाइट नहीं मिल सकते. ही हैज टू प्ले विद द ब्लैक पीसेस, स्पेशली अगेंस्ट अर्जुन, क्योंकि उनके सेम कलर है.
Correct. And chat also, if you could have the standings for you of after round 7, समय भाई standings है अपने पास बढ़िया. तो तब देख सकते हैं 1 2 3 4 5 6 players on 6 out of 7. Another big bunch on 5.5 as well. But nice to see some Indian flags there. Pranav Anand, Arjun Erigaisi, of course, the leader. Hari Krishna, Gautam Krishna also on 5 points with alongside Pragg, who's on 5.5.
Like Gautam Krishna is just having the tournament of his life, yeah. Well, in this field, 4 wins, 2 draws, 1 loss is just so impressive for the Indian youngster.
True, and आर्या बोल रहे सहज भाई आज ही पता चल गया 19 और 19 तो किसी का होने नहीं वाला, बट आई थिंक सहज भाई वाज सेइंग कि nobody will stay unbeaten in 19 games. So we'll see how that happens. When will the next round start? 8 बजे, 8 p.m. IST, the next game will start. And what happened in the women's section? सहज भाई, let's have a quick look. Results या standings कुछ जो भी है अपने पास समय भाई of the women's section, maybe we can show that to that.
Basically, Divya won her match with the white pieces against Corey Daisy.
Great news. Okay.
यहाँ पर हमें देखने रहा है she's playing on board 16, I believe, with the white pieces, so she'll be back to top 10. But yeah, the tournament leader has lost with the white pieces against Goryachkina, तो वहाँ पर भी full score की possibility नहीं है. There we see Divya, by the way, defeating Corey Daisy. And yeah, I think Indian players के लिए in the women's section maybe not the best start so far.
But Divya is up there. I think joint 3rd position, 5 out of 7 के साथ. Goryachkina is the clear leader. Sej bhai, do you think she will do the double here? मतलब Rapid और Blitz दोनों जीत सकती है क्या?
Possible, भाई. Goryachkina is very very strong. I think I think very much possible. Very much possible. But let's see, अभी तो बहुत round बचे हैं.
Let's see. I think pairings आ ही नहीं है समय में, मतलब शायद भाई देख रहा हूँ मैं. Yeah, pairings are up. Pairings are up. Let's go. And drum roll chat.
ओ भाई, थोड़ा एक अच्छी चीज है और एक खराब चीज है. So अच्छी चीज ये है भाई कि Jordan Fun Forest is playing against Magnus Carlsen with the white pieces and Arjun is going to have white against Ali Reza. तो दैट्स द गुड पार्ट. बट इसमें खराब न्यूज है कि अर्जुन के अब ब्लैक लगेंगे मैग्नस के साथ, बिकॉज अर्जुन को डबल व्हाइट ऑलरेडी इस मैच में मिल गए. अब ही वाज प्लेइंग विद द व्हाइट पीसेस बिफोर एंड ही इज प्लेइंग विद द व्हाइट पीसेस अगेन. मतलब अब
Yeah,
नेक्स्ट
but
आज ही लगेगा आई थिंक मैग्नस से, तो क्योंकि दे आर सो क्लोज टू ईच अदर.
correct.
तो लेकिन अब वो
Ali
ब्लैक से
lag
खेलेंगे.
jayega. But yes, he takes on Ali with the white pieces. Praggnanandhaa 5.5 पॉइंट पे खेल रहे हैं वेस्ली सो के साथ. एंड प्रणव वी अगेंस्ट व्लादिस्लाव आर्टेमियव. प्रणव आनंद अगेंस्ट ओलेक्सांडर बोरोस्नी.
Oh yes, oh yes. Wesley versus Pragg, I think going to be a huge match, and Arjun versus Alireza also going to be a huge match. भाई अर्जुन अलीरेजा पे तो एक पोल बनता है भाई.
Of
Just to
course.
see where the
Let's
chat is at. Arjun versus Alireza chat. Let us know what you think. Who's going to
Gukesh's
win?
point. Hi, रुको नीचे scroll. Gukesh is playing Artyom's Trybook on 4.5.
Yes, yes. But hoping he can make a comeback. And Harshit bhai is on 3 playing again. Oh भाई हर्षित का याकूबोव से लग गया भाई 3 पॉइंट पे वो भी.
ओह, अच्छा मतलब वर्ल्ड रैपिड लीग पे कोई इजी पेयरिंग ही नहीं है.
हाँ, doesn't exist. सहज भाई बट मैग्नस का ऑलरेडी डबल वाइट हो गया. हाउ कैन यू प्ले वाइट अगेंस्ट अर्जुन? क्योंकि मैग्नस का भी डबल वाइट हो गया और अब अर्जुन का भी डबल वाइट हो गया. दैट मीन्स दोनों को ब्लैक खेलना जरूरी है. तो अब इट्स लाइक किसी का भी डबल वाइट नहीं हुआ. तो उस केस में जो हाई रेटेड प्लेयर होता है उसको ऑल्टरनेट कलर्स दिए जाते हैं. तो अभी मैग्नस के ब्लैक है, अर्जुन के व्हाइट है. नेक्स्ट राउंड में इनका लगा तो मैग्नस के व्हाइट होंगे. बट अगर नेक्स्ट वाले मैच में लगा तो फिर मैग्नस के ब्लैक होंगे. बेसिकली दोनों के डबल वाइट हो गए. दैट एसेंशियली अब अर्जुन को डबल ब्लैक भी लगेंगे एट सम पॉइंट.
Yeah, and it's also Divya Deshmukh playing Lee Tenji, so that's also nice pairing वहां पे. फैज भाई, मैग्नस वर्सेस जॉर्डन में क्या लग रहा है?
भाई मैग्नस जीतेगा भाई.
इजी पीजी.
मतलब धोएगा भाई मैग्नस. ब्लैक से है बट मैग्नस जीतेगा भाई. टू स्ट्रॉन्ग. और उसको यॉर्डन का भी वो स्ट्रीक टूट गया ना. स्ट्रीक टूटने के
हाँ
बाद आप
हाँ,
मैग्नस से
करेक्ट.
खेल रहे हो तो लाइक
उससे ही टूटता तो बात अलग थी मतलब.
हाँ वो अलग होता. फिर एटलीस्ट मैग्नस का तो मैच खत्म हो जाता है एक, यू नो. बट भाई टाई ब्रेक सिस्टम चैट इजी है. बुक होल्स यहाँ पे होता है. बुक होल्स इज बेसिकली आप जिन जिन से खेले हो आपके अपोनेंट्स के जो पॉइंट्स होते हैं उनको ऐड किया जाता है एंड दैट्स योर टाई ब्रेक. तो बेसिकली आपके अपोनेंट की परफॉर्मेंस पे मैच होता है. जैसे अगर आपने किसी एक स्ट्रॉन्ग प्लेयर को हराया जो बहुत बढ़िया खेल रहा है तो दैट काउंट्स मोर बिकॉज दे आर हैविंग अ ग्रेट टूर्नामेंट. देन दैट वे योर टाई ब्रेक विल बी द बेस्ट.
आर्य जैन पूछ रहे कि आज टोटल कितने राउंड है? 13 इन द ओपन सेक्शन और 10 इन द वुमेन्स सेक्शन. और राजेंद्र तिवारी जी बोल रहे हैं, यू गाइस आर ट्रू जेंटलमैन, लव योर कमेंट्री, वेरी प्लीजिंग वॉइस. थैंक यू सर.
अरे थैंक यू
वेरी
सो मच.
प्लीजिंग वॉइस.
थैंक यू सो मच राजेंद्र भाई. लव टू सी इट. भाई अगर पसंद है तो डू लाइक एंड सब्सक्राइब चैट.
क्रिस कैसे बोल रहे
75 के
हैं,
करने हैं भाई. इस टूर्नामेंट से पहले
बट
75 के करने हैं भाई. राकेश भाई और मेरी लगी है यहाँ पे मैगी मैगी.
मैगियों की बेट.
Oh, Pragg versus Wesley. Yes, we have already announced that on board 4. Pragg playing with the black pieces. There we see the pairings for the open section. Pragg with the black pieces against Wesley is going to be a very critical match for Pragg, I have to say. And Botnik against Pranav Anand is also, I think, Botnik is like, मतलब classical में he's what 2550 something like this, but Blitz में he's an absolute beast.
Yeah. Do we have lift off, Sahaj Fad?
Not yet. I think players are still
आ गए क्या
rolling in.
प्लेयर्स?
तो पूरा हॉल ही खाली है भाई.
अरे भाई भाई, ये तो फिर टाइम लगेगा फिर. या मुझे लगा, दिख नहीं रहा था ना कि आए भाई, आए आए. फिर वो दरवाजे खुलकर लोग कैसे भाग के अंदर आ रहे हैं.
तो राकेश भाई का अनाउंसमेंट सुन लेना भाई. शुरू करो भाई. लेट्स गो.
चिंतन देसाई बोले, लव यू बोथ भाई, लव यू टू. बढ़िया.
हाउ मेनी विल क्वालिफाई फॉर नॉकआउट्स? 4 लोग. 4 players will qualify the top 4 and that's why आज 13 rounds are. कल 5 होंगे आई बिलीव, 6 होंगे आई थिंक. because after that there will be knockouts. So last year का अगर आपको कुछ controversy याद हो तो chat, तो don't go anywhere for day 2 because कुछ interesting कल भी होगा भाई. One time let's watch it's Gautam versus Rajabov. बिल्कुल भाई, we'll keep an eye on that as well. But वहाँ पे cameras नहीं है भाई, that's the problem. But
टॉप
Gautam
9 ही
Krishna
कैमराज
playing.
है चैट. मतलब शायद आप सब्सक्राइब कर दे 75 के में, then maybe we can afford to pay FIDE for more cameras. But thank you chat. But Sahaj bhai, you are 8 on 8. Best of luck. ये नहीं समझा भाई.
पता नहीं भाई, मतलब कमेंट्री वाइज, बट यस. फैल्कन जी फिर से बोल रहे हैं टेल सहज भाई टू रीड माय कमेंट. भाई तो डेजा वो हो गया भाई, जब भी मैं इनका कमेंट पढ़ता हूँ या तो मेरे को बोलते हैं कमेंट पढ़ने के लिए या फिर आपको बोलते हैं मुझे बोलने के लिए. क्रेजी भाई. But yes, players are settling in. Round 8 incoming. We are halfway through day 1 with the previous match. And let's see why. Who is going to emerge as a leader? So far, we have 6 of them. And after this round, Magnus playing against Jordan, Arjun playing against Alireza, Lu Shangle playing against Nodirbek. Amongst these players, there's going to be one leader, maybe two, going into round 9.
मैं पिकू भाई से पूछ रहा हूँ if he wants to join in, because missing chat is also missing him. So let me check. Honeymoon पे है, but let's see.
Oh yes.
It would also be cool to, if जैसे मैं बुडापेस्ट से कर रहा था सहज भाई, just to show वहाँ का एरिया या लोग क्या चिल कर रहे हैं, कौन आ रहा है जा रहा है, the on ground feel, that would also be nice.
Oh yeah, phone से I mean वो कर सकते हैं, that would be fun.
हाँ actually phone से.
But Blitz में थोड़ा I mean shaky लग रहा है, at least in the women's section to me so far. But yeah, open में
Not
Arjun
the
और Pragg.
ideal starter.
Yeah. Your predictions on candidates भाई मुश्किल है भाई, बट मैंने मतलब टियर बनाई थी इसके, लाइक मेरे लिए एस टियर में लाइक हिकारू और वो रहेगा, हिकारू और फाबी, फिर उसके बाद ए टियर में अनीश और प्रग. दैट्स माय टेक. फिर उसके बाद लाइक जावोखिर आल्सो प्रोबब्ली बिलोंग्स इन द ए टियर एज वेल.
Yeah, bhai,
So
he's
yeah,
playing too good.
yeah,
I mean, he's a very, very strong player in all formats.
yeah, for sure. Back-to-back losses for Harshit. हाँ भाई, but this tournament is brutal in that sense. And also, let's not forget वो 2 losses के बाद also he's playing against Yakuboev Nodirbek, जो World Cup semi-finals में he lost, and he was so close to getting that candidate spot. He lost to his compatriot Javokir Sendarov, and was very sad for him. But yeah, that's a bit of an unfortunate pairing, but wishing the best for him. Let's see if he can make a comeback.
And chat, we are at 74.4K subscribers. Can we go to 74 and like 74.5 thousand subscribers? Please subscribe
75
कर दो
होना
if
चाहिए
you
भाई.
haven't.
75 होना चाहिए. Let's stick to the games though.
74.5 तो हो जाए.
Absolutely. अभी अलीरेजा आ गया बोर्ड पे, बट अर्जुन नहीं आया अभी तक. He's probably deciding. भाई by the way, अर्जुन की first move predictions. Chat आपसे भी, राकेश भाई आपसे भी. I'm thinking D4. What do you think?
पहली चाल D4.
D4?
Thank you,
I think for me
Basil.
as well.
Let's go Sahaj and Rocky. Thank you, Basil. Nice to see you here. Duda left rapid after round 9. Can player do that? Yes, I think if they are sick or if they don't want to play, they can't force them.
Of course. I mean, if you have if you're not feeling well, then you can quit. I mean, a lot of players actually quit after day 1 as well in World Rapid. So it happens.
And yes, chat, good news for all Pragg fans, because Pragg is finally on the top 9 boards. We will have his camera. और दिखाता है सहज भाई थोड़ा, मतलब प्रग के लिए काफी लोग पूछ रहे थे. सो अज्जू, प्रग और प्रणव, ये ऑर्डर रख सकते हैं अपन. ऑफकोर्स मैगी भी है भाई. क्या क्या दिखा है, 5 मिनट का तो गेम होता है.
एग्जैक्टली भाई,
स्टैगर्ड
वही तो
स्टार्ट होना
प्रॉब्लम है।
चाहिए।
अरे पर
हाँ
वेस्ली
लाइक
सो और उसका कैमरा तो दिखाओ, प्रग की शक्ल तो देखे भाई, आज बहुत टाइम हो गया।
करेक्ट करेक्ट।
शक्ल
अंकिल
देखो
भाई
भाई।
आ गए, हैंडशेक्स देयर।
हैंडशेक,
अरे
अच्छा आई
भाई
नहीं है वो।
बोर्ड पे नहीं है यार प्रग, हद है। मतलब प्रग ने
जाएंगे भाई
कौन से
उसके
कलर
बोर्ड
या
पे आज।
शर्ट पहना है या वो ब्लेजर पहना है वो भी नहीं बता आपको। भाई मैग्नस का किसके साथ है पेयर? मैग्नस इज प्लेइंग यॉर्डन वैन फॉर ईस्ट, जो उसका सेकंड था। एंड यस फाइनली वी सॉ प्रग वॉकिंग देयर एंड ही इज
बढ़िया
एट द
भाई,
बोर्ड। लेट्स गो प्रग ओपी भाई। ऑल
लेट्स गो
प्रग
भाई।
फैंस इन द चैट, आपको चाहिए था प्रग, वी हैव डिलीवर्ड प्रग।
एब्सोल्युटली फुल स्क्रीन में वो भी भाई, लेट्स गो, थैंक यू समय भाई, our producers are
Full
doing their,
screen HD, and he shakes hand with Wesley. So
and we'll have lift off
Wesley,
very soon, adjusting his, भाई पहली चाल यहीं देखते हैं यार। प्रग को
हाँ
देखे
चलो
बहुत
प्रग
टाइम
का
हो गया
देखते
भाई,
हैं।
बहुत टाइम हो
सही
गया
है।
प्रग को देखे।
अरे सच में मतलब वेस्ली सो वाज द थर्ड प्लेस विनर ऑफ वर्ल्ड ब्लिट्ज चैंपियनशिप पिछले साल का। सो एक्सट्रीमली स्ट्रांग इन रैपिड एंड ब्लिट्ज।
Yep, we have lift off E4 on
E4,
the board. Sicilian. Okay, knight C6, keeping it
Rosoli,
solid.
Kalash,
No,
not
Sveshnikov, I
Kalash,
think,
yeah, Sveshnikov, not Kalashnikov. बढ़िया भाई
on the
बढ़िया।
board.
Let's go Prague.
A6, B5. So far, very we're still in theory, but just want to see where which player is going to deviate. Takes knight d5. बड़ी old preparation होती है by the way. Chat Bishop G7 still very much in prep. EF5 मारते हैं यहाँ पे, and then this knight goes to C2 and E3. But this is old traditional line. Short castle अब knight E3, Bishop E6, Bishop D3. यहाँ पे वो trap याद है आपको राकेश भाई?
Yes.
यहाँ यहाँ पे एक बड़ा, ये बिशप C2 से ही आता है वो ट्रैप। यू डोंट प्ले 97 हियर बेसिकली। चैट आपको दिखा देता हूँ, 97 में यू हैव नाइट टेक्स E7, क्वीन टेक्स E7 एंड बिशप टेक्स F5, सो वेरी लाइक कॉमन ट्रैप। बिशप F5, नाइट F5, रुक F5 में क्वीन D5 चेक, एंड आई कांट टेल यू हाउ मेनी
Correct.
गेम्स आई हैव वन विद दिस, लाइक सो मेनी।
You dirty dog. मतलब एक ही ट्रिक से कितना जीतेंगे, बट
भाई बहुत
ऑल्सो
जीता हूँ इस पे मैं, बहुत जीता हूँ भाई, बहुत लोग फंसते थे इस पे।
सहज में रही ऑनलाइन प्लेयर्स की 3300 रेटिंग आती है। हाउ रियलिस्टिक इज दैट? आई थिंक इट्स डिफरेंट रेटिंग्स ऑनलाइन वर्सेस ऑफलाइन।
यस,
S4 played by Pragg. सहज में let's jump around. Queen H5 checkmate in one thread. What? Oh, this is
वेट
prep.
भाई, प्रेप है ये,
What?
चेक तो बिशप H7, किंग F8, बिशप F5 करके कुछ है यहाँ पे, बट वेस्ली आई एम नॉट श्योर इफ ही नोज दिस।
भाई उसके 3 मिनट 5 सेकंड थे बिफोर दिस मूव।
हम्म,
Pragg also इतना फास्ट खेला, आई थिंक ही knows his stuff.
yes, but now that he's thinking, queen H7 check actually is a mistake here. Bishop H7 is the right move, and then bishop F5 वापस लाना है, but Pragg इतना confident ही खेल रहा है, makes me think that this is his prep.
Yeah, it is indeed. It is indeed. Yes, guys, giveaway will be at 1,000 likes. Please hit the like button if you haven't. And Karing, we do the giveaways after the games are over always. So now let's focus on the games. Tej, what's happening? Like queen at 7 check. Isn't that a
That's a
free pawn?
bad move king F8 के बाद, because these knights are hanging. Knight को आप move
Aha.
नहीं कर सकते यहाँ पे।
Correct. Correct. Correct.
क्या भाई, 1 मिनट से सोच रहा है वो, goes bishop F5, mistake, rook F5 is winning.
Wha- Wait a second. That's a big look at. Let's go full screen. भाई Pragg का reaction देखो. He can't believe it.
I told you भाई, preparation नहीं है उसकी है। Rook F5 is winning, but knight F5, bishop D5, you are basically an extra piece up. Okay, rook for 2 minor pieces, but वो दो bishops रहेंगे,
Rook for
bishops
two
होंगे।
minors. Pragg can't believe his luck. And I think at this stage of the tournament, a literal gift there, Sahaj.
Oh yes, against Wesley with black pieces, of course, major gift there incoming.
भाई वेस्ली नॉर्मली हारता ही नहीं है, उसके साथ एक ऐसा ब्लंडर मिलना। एंड या Pragg is about to go. No, नहीं भाई, Pragg he just trusts Wesley too much probably.
Why Queen E8 is also, it was the second best move in the position, and he's still winning, like borderline winning. Queen H7 check, King F8, and he's losing one of the knights by force.
I think a disastrous opening for Wesley, but a beautiful choice by our producer to start off with Pragg. भाई मजा ही आ गया, पहला गेम Pragg का, और बढ़िया, बहुत ही सुंदर गेम।
बढ़िया भाई, I think hoping he can, you know, win this match against Wesley. Let's see क्या होता है Queen 8 के बाद. Right now he's thinking. भाई अर्जुन की गेम पे जाते हैं. I think Pragg is very comfortably
Yeah,
better.
yeah. Pragg is done. Pragg तो जीत जाएगा. तो अज्जू भाई, how is he doing?
He's
Ooh, I
also doing
like
amazing.
it, bhai. Yeah, I like it for white.
भाई I really.
Beautiful rook.
Ooh, mistake.
सहज भाई. 10
नहीं आना था.
sit-ups.
छोड़ ही देना था.
सही में जो.
भाई अगर उसने E5 खेल दिया तो सैड हो जाएगा. नहीं खेल रहा वो. Queen F7 mistake.
Let's go. नसीब नहीं तो चैट मतलब केस ले लेती अपनी.
हाँ
आ
Bishop
गए
D6.
चैट. वी आर अर्जुन का ही मैच है भाई. दो भाई दोनों था भाई. बिल्कुल सनशाइन विद चाय जी.
So Rook G8 he plays and now Arjun goes Queen F3. I think good move. And यहाँ पे I think very comfortable advantage. Bishop C5 पे एक बार बैठ गया भाई. ये Bishop एकदम गया और A7 के pawn पे भी solid pressure.
True that.
Arjun taking this one,
Love it.
I think.
That too, beating Ali is like huge, I think.
जो बोल रहा है Blitz boring होती है भाई. आप कैसी बात कर रहे हो यार. Blitz कैसे boring हो सकता है भाई. Blitz से सबसे ज्यादा entertaining होता है. That's what I feel at least. भाई आपका favorite format कौन सा है राकेश भाई. Classical, Rapid या Blitz?
Bullet.
Bullet. Proper chess com answer, huh? Nice.
No,
Nice,
but
nice.
I love to play Blitz, but my results are good in Rapid, to be honest.
No, I
How
like
about you,
Rapid the
friends?
most. खेलने के लिए Rapid, but देखने के लिए Blitz is a lot of fun.
Correct. देखने के लिए Blitz. Chat, what do you think? Blitz, Rapid or Classical? What do you enjoy as a viewer, as a consumer of chess?
Mistake, by the way, by Arjun. Queen F4, Bishop F6, and now Alireza is back. Only move for Arjun to play F3. नहीं तो Rook G4 आ रहा है. He goes for the F pawn, plays it.
Yeah. Golden pawn touched, but for with good reason there.
भाई mate in 1 threatened. Rook F2 खेलना है जरूरी है Arjun. Bishop takes D4 is hanging, but it's fine. We can let it go.
Yeah, he saves it.
Now pawn Bishop takes D4 is possible, but Arjun is more or less back again.
Okay, I think Rapid Blitz काफी आ रहा है. I don't care if Magnus plays. I will watch anything. Fair.
That's fair.
By the way, Jordan Van Forest taking over, and he's about to, maybe beat Magnus.
क्या बात कर रहे हो भाई? क्या बात कर रहे हो? Should
we
we take a
stick
look
with
at this?
this?
Arjun is also taking over भाई.
Correct. एकदम complete winning हो गया तो फिर चलते हैं उधर.
He takes D5 पे Queen F5 मर रहा है chat, and Bishop takes D5 पे of course you take and go Queen F5 and you take the Rook on C8 as well. So that's why you cannot capture this pawn. Very important. Bishop C7 attacking this. D6 provoke कर रहा है but मत push करो. Rook E1 is better. But I think D6 also should be good. Rook
Wait,
E1
what?
best move. Bye.
No way, Sage में bad news incoming that Pragg has drawn his game. भाई completely cheat रहा था Pragg. But good news is Arjun bhai is winning.
But उसने draw accept किया I feel. We'll come back to that.
We'll break it down after all games are over. Chat, let's go full screen to see Arjun Erigaisi polish off Alireza Firouzja.
Queen F7 putting pressure on D5. E5 was possible. He goes Queen D4. Very nice move. E takes D5 पे मेरे पास E6 है. This pawn is going to be the hero. Push.
Yeah.
7th rank पे एकदम utter domination. Alireza having 10
10
seconds.
seconds. Ali Khel. ED5, E6. Let's go. Arjun pushes the pawn. Queen G7.
Yeah, and then this knight को 90 to 94 ले आओ. बढ़िया. Winning.
He needs that when a bishop. Oh, Arjun slides the rook across.
Bishop H4 hanging, but knight D5 भी मर रहा है. So that's some consolation. You can see Wesley in the back watching the games. Knight takes D5. I think Arjun winning this.
Come on, Arjun.
By the way, Jordan and Magnus have drawn their match. Golden opportunity for Arjun. जीतता है तो he will be one of the sole leaders.
Yeah. Oof.
F4 mistake.
Lead with 1 second, Ali.
भाई 1 सेकंड में ही कुछ मतलब तबाही मचा देता है.
3, 2. Hey, Arjun, come on, Alireza with just 4 seconds.
King G6. Rook F8 is winning. Rook F8 was winning. E7 is winning.
Missed it.
अरे
3,
यार
2. Lireza is barely hanging on by a thread, but he has enough counterplay now.
कितना क्रेजी है भाई ये रुकी सिक्स आ रहा है क्या ही गोस
भाई
बिशप
बिशप मर
b4
रहा
भाई
था.
ड्रॉ होगा ये ड्रॉ लग रहा है भाई रुकी सिक्स में भी गो फॉर इट चेक आ रहा है चेक के साथ मर रहा है टेक्स किंग f2 rook f6 and king g7 I think that's a draw yeah I think he's going for a draw repetition rook f7 rook f6
Yeah, this will end in a draw. Arjun tried really hard, but
yeah golden
time to
opportunity था
figure.
अर्जुन के पास but yeah looking like a draw here there it is
Oof, what a
handshakes
game. Yeah, both players smiling. देख रहे भाई कुछ था क्या मतलब मैं जीत रहा था यार. अली बोल रहे नहीं यार कुछ नहीं था शायद कहीं ना कहीं कुछ तो था but nice
by
nice
the
to
way
see this always edge fine.
Rakesh bhai top 7 boards all of them ended in a draw
No way भाई ब्लिट्स है कि क्लासिकल है क्या चल रहा है ये.
सही में भाई 8th बोर्ड भी जो प्रणव का चल रहा है वो भी ड्रॉ है भाई
No way मतलब first player to win is Fabiano Caruana, biggest winner of the round. Dubov won. Sunil has beat Duda. SL on a good streak there. Let's check in with our world champion Guki Bhai, who won against Artyom Strybook.
oh he already won his match yeah so he moves on to 5.5 out of 8 so great show
Yeah.
there by the world champion and then we have Hari playing against Grischuk but this match is not going our way
Yeah, Haril Roof busted against the former world British champion. Gautam Krishna का भी dream run coming to a minor halt as वो हार चुके हैं against Timur Rajabov. Hans Niemann, by the way, losing yet again. Let's go against Arkady Naidish.
Ooh, he already has lost his match by I think probably on time. Rook E1 खेलने के बाद B2 B1 was incoming and he just lost. Yeah, Hans not having the best blitz event. 4.5 out of 8. Tough one there.
Yeah.
And by the way, checking if any other games are remaining. Mitraba Guha is playing against Tin Jing Yao on 3.5 out of 7. Some chances for Mitraba.
Yeah, it looks like Mitrama should be able to get this knight d8 check आके e6 मर जाएगा. Oh, okay.
He wants to go knight e3 and push d5.
Yeah, that's GG's as well. Mitrama will move to 4.5 out of 8 once he converts this.
d5 now, logical. He's taking his time. Rightfully so. Knight f3 से जाके he wants to take this. Nice find there. Okay, doesn't like it क्योंकि king g6 आके बच रहा था ये. Goes back to e3 and I think he has to push d5 now.
And Divya Mishra बोल रहे हैं कि players are exhausted and I kind of agree भाई. अपन भी exhaust हो गए like commentating for so long. Can't imagine कि कितने tired players होंगे.
भाई also like they've played 8 round of blitz and usually जो भी blitz का tournament रहता है ना उसमें 9 round total होते हैं in any open event. By the way, this match going into a draw. But ये 8 round तो अभी खेल ही रहे हैं. उसके पहले उन्होंने 13 round rapid के भी खेले हैं. So of course they will be super exhausted.
And इसके बाद तो I think ये blunders और बढ़ने वाले मुझे लगता है as well. As the day goes on.
Arjun also dropping that rook. I mean,
yeah.
Maybe it's fatigue.
Once this game is over, Saj would love to show chat how Arjun was actually winning. And as well as Pragg का draw कैसे हुआ? I'm curious to know that.
Absolutely. I think this is a draw. Let's start off with Pragg because I'm also very curious what happened there. This was the position and he was better. Bishop f5 was a mistake. Queen e8, check diya, king f8, queen h3, rook f5 he plays. And queen g6 was a slight inaccuracy apparently, but still he has a very good position. Knight d3 aaya, takes, pawn takes, and now queen f5 he had to take. Point is queen f5 में rook f1 खेलते हो chat, तो queen takes f1 check and you win h3. Nice tactic. But it's strange still that after bishop f5 short castle के बाद Wesley ने draw पूछा and Pragg मान गया because knight e7 के बाद still आपके पास एक extra piece है नहीं?
बट E4 नहीं आ रहा है, मतलब वो पिन एंड विन नहीं हो रहा है व्हाइट के लिए। अच्छा
E4
तो
and
भी आपके
queen.
पास एक,
हाँ,
तो भी आपके पास दो पीस।
हाँ, but maybe it's fatigue. Maybe he's trying to conserve his energy.
या उसको लगा वेस्ली तो बचा ही लेगा कुछ टाइम के बाद, सो दैट इज
Yeah.
पॉसिबल। एंड चैट, closing the poll now, ending the poll, as 72% of you thought Arjun was winning, 15% said were right with a draw, 13% with Firo wins. I don't think Firo was ever winning, but where did Arjun miss this win, Sahaj?
So this was the position in the end game. Already some chances Arjun had in the past, but rook e5 first mistake, bishop g5 f4. This was, I think, the main mistake of the game. Golden pawn. Rook e2 खेलना चाहिए था यहाँ पे, and okay, you have this pawn, and I think f4 खेलने के बाद ये bishop का थोड़ा power आ गया इधर. Plus you are also losing the f4 pawn very soon. So this is what Ali Reza capitalized on. He took on d5, took on f4, and then bishop g5 के बाद it's completely fine. By the way, not a mistake. It's the best move in the position for black. But इसके बाद भी एक golden opportunity था. King g6. There was rook f8. The point is rook f8. Bishop takes f8. You move the rook somewhere. Let's say b7 or whatever. Just e7 and you cannot stop this pawn. So it was a great opportunity for Arjun. But last moment पे miss हो गया.
Yeah, just मतलब बहुत close था, but he couldn't like convert it in the end. But with a draw, समय भाई, do we have the standings? Because results क्या ही दिखेंगे सहज में, 9 out of the 10 top balls ended in draws, तो क्या ही results का दिखा के ही मतलब नहीं।
Yes, we have 6 players on 6.5. Basically, सबका ही draw हुआ. And then we'll have another matchup इन्हीं के बीच में. एंड अब मुझे लग रहा है अर्जुन मैग्नस लग सकता है भाई, क्योंकि अब कलर भी एकदम परफेक्ट है, मैग्नस के वाइट होंगे अब. बट या, दैट्स द सिचुएशन.
Yeah,
Pragg sort of fighting it back, 6 points पे. He's almost there. Pranav on 10 spot. Great show there. And SL also at 6 points as well. So doing well overall.
I don't forget Pranav Anand, number 7.
Oh
Too many
yes, of
Indian
course.
flags.
भाई ये दोनों
Love to
प्रणव
see
को ना
that.
साथ में ही बोलना चाहिए, क्योंकि ये हर जगह साथ में ही होते हैं.
हाँ, वो तो है। So 3 Indians in the top 10 और 2 more in the next 10, मतलब 21 में top 5 Indians है। शायद भाई बहुत ही बढ़िया लग रहा है। चैट रिमाइंडर कि आज और आई थिंक 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 5 और गेम्स है। So it's still a long way to go for today as far as action is today. But overall, top 4 will play the knockouts at the end of
Absolutely.
19 round.
Absolutely. And just want to emphasize on Pranav Anand's performance so far. His only loss has been against Magnus Carlsen. He has defeated Grischuk. He has drawn to Botnik, defeated Volodar Murzin, the former world rapid champion, Richard Rapport, Amin Bassem. I mean, so many strong players he has defeated, and his only loss was against Magnus. So I think great show for Pranav. Great day one for Pranav so far. And also in the women's section, we have Divya. But Divya sadly lost her match from what I can see against Lee Ting-ji. तो भाई women's section में तो medal आने का chance बहुत कम है भाई.
सही में मतलब not the best of stats। और like हम्पी जी जो रैपिड में जीती, आई डोंट इवन see her in the top 20 boards। भाई क्या चल रहा है।
Hmm. By the way, Divya had by एक moment पे मैं just जाना चाहूंगा because Divya had a completely winning position. Chat, I just want to show it to you. This was the position where she played G3 here. यहाँ पे Rook F2 by the way was winning for her, completely winning. G3 के लिए वो Queen G3 and now Rook takes C5 was winning for her. But she missed it. She goes Bishop D4 and इसके बाद Knight D3 का option आ गया and then she got to keep her knight basically. So Divya was very
Correct।
close to taking down Lee Ting-ji. Like look at these moves by the way. थोड़ा पहले जाना चाहूंगा यहाँ पे. Look at these nice move. DC5 and look at this. Rook takes D5. What a brilliancy. Queen takes D5 पे there's Knight D3 check. She goes Queen B3, Rook E2. बढ़िया attack. Rook B7, Knight takes H4. भाई क्या attack कर रही थी. But at that final moment she had that win but sadly missed it.
What an amazing game by Divya Deshmukh. But Sahaj bhai, let's get our attention to the pairing. It's Carlsen versus Arjun. Round
Oof,
9.
oof. And it begins. And it begins. भाई हमेशा white, हमेशा अर्जुन को ब्लैक ही क्यों लगता है मैग्नस के साथ यार? रैपिड में भी ब्लैक लगा उसको, यहाँ पर भी ब्लैक लग रहा है उसको। यहाँ पे
भाई
FNH
I
पॉइंट्स नहीं
don't
बचेंगे
know.
भाई।
True, I know. और डिफेंड करना भी उतना ही मुश्किल होगा. But Sahaj bhai, when it rain, it pours. Not just this juicy matchup, another ultra juicy matchup is Dubov versus Pragg. भाई कहाँ देखे अपन? And after
डुबो।
that statement that I didn't even open my laptop, this is the first time Dubov and Pragg are playing
Oh yes, since the World Cup. Since the
since the
World
World
Cup.
Cup. Let's not forget that. Pragg's score is 6 out of 7. He's half a point behind. भाई वो तो Pragg जीत जाता अगर he would have joined the leaders as well. But फिर ये बदले का चांस नहीं मिलता उसको डुबो वाला. So I think
हाँ,
जो होता है अच्छे के लिए होता है.
पर दुबोव के वाइट भी हैं तो वो थोड़ा सॉलिड खेलेगा।
Bro, I'm unbeaten in 76 games, bolta hai Dubov, with the white pieces. So let's see if that will hold true. Chat पूछ रहे हैं, where is Guki? That's a great question. Gukesh is on 5.5, 1 point behind the leaders. Bhai, Sahaj bhai, not so bad. And he's on board 20. So hopefully if Gukesh wins this one, we will have his camera as well from the next game onwards. So
Oh
hopefully
yes,
he
yes.
beats his opponent Bojan Maximovic.
Bojan Maximovic is the player with the black pieces. But let's see by star matchup, of course, there is Arjun Magnus and Pragg Dubov. भाई कहाँ पे नजर रखें? चैट
भाई
आप
आधा
बताओ और
मतलब नहीं.
राकेश भाई आप भी बताओ भाई कहाँ नजर रखें यहाँ
भाई
पे?
of course भाई I don't know यार. One is like of course Carlsen है, but दूसरा ना Pragg Dubov is of course a juicy matchup, but especially after that statement, I didn't even need a laptop to like beat you. ऐसा बोल दिया ना उसने indirectly.
10 मिनट का कुछ तो प्रिपरेशन किया उसने, समथिंग लाइक दैट।
10 मिनट का prep on the phone. So chat will tell us. Okay, let's do a poll of this. नहीं भाई 2 ही मिनट है. Too close. We have to
भाई
show both
चैट
of
में तो
it.
सिर्फ अर्जुन मैग्नस ही चल रहा है भाई, वो मैग्नस के साथ खेल रहा है ना ब्लैक से, तो आई थिंक मे बी इट टेक्स
हाँ,
या।
I think
बट या
so.
प्रग दुबो भी थोड़ा पर्सनल है तो वो भी नजर रखनी पड़ेगी वहां पे भी।
Correct. निहाल का क्या चल रहा है? निहाल is on 5.5 chat. निहाल गुकी 5.5 point. Pragg, SL, प्रणवानंद 6 point. प्रणव V also 6 point. अर्जुन अकेला 6.5 on literally board 1.
अमेजिंग। सो लेट्स सी, अभी तो हॉल एकदम खाली है, प्लेयर्स हैवंट जॉइंड इन येट, बट लेट्स सी भाई क्या होता है। प्रेडिक्शंस भाई, मैग्नस वर्सेस अर्जुन का पोल तो डालो भाई।
Of course,
लाइक
of
वुड
course.
लव टू सी द चैट। लास्ट टाइम भी हमने पोल किया था एंड देन we had a crazy match between these two players. Of course, Arjun holding it down in that FNH pawn position. But this is Blitz, completely different beast here. Rakesh bhai, when is
Nice
the Olympiad
chaos.
schedule next year? Do you have any hints
Uh,
about that? Which team can challenge Team India?
I think it's announced in September. It's just after GCL. I think 2-3 days after GCL. So I don't know. It's कभी GCL 2nd to 11th September कुछ announce है. So it's Olympiad September में होगा. But I don't see anyone by challenging India क्योंकि Russia is also allowed, but उनकी टीम में कोई player ही नहीं बचे. So I don't know. Maybe Uzbekistan is a challenge. US, of course, is always a challenge, but that's why I think India are like heavy favorites there.
I mean, I don't know. I think Uzbekistan is one, US is one, probably China is one.
Oh yes, China, of course.
China is one, yeah. And Turkey, let's
But
not forget Turkey भाई, एडिस गुरेल और अर्दोगमस फोड़ेंगे भाई, वो दोनों तबाही मचाएंगे वहां पे।
उनके बोर्ड 3 बोर्ड 4 बहुत वीक है ना फिर अपने से कंपेयर.
हाँ दैट इज ट्रू। अर्जुन को फिर से बोर्ड 3 पे रख देंगे, वो तो चीट कोड हो गया ना भाई। वो तो, मैं तो सोच ही रहा था लास्ट बार भाई क्या है ये, अर्जुन को बोर्ड 3 पे रख रहे हो तुम। दैट इज इनसेन।
ये तो चीट कोड है सच्ची, मतलब।
अब लिटरली भाई छोड़ेगा ही नहीं किसी को वो स्कैंडिनेवियन खेल के हरा रहा था लोगों को।
सही में, और मतलब गुकेश भी फेडोसियम वगैरह प्लेयर्स को हरा था।
हम्म। दुबोव सेड व्हाट, दुबोव ने आई थिंक प्रग को हराने के बाद एक इंटरव्यू दिया था दैट उसने कुछ प्रिपरेशन नहीं करी थी अगेंस्ट प्रग, एंड उसने सिर्फ 10 मिनट अपने फोन पे चेक किया था कि उसको क्या खेलना है बस। तो दैट्स जस्ट सेइंग के के ही डिडंट रियली प्रिपेयर अगेंस्ट प्रग इन द टाई ब्रेक्स इन द वर्ल्ड कप।
करेक्ट। और शायद भाई मतलब अपन भी मिले थे वहां पे प्राग के साथ, we were playing PT, Dubo के साथ, so we had a couple of dinners, so it's really nice there in Goa at the World Cup.
Oh yes, for sure. And by the way, people are pointing out correct in the chat that Germany is one team we missed. They have
Oh
Vincent.
yes, that's a big one.
Yeah,
Vincent
Vincent.
Matthias, Blue Bomb, Alexander Tonchenko, Swane brothers, काफी strong team है Germany.
Hmm. Classical में for sure, I think they're a team. They're going to be a very
Correct.
difficult team to beat.
Correct.
Why so कौन सा favoritism हो गया फिडे के लिए?
That is true. Like, great point by Amrit Shukla ji, because apparently in the tournament area, Magnus has a separate room to chill in between the games.
भाई ये कहाँ से
I'm
लाते हो
not
आप ये?
Reddit or Twitter.
अरे अच्छा, मुझे लगा कुछ होगा, कोई बंदा होगा आपका ऑन द इनसाइड।
हाँ, टिकू भाई भी है वैसे। टिकू भाई ने
हम्म।
बाय द वे बोला है कि he will join once the women's section is over.
हाँ ओके, ग्रेट, अमेजिंग। ऑलवेज गिविंग हिम फर्स्ट बोर्ड एंड वाइट दिस टाइम। भाई वाइट तो क्योंकि वो ब्लैक से पिछला मैच खेला था इसलिए उसको वाइट दिया, एंड फर्स्ट बोर्ड इसलिए क्योंकि वो नॉर्वेजियन टीवी पे जाता है वो मैच, दैट्स व्हाई।
Hmm.
पर ब्लैक के बाद तो भाई वाइट ही खेलेगा ना वो। अर्जुन के वाइट थे तो उसको ब्लैक मिलेगा, अर्जुन को डबल वाइट मिले। Standing start, I think there's around 6 players on 6.5 out of 8. And
Yep.
yeah, they're and 6 pay, I mean, there's a lot. These are the standings in front of you. A lot of players on 6 points. The 6.5 पे 6 players, they are basically having a match against each other. पहले वाले में when they all had 6 points, they all drew on the first like 7 boards or something like this. So the tournament just continues. Basically, that's it.
हिमांशु भाई, हम टिकू भाई का हनीमून नहीं खराब कर रहे हैं। वो खुद है वहां पे दोहा में फॉर वर्ल्ड रैपिड ब्लिट्ज, तो व्हाट कैन आई डू अगर वो है हनीमून पे एट द चेस इवेंट। मैच शुरू कब होगा भाई? आई डोंट नो भाई। समय भाई, एनी अपडेट्स? हाँ, प्लेयर्स तो आ रहे हैं अभी धीरे धीरे, द हॉल इज गेटिंग फिल्ड।
धीरे नहीं भाई, बहुत सारे लोग आ रहे हैं अब तो बोर्ड पे बैठने के लिए, तो आई थिंक वी विल हैव लिफ्ट ऑफ वेरी वेरी
सही।
सून। ऑलरेडी स्टैंडिंग में प्रणव ऑलरेडी जीत चुका है भाई। कुछ मिस्टेक हुआ उधर, देखो एक बार चेक करो। देखा आपने राकेश भाई?
हाँ हाँ,
प्र-
क्यों भाई? मतलब अंकित सिंह जी बोल रहे, डैम आई सॉ आनंद ऑन 7th प्लेस एंड आई थॉट ऋषि सर खेल रहा है। सो
विशी सर
सेकंड
होंगे
टाइम
ना
इज
वहाँ पे।
एक्चुअली, हाँ बट खेल तो नहीं रहा है।
हम्म। सहज भाई, कैन यू समराइज नेक्स्ट ईयर्स मेजर टूर्नामेंट्स? ओके, पहले तो टाटा स्टील, फिर उसके बाद कैंडिडेट्स इज
इंडिया।
गोना बी अ ह्यूज वन। टाटा स्टील इंडिया, फिर उसके बाद मेन वाला, फिर लाइक लाइक टाटा स्टील मास्टर्स, एंड देन उसके बाद कैंडिडेट्स इज गोना बी अ बिग वन। वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप होगी नेक्स्ट ईयर।
ओलंपियाड है।
ओलंपियाड होगा नेक्स्ट ईयर। These are just मतलब the very very big ones, but there will be, I think the next 6 months is going to be super packed in terms of the chess calendar overall. Prague Masters, of course.
ऑल्सो प्राग मास्टर्स, ग्लोबल चेस लीग साइड में,
Yeah, Global Chess
ग्रैंड
League,
चेस टूर इवेंट्स,
Grand
पूरे
Swiss.
ओवरऑल मोटा मोटी
Yeah, basically that's it. And there we see Pragg and Dubov sitting there on board 4. Dubov with the white pieces, Pragg with the black pieces. They are meeting for the first time since Dubov eliminated Pragg in the World Cup round of 16.
Yeah.
So much tension for these two players. Gonna be a very exciting match.
Can we go full screen there to get their handshake? मतलब editors के लिए अच्छा हो जाएगा reel काटने के लिए. बोर्ड थोड़ा छोटा, हाँ बढ़िया है. क्या ही टेंशन है. But do you think like Pragg would have like minded that or let him affect that segment? वो
वो
जो
comment?
statement है डुबो. हाँ.
I don't know. I feel like it wouldn't affect most players. I mean, it's okay. It's a nice comment, but okay. We have handshakes, by the way. Let's go. E4 played.
I also we just forgot about Magnus and Arjun. Let's go there as well because that's the
Bhai,
number 1 clash.
wait a second. Did he just play H3?
First move पे?
No.
नहीं
E4,
नहीं.
C5, knight F3, E6. He played H3. What is H3? हाँ, H3 पे कौन है भाई?
मैग्नस को ही पता भाई. सही में H3 खेला भाई. क्या ही चल रहा है
ये क्या चाल है? और वो अर्जुन ने भी इतना फास्ट रिस्पॉन्स किया भाई. He knew this. Plays E5. French की पोजीशन पे एकदम ट्रांसपोज होते हुए black has to go knight C6 perhaps. And then D4 के बाद basically this is like French advance.
तो भाई किसी ने चैट में लिखा है अज्जू भाई वर्सेस बैगी मैन, नोडी वर्सेस गुची, प्रगु वर्सेस 10 minute prep. बढ़िया. What a lineup.
क्वीन B6 खेला. बिशप B5 का प्लान होता है यहाँ पे. आई थिंक यू आर ट्रांसपोजिंग इनटू दिस फ्रेंच एडवांस वेरिएशन जहाँ पे व्हाइट का पॉन H2 पे होता है, ब्लैक का पॉन A7 पे होता है. नाउ द क्वेश्चन इज ये किसको फेवर कर रहा है?
Yes, bishop to D3.
Bishop B5 offering a trade. Bishop goes to C2. Now only move for Arjun to play A5. Very difficult. By
Why is
insanely
that
difficult this move.
critical? Going for it.
Wow, he plays A5. Crazy.
I moved so good it made Magnus Carlsen move his posture.
Yeah. And the idea of A5 chat is that after knight A3, I'll put my bishop back to A6 and I'll still not allow you to castle.
Yeah, there you went. Since we were talking about the French defense being Arjun's childhood opening, has it converted from a Sicilian into a French?
Yes, it's French advance by with the H3 and A5. By the way, knight B2 mistake by Magnus. Now pawn takes pawn, knight C6 gives Arjun a pretty big advantage with the black pieces.
Isn't that just a free pawn, my friend?
I mean, you can play knight B3, I guess. He goes knight C6 immediately. अब CD4 मारना बहुत जरूरी है क्योंकि knight C5 नहीं allow कर सकते. Takes it.
Yep.
Bishop C5. Bhai, look at these bishops. Insane.
Oof. दो बिशप दोनों तबाही.
Absolutely. Bhai, look at this. Knight C6 मारने के बाद mate in 2 है. Bishop F2, Queen E3 checkmate.
Oh, no way. भाई सूर्य गांगुली ने ब्लंडर किया था ऐसा वाला चेकमेट क्वीन F2 in some world rapid games. No way
अच्छा.
Carlsen is going to allow that.
By the way, जो लोग कह रहे हैं ड्रॉ, मुझे लगता है पे अर्जुन जीत जाएगा. He has very good chances by more than a minute on the clock. Okay, a minute on the clock.
सही में.
And clearly better position on the board. This is great for
Papa
Arjun.
player who won our membership question earlier is saying I can see Carlsen losing this. He agrees with you, Sahaj.
I 100% agreed. Goes Bishop E3. Mistake. Queen takes B2 is losing.
Come on, Arjun, let's go. And chat, we are at 850 likes. But like button दबा दो. Let's get to 1000 likes for another membership question for you guys.
Absolutely. As Arjun thinks what to take, queen b2 is a free pawn. Knight takes d4 also gives him a pretty good advantage.
He's
What is
going
Arjun
for
going to play?
B2. B2 guys. He's going to play a long move, as it looks like.
Difficult decision. Bishop d4 also works, but okay, it's a bit counterintuitive for my taste. Queen b2.
Played.
Taken. Not really a blunder, chat. I think it's fine. वो update हो जाएगा अभी. Now knight b5 only move for Magnus to defend the c3 pawn. एक king d2 करके भी चाल है, but looks very strange.
Nah, not for a human.
Magnus है ना इसलिए. 40 seconds for Magnus.
Oh wow! And by the way, Pragg and Dubov have drawn an uneventful anticlimactic draw. And Pragg पूछ रहा है 10 minutes का सच्ची प्रयत्न किया था क्या?
अभी तभी हुआ नहीं था ना 10 minute का prep. वो फोन चाहिए था उसको. 10 minutes prep हो नहीं पाया पे. By the way, king d2. Let's switch back to the other board. King d2
No
played.
way!
And Arjun is borderline winning. Defend your queen. It's a bit exposed. Queen b6, the best move here. Does he go for it?
Queen is getting trapped. Go back with your queen, Arjun bhai.
What does he play? What does he play? He's going for the queen.
Yeah,
Queen
he is
b6
going
played.
for it. Ooh.
We'll update again.
It's
Good
not a
move.
blunder, chat. That's a good move.
29 seconds for Magnus.
Yeah, na,
Wait,
sab
Magnus,
beech mein.
isn't Arjun just winning this? Queen d8. Okay, knight b5 attacks the queen, captures the bishop. Bishop takes b5. Really important. Knight d6 allow नहीं करना यहाँ पे.
Yeah, he doesn't.
Just a pawn up. Simply a pawn up, yeah. Some compensation.
Dukha.
Black कभी castle करेगा तो
pawn
कुछ
up.
bishop h7 check आ सकता है. But apart from that, I think it's very comfortable.
The Greek gift is possible. Magnus with 15 seconds.
d4.
Oof. What a move. Knight b4. Chalo, Arjun. Let's
Let's go. Knight d5 incoming. दूसरा knight.
Magnus Carlsen in deep trouble. Sorry बोलते हुए, piece adjust करते हुए.
11 seconds on the clock. He goes queen b6, bishop e4. By the way, guys, do like the stream. Bishop e4 के बाद, what does he play? Short castle.
Gets a rook in. I fटाफट like ठोको. Let's get to 1000 likes before Arjun wins this. Queen b5, easy peasy pawn hangings.
Free pawn. King को भी ऐसे भागने नहीं देना यहाँ पे. That's why queen b5 is important. It blocks the king from becoming safe. Ooh, okay. He wants to castle.
Yeah,
Doesn't allow
Arjun
the
wants
Greek
to
gift.
cast. Yeah, Queen e2 played. Oh, it's a mistake. Arjun now completely winning.
Wow. Rook c8. This is a very comfortable advantage. He's not a pawn up, but
Trade
this
it.
pawn is an outside pawn. Very important.
Goes for your moves ahead.
Takes.
Trade them all.
Ooh,
Take
that
off
was
all
a
the
mistake.
majors.
That was a slight mistake. Knight b5 खेलना था, but okay. What's the problem? Queen
Yeah,
take. Oof. Maggie. Oof. Intuition
looking
on
good.
point.
Queen b5 नहीं कट रहा है.
The queen c7 is incoming. That's why he took the king away from here. Pin नहीं होता यहाँ पे.
Oh,
Knight d2, by the way, only move for Magnus. Goes d5. Blunder.
big mistake. Arjun maar.
Queen takes b5.
12 seconds for Magnus, 20 seconds for Arjun.
Takes. Bhai, let's go. He's winning. He's officially winning. Queen c7. Okay.
Pre-bishop. Wait a second. You want
Queen b8 check है मेरे पास.
Check and take the knight. Got it. Alireza watching over. He can't believe Magnus is completely lost.
Queen d5. Okay, maybe Magnus has some hope here. I don't think it's fully lost. Practically speaking, some chances there.
By the way, Alireza has lost to Nordirbek.
Oh, wow, Nordirbek is one of the leaders now. Dusra match between Jordan and Liu Shangle, most likely going into a draw. So this match decides who plays Nordirbek for the sole lead position. Arjun is completely winning.
Yeah, those pawns on the left side of the board are Arjun just has to push them.
h5 was a mistake. Knight g5 allow कर दिया. यहाँ पे Magnus का chance बहुत ज़्यादा बढ़ गया. He can play e6. Plays it.
And he does. 6 seconds versus 8 seconds.
Now queen has to go back to b5. Queen a2.
Doesn't.
Queen b6 he plays, knight d4. Okay, now queen c6 check is allowed, but a5 mar raha hai.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh,
Wait,
wait,
what?
oh, drama. So Carlsen resigns.
Ooh.
What?
Did you catch that?
Yes.
Did you catch that? What happened? Basically,
Yeah, he
Magnus was
wanted.
going for the queen, and then the queen fell off the board, and then another table banging movement, and Arjun officially defeats Magnus Carlsen.
Oh my God. And also, like, what all happened in that 3 seconds? Magnus ने हल्का सा sorry भी बोला अर्जुन को. Oh my God. भाई
Wow.
साहब, chat, was that fire or not, bhai? Are you not entertained?
Are you not entertained? Wow.
भाई
Queen.
साहब,
If we can have a, just a clip of that
action
moment
replay.
again, we would love to see a
Action
replay
replay,
of that,
bhai.
Samay bhai.
Yeah, okay. Producer Samay bhai is amazing. Give him 1 minute. He's working on that. सहज भाई, मेरे आंखें फटी के फटी रह गई है भाई. क्या था वो? What was that?
Bhai, I mean, Arjun wants a big congratulations to him, but bhai, mil gaya bhai. Table bagging
भाई
2.0 bhai, incoming. Let's go. So, Arjun Erigaisi defeats Magnus Carlsen and advances to the tied first position alongside Nodirbek Abdusattorov, jinka match will happen in just a few minutes. Meanwhile, producer Saab is getting that clip for us just to catch what happened once again. And I think let's check out any other game in the meantime, or should we stay here?
भाई एक सेकंड मेरे को समझ
Tweet
ही
कर
नहीं
दो.
रहा कुछ. नहीं
Tweet
नहीं,
कर दो.
एडिटर को बोल रहा था भाई, क्रेजी मोमेंट, मिलियन व्यूज आ गए भाई, मिलियंस ऑफ व्यूज. व्हाट अ मोमेंट भाई. चैट फटा भाई, आपको इतना बढ़िया मोमेंट देखा, 1000 लाइक्स तो कर दो यार, कम ऑन. समय भाई, 1000 लाइक्स के बाद ही आप क्लिप मतलब रिप्ले प्ले करना. चैट फटा, कम ऑन यार, दैट वाज सो कूल. द टेबल बैंगिंग. टिक्कू इज द टेबल भाई, हद है यार. देश.
Fully agreed. What a cool moment I think it was. And by the way, to those saying Magnus was losing anyway, he wasn't actually, chat. In
No,
fact,
he wasn't.
there was a big possibility that Arjun overpresses here and Magnus ends up winning because this combination of queen and knight is very dangerous in these positions. And because Arjun doesn't have the F pawn, there is no way to defend. Well, of course, objectively speaking, Arjun push करता, but Arjun overpress कर सकता है यहाँ पे, and Arjun हार भी सकता है मैच. और losing कहीं से भी नहीं है Magnus के लिए. So definitely a very sad moment for Magnus there.
Friends, भाई क्या, he wanted to play queen takes a5, where we'll see the action replay from समय भाई. But क्या होगा अगर queen takes a5 के बाद, बताइए चैट को.
My equal position, I think, queen f5 के बाद. You will go something like queen c6 check, white will play f3 or king h2. And okay, you'll play knight f3 and okay. It's basically an equal position क्योंकि e5 का pawn मर रहा है आपका next move में. And at the end of the day, it's okay. It's equal. Like balanced.
Yeah,
Maybe
and
Arjun push करता.
maybe push करता है. Carlsen did the right thing. Player can stop the clock and get the piece, I think, legally. But Carlsen was just generous, I think. But he did the gentleman thing. He resigned. He banged the table. समय भाई 1000 लाइक भी हो गए. Do we have the clip by now? या फिर we can discuss the results?
नहीं भाई, I think.
ठीक है. Sure. Meanwhile,
Don't go
chat,
anywhere. We'll have it in front of you.
Nodirbek has beaten Firuza, so Arjun versus Firuza hoga for the sole lead. And apart from that, good news, guys. Pragg drew Dubov, we saw that. But Gukesh has won. So Gukesh bhi 6.5 pe. Carlsen bhi 6.5 pe. Tej bhai, do you know where I'm going with this? Carlsen white tha, Gukesh black tha.
Oof. भाई टेबल पे रहम करो.
और वही टेबल होगा कार्लसन है तो.
हाँ,
कार्लसन वही टेबल पे खेलता है.
फिक्स बोर्ड है ना.
Exactly.
So
भाई Magnus versus Gukesh is possible भाई.
Oh, crazy.
गौतम का वीडियो आएगा. Magnus dropped the queen.
But in situations में, like, what is the correct way to like go about it, Rakesh? Like when your queen
You
drops, do you have to
can
pick
stop
it
the
up?
clock.
You can stop the
No, you
clock, yeah?
can stop the. I think so, yeah.
You can stop
You
the
can,
clock.
अभी arbiter के पास power है to decide if it's like unsportsmanlike. Like you can't stop the clock just to get more thinking time, for example.
Ah, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. That makes a lot of
भाई
sense.
हो गए yes 1000 likes हो गए. Yes, you are entertained. बढ़िया भाई. Pragg versus Magnus also possible. Yes. Chat, you are absolutely right. भाई समय में वीडियो क्लिप मतलब दिखा दो यार. We have so many things to unbox from that side. भाई.
हाँ. I can't believe that just happened. And Arjun के साथ ही होना था ये. Crazy भाई. So,
सही में यार.
Rakesh bhai, question for you. Do you want to see Magnus versus Pragg या Magnus versus Gukesh?
दोनों चलेगा मतलब लाइन में ऐसा हो सकता है कि अर्जुन से हारा फिर प्रग से फिर गुकेश से ऐसा हो सकता है क्या?
That would be वो तो भाई मतलब ड्रीम हो जाएगा. हमारा पूरा दिन वसूल हो जाएगा भाई.
भाई अपने 1 लाख सब्सक्राइबर हो जाएंगे अगर ऐसा कुछ क्रेजी हो गया. ओ देयर वी हैव इट. देयर वी हैव द क्लिप. Firuza watching. Magnus wants to place the queen and then knight d4. Now he captures the pawn. Queen गिरी. देखो स्टॉप किया, टेबल बैंग किया, फिर अर्जुन को सॉरी बोल के ही शेक्स हिज हैंड. तेज भाई क्वीन उठाया भी, रिस्पेक्ट. रानी डाल दी और ही इज जस्ट अपसेट.
भाई दो टेबल बैंग्स. रीरन. वी आर सीइंग अ रीरन अगेन.
और ये लूप
इसी
पे
को
चला.
लूप पे रखो भाई, बहुत व्यूज आएंगे.
भाई ग्रिशुक का भी रिएक्शन है उधर. ये तो अभी देख रहा हूं मैं पहली बार. कैन वी समय भाई, कैन यू जस्ट पॉज. ग्रिशुक के की ना मतलब फट गई पूरी तरह से. तो he goes. भाई इसमें तो 10 क्लिप बन सकते हैं. क्वीन बी 6.
Wait a second. There it is. That's Grischuk. Oh.
ग्रिशुक की भी फट गई रास्ते में. भाई और अभी अभी सिर्फ मैं अली रजा का रिएक्शन देखो. चैट, लेट्स जस्ट सी अली रजा और अर्जुन. अभी राइट साइड पे ध्यान है मेरा तो. भाई बहुत बढ़िया क्लिप है ये तो. वंस इट फॉल्स तभी अली रजा क्या करता है.
Oh, bhai. No emotion,
नो
bhai. The
रिएक्शन.
prince of chess for a
स्टॉइक.
reason.
हाँ, अली वाज स्टॉइक. ओ भाई.
भाई वायरल तो अभी
साशा
होगा
की
भाई.
गलती है. कैसे?
वो कह रहे लोग कह रहे ये क्लिप वायरल होगा. भाई वायरल हो चुका है ऑलरेडी, हमें पता नहीं है
भाई हो
बस.
चुका है मतलब. भाई व्हाट अ क्रेजी मोमेंट यार.
मजा ही आ गया.
दिस
Oh yes,
वाज
by the way,
ब्यूटीफुल.
yeah, we will have, I think, pairings for the next match very, very soon. And I think most likely Arjun will play Nodirbek with the black pieces because Arjun had double white already, chat. तो अब्दुसतोरव को नहीं, अब्दुसतोरव के डबल व्हाइट डबल ब्लैक लो, तो उसको व्हाइट मिलना जरूरी है. या तो नॉर्दरबैक विल प्ले विद व्हाइट, अर्जुन विल प्ले विद ब्लैक फॉर द सोल लीड पोजीशन. वाओ,
भाई मजा आ गया यार. मोमेंट ऑफ द डे.
बहुत ही क्रेजी मोमेंट था भाई. मजा ही आ गया लिटरली. इससे बेटर क्या हो सकता है. मतलब हम तब से 2.0 टेबल रैंकिंग 2.0 की बात कर रहे थे भाई. और ये हमेशा इंडियंस के साथ होता है भाई. सोचो, पहले गुकेश के साथ फिर अर्जुन के साथ. हमेशा इंडियंस के साथ हो रहा है मैग्नस का.
सही में मतलब अभी देखो दो दो इंडियन के साथ हो गया है. अभी प्रग बचा है.
हाँ, प्रग को थोड़ा अभी लोनली. प्रग के साथ ही कराओ मैच उसका. वहीं पे भी वहीं पे फिर से टेबल बैंक कराएंगे. जो कह रहे हैं मैंने कुछ नहीं देखा. बट या, दैट वाज अ वेरी कूल मोमेंट इंडीड, बट सैड फॉर मैग्नस ओवरऑल. क्योंकि ही वाज फाइटिंग बैक बट क्वीन चली गई. आई थिंक लॉट ऑफ चेस प्लेयर्स प्रॉब्ली डोंट नो दिस रूल कि आप क्लॉक स्टॉप कर सकते हो, क्योंकि डजंट हैपन अ लॉट,
करेक्ट
राइट?
करेक्ट. वेरी मतलब वेरी रेयर. ऑल्सो इफ यू नो यू वांट टू मेक अ न्यू क्वीन बट आपके आजू बाजू क्वीन नहीं है, यू कैन लीगली पॉज द क्लॉक, ask the arbiter for a new queen and then restart the clock.
Ah, okay. That makes sense.
सहज भाई आप सीख लो, मतलब नेक्स्ट ईयर आपको खेलना है ये इवेंट।
हाँ, मैं पूरा रूल बुक पढ़ के जाऊंगा भाई।
और भाई क्या ही गजब मोमेंट है ये।
जस्ट वेटिंग फॉर द अनाउंसमेंट कि अभी प्रग का मैग्नस से मैच होगा तो बहुत मजा आएगा। बाय द वे स्टैंडिंग्स आ चुकी हैं चैट,
बढ़िया।
वी आर ऑलरेडी सीइंग दैट। एंड अर्जुन इज ऑन नंबर 2, हाफ अ पॉइंट का डिफरेंस है बिटवीन हिम एंड अनदर बैक इन टर्म्स ऑफ टाई ब्रेक्स,
हम्म।
बट पेयरिंग्स आर जस्ट अबाउट टू कम। लेट्स सी।
अर्जुन अर्जुन नोडरबैक तो फोर्स्ड ही है, so nothing there. And then Magnus Carlsen drops out of the top 10 for the first time in this Blitz tournament at the World Rapid Blitz. He is on 14th position. Praggnanandhaa on 15th position. क्या उनका आपस में एक मैच होगा? टाइम विल टेल।
प्रग से ही होना चाहिए भाई, होली ट्रिनिटी कंप्लीट हो जाए, गुकेश अर्जुन अब प्रग, बस वही बचा है।
हाँ, हर्षित स्टॉप द क्लॉक टू प्रमोट एंड वाज गिवन अ लॉस, करेक्ट, न्यूयॉर्क में। उसके बाद ही गोपा कुमार सर ने बनाया ये, मतलब, और फीडे ने डिस्कस करके ये रूल ऐड किया। So it has to be a legit or legitimate reason to stop the clock.
हम्म।
That's it. ये केस में कार्लसन को आई थिंक मिल जाता क्योंकि क्वीन उधर पड़ी हुई थी, गिरी हुई थी, मतलब।
लास्ट ईयर जो
हाउ
न्यूयॉर्क
मेनी
में हुआ था उन पे।
राउंड्स? करेक्ट करेक्ट, स्पेस इंडिया पे वो पूरी वीडियो है। हाउ मेनी राउंड्स टुडे? 13 राउंड्स टुडे टोटल, सो 10 11 12 13, 4 more to go.
या वी आर बेसिकली अप्रोचिंग द फाइनल 4 राउंड्स
Mhm.
एंड उसके बाद आई थिंक देयर विल बी another 6 rounds tomorrow and then उसके बाद टाई ब्रेक। भाई ब्लिट्स कितना, like to become the world blitz champion is such a brutal task, I have to say। 19 rounds भाई, उसके बाद 19 राउंड के बाद आपको टाई ब्रेक्स भी खेलने हैं भाई, 4
हाँ,
मैच मिनिमम,
प्लेऑफ्स।
मतलब
करेक्ट,
4 मैच मिनिमम, लाइक प्ले ऑफ्स एग्जैक्टली।
मिनिमम 4 मैच, तो इट्स ब्रूटल। मतलब वो भी उसमें जा सकता है, आर्मेगेडन वगैरह में, सडन डेथ में, सो यू नेवर नो।
हाँ हाँ, वो तो गया था ना लास्ट टाइम।
भाई तरुण आदित्य जी बोल रहे हैं मैग्नस क्वीन भी लाइक, मैं चली देखो प्यार की गली।
कुछ भी, कुछ भी
भाई,
भाई आप कंटेंट आइडियाज दे रहे हो चैट को भाई, अभी एक ब्लो
अरे
अप
क्या
होगा भाई।
बहुत, इट वाज रियली फनी, मतलब।
भाई गिव अवे जो लिख रहा है भाई, गिव, उसने अपनी क्वीन गिव अवे कर दी भाई, उसका पॉइंट चला गया।
भाई
आप
भाई
यहाँ
गिव
पे
अवे
गिव अवे
वाली
बोल
बात,
रहे हो भाई।
भाई क्या ही करोगे, मतलब डायमंड मेंबरशिप को खेलना पड़ेगा, उससे अच्छा इसमें मजा नहीं आ रहा आपको, मतलब। कार्लसन टेबल
और
बैंग
कितना
कर
गिव
रहा
अवे
है।
करो भाई, उसने क्वीन दे दी, पॉइंट भी दे दिया, कंटेंट भी दे दिया उसके साथ साथ।
कैसे आप टेबल बैंग कर सकते हो क्या? आपका बहुत बढ़िया रील बनेगा।
टेबल बैंक क्या?
आप आपका टेबल बैंग कर सकते हो क्या?
अभी
हाँ हाँ,
दिखेगा नहीं ना भाई।
दोनों करेंगे। क्यों?
ठीक है,
अरे
3।
कैमरा हिल जाएगा ना। ठीक है, दोनों
ठीक
करेंगे।
है।
चैट आपके लिए, देखो।
हम्म,
लेट्स गो, टेबल बैंगिंग इनकमिंग इन 3 2 1।
आपका बहुत स्ट्रांग था भाई।
भाई आपने मैग्नस जैसे नहीं किया।
नहीं किया भाई, वो तो लेकिन वो क्वीन नहीं गई ना मेरी।
अच्छा अच्छा, करेक्ट
इसका एक रील बनाएंगे भाई बाद में।
करेक्ट। हाँ, फॉर
चलो भाई।
श्योर। तो मैं बैंग कर रहा हूँ सही में, आपने टैप किया जरा।
अच्छा एक बार और 3
नहीं
2।
नहीं, ठीक है, अभी मैंने काफी बार कर लिया।
दर्द हो रहा है क्या हाथ में?
भाई मैग्नेट के हाथ में कितना दर्द हो रहा होगा सच।
वो तो भाई ट्रू। Crazy. By the way, waiting for the 10th round pairings. By the way, out. They are out. Yep. Abdusattorov plays against Arjun on the top board with 7.5 points, and then Grischuk, the former world blitz champion, goes against Magnus Carlsen on the wo jo fixed board hai. Then we have Indich against Fabi, Rajabov versus
भाई
Vachier-Lagrave.
Ronak versus Firuza and then Gukesh versus Dubov.
अरे भाई 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 भाई.
Just keeps giving us gifts.
By the way, Gukesh versus Magnus बहुत close था. Actually, Gukesh versus Pragg भी बहुत close था.
Yeah. I think, a very big chance of that happening. Chat में कोई लिख रहा है सहज भाई. I think Magnus will now play like God mode after this. Especially वो जैसे आर्टेमियो के साथ हार के बदल गया ना पूरा Magnus. Do you think ऐसा कुछ हो सकता है सहज भाई?
Yeah, for sure. But I think वो उसके लिए एक वो momentum create करना बहुत जरूरी है. Like शुरुआत में. And if you're playing against Grischuk, like difficult to like create that momentum. That's not the best pairing I would say for Magnus yet.
भाई वो ग्रिश्चुक को ही तो डराया था उसने, क्वीन गिरी थी तभी और वही लग गया अभी उसको. उसमें
तो
चार
भाई
पांच अलग अलग एंगल से क्लिप्स बन सकता है.
ऑफ कोर्स भाई वो नॉर्दरबेक वर्सेस अर्जुन तो है ही एक. तो रौनक वर्सेस फिरोजा में प्रेडिक्शंस भाई दैट विल बी अ क्रेजी मैच.
मतलब रौनक इज अ गुड फ्रेंड बट अली रेजा है भाई.
I mean, you never know यार भाई. ब्लिट्स है, कुछ भी पॉसिबल है भाई.
ट्रू.
I mean, फिरोजा भी नॉर्दरबेक से भी तो हारा ना. तो सबको लगता है कि एक्चुअली अली रेजा इज गोइंग टू बीट रौनक क्या विद ब्लैक. आई डोंट नो. आई एम नॉट सो श्योर.
समय भाई स्कोरबोर्ड है क्या? चैट इज आस्किंग और इवन आई वुड लाइक टू सी कि कितना डिफरेंस है ऐसे सभी पॉइंट्स में. Yeah, we'll get the scoreboard soon, chat. Yeah, Magnus can't reach 2900, Manjeet, you're right. And then we have the scoreboard, says bhai. I think no round के बाद we have Arjun and Nodebek leading. काफी लोग, 7 लोग I think, नहीं 8 लोग 7 पॉइंट पे. And then 6.5 पे भी बहुत बड़ी जनता है, including Gukesh, Ronak, Wesley. So शायद इंडिया का फ्लैग गलत है, but Pragg and SL Narayan as well.
And Dubov there as well, Firuza as well. So many strong players.
Magnus भूल ही गए भाई इस सब.
हाँ, Magnus भी है ना भाई.
What a tournament भाई.
Oh, someone is giving us a cool stat कि रौनक ने अली रेजा को last time World Rapid and Blitz में हराया था. Is that true?
Yeah, I believe. Maybe true. Huge if true.
Huge if true. The question is, can he do a repeat? Also, Pragg is playing against SL Narayanan, so that's an all-Indian match. Going to be a very interesting one as well. Yep, looks like Rakesh bhai thoda yahan pe wo time lagega. Shall we take a short break and then come back?
Sure. Yeah, we can maybe take a quick 2-minute break, chat. We'll be back with the live action on the other side. Don't go anywhere.
Chess is changing, and this is the next big step. Total Chess is a new FIDE-approved World Championship Tour. Created by the team behind Norway Chess, it combines Fast Classic, Rapid, and Blitz into one title. A pilot is set for autumn 2026. In 2027, the inaugural tour begins, and we will crown the first ever FIDE World Combined Champion. 4 events a year, hosted in cities around the world. A clear season structure, a bigger audience, and a stronger presence for the sport. We are partnering with sponsors, investors, host cities, and media partners to build something with long-term global impact. If you're looking for a global platform with real momentum, this is it. Let's talk about how you can be part of it.
At Total Energies, we are staying the course of our transition strategy. Working with our partners and drawing on our heritage and technical expertise, we are building a multi-energy company. In Qatar, TotalEnergies produces oil and gas with local partners and contributes to the development of solar-based electricity and research initiatives aligned with the country's evolving energy landscape. TotalEnergies is moving towards energy that is more reliable, more affordable, and more sustainable.
Welcome back, chat. Round 10 of the FIDE Blitz Championship 2025. सहज भाई, क्या ही मजेदार राउंड था where Arjun beat Magnus और वो epicness हुआ.
हाँ भाई, it was a banging round indeed. And अब we are going to see Beck versus Arjun for the sole lead position. And Arjun playing with a double black, I think slightly worrying, but I would say he can make a comeback. He can actually get that sole lead position. And by the way, Arjun, I mean, day one ke, I mean, we are approaching, the end of day one. And ऐसा लग रहा है कि Arjun, has very good chances for a medal here as well.
Yeah, I think first goal hoga to get into the top 4 spot at the end of 19 rounds, but we'll see who gets there in the end. But Saj bhai, I see action is not yet live, so let's quickly check in into another angle of that incident in case you missed it. Samay bhai, can we have that clip, please? यहाँ पे चैट सी कि कार्सन का हाथ कांप रहा है एंड आईडी कार्ड पहना हुआ वो निकल जाता है. प्लीज सी दिस सहज भाई. On the right is the close-up shot of just the hand and left में आप देख सकते हैं आईडी कार्ड मैग्नस के गले में है बट वो निकल जाता है because he presses bang the table.
Ooh.
That was insane. And we go action replay into this. Also, see Magnus. Okay, let him play once. Okay, he has 4 seconds. In that, he does so many things. Now, he plays, he picks up the queens, tries to pause, bangs the clock, apologizes to Arjun. बहुत ही epic moment. So many ideas, angles of clips here. But Sahaj, what a banging performance there by Arjun Erigaisi. Do you think he'll have the sole lead at the end of this round?
I think very good chances, yes. Very good chances. But of course, like Magnus के साथ नॉदरबेक नहीं खेला अभी तक. But so that also gives Arjun एक वो edge मिल जाता है क्योंकि Magnus now is gonna be on God mode. वो Artemiev से हारने के बाद he just didn't stop. And Arjun has played like Firuza, he's played Magnus. Like, I mean, the player-wise, maybe Arjun is doing slightly better for me. And by the way, we do have liftoff E4 played by Nodrbek.
E4, E5, knight F3, knight. The Roy Lopez or the Spanish opening on the board. Chat, today we have a total of 13 rounds, so 4 more games to go. So 3 more after this one.
Oh yes, bishop c5, by the way, sidestepping from mainstream theory. Knight ge7 से निकला, usually knight f6 से निकलता है यहाँ पे. And he goes short castle. And now the game is on. And Arjun thinking for the first time, but I still think he's in prep. Goes bishop a7. Knight g6 now, putting pressure, defending this. And now d6, short castle. And at some point you want to go for some f5 breakthrough.
Magnus Carlsen has played the perfect defense against Grischuk. We'll head there in a bit, Sahaj bhai. I'm also keeping an eye out on Gukesh versus Dubov. वो भी एक featured clash होगा इस round में.
Absolutely. Like, I think Nodrbek is thinking, let's take a very quick look at Gukesh versus Daniil Dubov because Gukesh is right now a bit low on his clock, but position mein he's doing really well.
True. Who is Gukesh facing? Gukesh is playing Daniil Dubov, as you can see on the screen here. And knight d5. What's White's idea here?
Not to trade and bring the knight back to e3 and perhaps go some h5 ideas later on. I'm guessing that's his plan. Plays knight e3, kicks the bishop. c8, wow, nice move. Queen d3, and now f5, very important move for black. Played. Daniil Dubov taking over by the way.
There's your hot take on this match.
I think Dubov like jeet sakta hai match. Like, not to go like more into details, but I think Dubov, at least when it comes to Blitz ratings, like Dubov is a heavy favorite. Yeah, 2800 ki rating hai uski. He's world number 4 on Blitz rating. So yeah, he's also taking over here, has more time on the clock. So bit of a worry for the world champion, but let's see what happens there. There's also another match between Ronak and Firuza, which is happening on board 7. वहाँ पे भी cameras हैं हमारे पास. This is the current match. And look at this, Ronak having like almost a minute advantage over Firuza, bhai.
Bhai. I think me and chat, everyone picked Piro. Only you were saying Ronak has got a chance. I think it's Slav exchange चाहिए क्योंकि only C file open दिख रही है मुझे.
Exactly, and also like nice control over the queen side, and also like Ronak के साथ I've played Blitz with him. मतलब एकदम beast है भाई वो when it comes to this. But of course, let's not count off Firuza. He can take on c6, play bishop d3 or rook c1, taking control of that open c file like you mentioned. Goes rook c1, logical. Ab knight a2 ka plan looks good for Ronak. And Rakesh bhai, as this game progresses, Arjun has taken over against Nodirbek. He is much better with the black pieces.
Hey, that's a big advantage. Queen b3, blue arrow आ रहा है, played by Nodirbek, But Arjun looks like he's in complete control here, Sahaj bhai.
भाई on the board and clock भी देखो भाई 1.5 मिनट का advantage. Nordirbeck in trouble, big trouble.
Right. Rook e1. And the main reason is, are those two bishops that Arjun is better?
Yes, and also this pawn on e5 is a bit overextended. ये कभी problem बन सकता है later on. Right now, bishop e6, nice move. Kick the queen. Queen a4, by the way, mistake. Big mistake. h6. Golden opportunity for Arjun to take advantage. Almost winning.
Wow. And he goes for it, Saj. That's fantastic news. Arjun Erigaisi is on the verge of another important win in the World Blitz Championship, but we have to, Saj bhai, go to the top board. Alexander Grischuk completely winning against Magnus Carlsen. भाई
अरे
क्या
अरे अरे
चल
अरे.
क्या रहा है?
Okay, not completely winning, better for sure, but he has to make some only moves. Knight b6, by the way, is the move that he keeps the advantage. And by the way, Ronak completely winning against Firuza bhai.
भाई let's go रौनक भाई ओपी.
अच्छा नहीं, ये कुछ डीजीटी एरर है भाई. रुक
अरे
c2, अच्छा रुक c6 भाई, ये
Wait,
तो डीजीटी के
wait,
उससे फंस गया भाई मैं. Not winning chat. Rook c6, queen
trolled
c6,
you.
but better for sure. But
हाँ
okay.
मतलब I think draw कर लेंगे ये लोग.
हाँ. Okay, moving to Arjun's board, he is much better. Double bishop versus double knight का advantage between Arjun and Nordirbeck. Golden opportunity. d3 is winning for him, Rakesh bhai.
क्योंकि बिशप का दरवाजा खोल रहे हो. बिशप f2 चेक थ्रेटन. खोल दो. कम ऑन अर्जुन.
Difficult move. Oof.
यार
By the way, g3 पे rook h4 is winning. Oh, but he goes knight f3. भाई 1 मिनट का advantage अभी भी है. Oh no, now queen a6 is better for Nordirbeck.
and he
Oh.
misses it.
Mrs. takes on c6 and now Arjun just has to go bishop c6 and take the exchange. But this is not easy because light squares में Arjun is really weak. Look at the g6 square, f7 square. It's सारे
Correct.
pawns dark squares पे fixed हैं. So you really don't want to give up this bishop, but he has to.
I think comeback कर चुका है Nordirbeck. Abdusattorov. Rookie still hanging on there against Daniil Dubov.
Let me know when to switch, bhai, to Guki.
हाँ मैं देख रहा हूँ सारे. अब टेंशन. By
Okay,
the way,
okay.
big news. The tallest GM of the world, Alexander Indich, is beating Fabiano Caruana on board 3.
Oh, insane. That is great
Why
news, by
Arjun
the
is
way.
better. Arjun is better now.
कि e6 के pawn मर गया तो we are happy. By the way, chat,
Rook
knight
f6
f7 पे
and
rook f7.
yeah, 15 seconds for Nordirbeck. चलो भाई चलो.
ये सोचेगा अभी,
Let's
कुछ ना
go.
सोच. Knight df3 played. d3 is winning now for Arjun. Rook takes e6 is a mistake. Knight g6 check है मेरे पास. Be careful. d3
This is
played.
huge. Queen a6. हाँ ये तो
भाई
GG's लग रहा है.
बिल्कुल भाई. Bishop takes f2 apparently is winning for some reason. I don't even know what that reason is, but yeah, d2 he plays. Best move in the position. Knight d2 पे bishop f2 is hanging.
5 seconds.
Plays rook f1. Bishop f2 still is working. Oh, I don't even know how this is
Insane
working.
भाई. Insane. क्या? अच्छा वो d1 queen का tactic है. Ronak has finished his game. I'll update you on the result. Let's stay here.
Ronak
Ronak
drew.
has drawn. Yeah.
Bhai, he takes bishop f2.
Insane
Arjun.
भाई. Arjun Erigaisi queen से king को बाहर lure करते हुए.
Bhai, Arjun is my goat for this. Bishop takes f2. Beautiful move, bhai. To spot that
What a
in seconds.
find. Captures the knight. He is completely winning now, chat. d2 का pawn, queen e1 खेलेंगे.
Oh yes, queen h5 check is the move. Any other move, like this is very comfortably winning. He goes for the queen. Queen h5 check is the move.
15 seconds there.
Played. Check again. Bhai जीत गया. Rook e3 check is coming, so he cannot put the king back to h3.
3
He's
seconds
losing.
for Nordirbeck.
1 second पे चला वो.
And Arjun wins. Arjun Erigaisi is the sole leader of the FIDE World Blitz Championship. 10 games के बाद Arjun has 8.5. What an amazing player, Sahaj.
Arey, bhai. Arjun is my goat for that bishop takes f2 check. What a difficult move it was. And he's analyzing, bhai. And while he does that,
That's
let's
right.
go to the other board because Maggie is
Yeah.
trying to defend this endgame against Alexander Grischuk.
Can we quickly go to Gukesh? फिर मैगी का गेम लंबा चलेगा.
Oh, Gukesh is playing against. Oh, bhai.
Wait.
What?
Gukesh lost on time.
भाई
Gukesh का
मेट हो
checkmate
गया.
हो गया.
भाई मेट
Checkmate.
हो गया.
Let's go quickly to Maggie then. Big win for Dubov over Gukesh. चैट क्या लगता है? मैग्नस विन ड्रॉ या लॉस फटाफट स्पैम कर दो. विन ड्रॉ या लॉस. विन तो मुश्किल ही है. Come
King d6.
on, let's. Alexander Grischuk, former World Blitz champion भाई. 4 बार World Blitz जीत चुका है ये आदमी. He is creating huge trouble for Magnus Carlsen, Sej भाई.
He's trying to create some imbalances on the king side by taking on h5, maybe pushing g5. Magnus says, no, take your king back. King e6. By the way, 3,000 people liking. Chat, do like the stream and subscribe so that more people can watch. Bishop c6 he plays. Bishop b6. Repetition? Tablash?
Nope. Decline.
No. Grischuk says, no, I will continue. But where is the win? He has to take his rook away from b8 at some point if he wants to play for a win.
Yeah, Fabi on the left, Ali on the right, both watching Grischuk and Magnus play this out. Looking like very, very tough for Magnus Carlsen. But where is the win for Alexander Grischuk?
He has to move the rook at some point, like rook b2, rook d2. At some point, he has to move the rook because this is not working. Oh, he goes f4. Okay. Bishop b6, king f5, takes, I'm guessing. Okay, now this is a draw.
I think
Yeah.
Magnus has enough. Ajju bhai bhi dekh rahe bhai kaun lagega mujhe next, and it looks like it will be Fabiano Caruana who beat Alexander Indich.
Insane. So Indich was completely winning and then he probably had
And
mouse
draw
slip, yeah?
agreed there. Very nice defense by Magnus Carlsen in the end. Grischuk was pressing, but well done by Carlsen. But jiska matlab hai, Sahej bhai, Arjun is 1.5 points ahead of Magnus.
Arey.
That's a big statement.
Absolutely. And by the way, Arjun playing amazingly. He's half a point ahead of the rest of the field. There is only MVL and Fabiano Caruana who are behind him, and then 8 point ka lead amongst everybody else. However, there is a bit of a sad news for the Pragg fans because he lost his match against SL Narayanan with the white pieces. But hoping he can make a comeback. For now, SL in top 10 position.
Let's go. Good for SL. Hard luck to all Pragg fans there. But भाई अर्जुन के fans तो आज party कर रहे. New Year के 2 दिन पहले से party is on because he is on 8.5 out of 10. MVL and Caruana both on 8 out of 10. So one of them will be playing Arjun. उसके बाद we have a bunch of people on 7.5. Magnus Carlsen still not there. भाई गौतम कृष्णा भी ऊपर है Magnus Carlsen से.
Wow. Gautam Krishna defeated Dominguez and I believe Robbie Kevlishvili back to back to score 7 points. But yes, he's having an insane performance in both in the rapid section and in the blitz section. What a player.
Insane. भाई लोग बोल रहे stop the count or stop the tournament here. I would take it actually. मतलब भाई रौनक भाई also on 7. Wesley और Aronian के बीच में sandwich थे वहां पे. So looking like a very, very good day for Indians apart from Pragg and Gukesh. Some new surprises and faces as well. Sage, I did not expect that midway of the tournament, we'll see these players on these rankings.
Oh yeah, for sure. But Arjun, of course, on top is no surprise. But he is the best blitz player from India. I think he's proving it right now.
True. Absolutely. As we see, bhai, cameraman is trying ki kahan pe koi game ho raha hai, so I can show that to you guys. Yeah, I think Pune mein wahan pe kuch chal raha hai.
There is one game remaining, I believe. Oh, no, actually, all the games are finished. Maybe in the women's section there is a game happening. Just gonna take a quick look. No, actually, both games are finished. There is one game remaining in Corey Daisy versus Tohir Yonova in the women's section. That's what
Okay.
they're looking at. This is the game, chat.
I got no good news from the women's section even now because Divya has lost. Uh, not looking good. Padmini also lost to Katrina Lano. So, bhai, women's section में the medal chances very slim.
Oh yeah. By the way, was that a checkmate? Did you just see that? Look at this. White was completely winning, bhai. And then she
क्या था ये?
played b7 and rook e1 checkmate.
No
That is
way, bhai.
that is so sad, bhai. That is so sad.
That is brutal. And I think one game also going on in the open section. Let's check it out, Sej bhai. कुछ है क्या मतलब?
नहीं है भाई,
हाँ,
कोई गेम नहीं है.
Trallis versus Mitraba Guha. I can see it.
मित्रभा?
अनीश गिरी दिख रहा है ना, वो अनीश गिरी है भाई जो उठेगा अभी.
Okay, I see it now.
Yeah,
Looks
can we
like
see
the
अनीश गिरी's game? काफी भीड़ थी. अनीश वर्सेस याइस खान. सहज भाई.
वो ड्रॉ हो गया भाई. That game has already
Okay.
finished.
हाँ, वो अपने को डिले वाला था ना इसके लिए.
Hmm.
But insane round भाई, insane. Arjun Erigaisi Express marches on. And he will most likely face, I think, Fabi or MVL, one of these two.
I think Fabi, yeah, because Fabi is the higher rated player amongst the two of them.
Correct,
MVL,
yeah.
Fabi is 2751, MVL is 2745. So Fabi ही लगेगा. But this time Arjun is going to be white.
भाई और वो एक गेम जो हारा जॉर्डन से वो भी जीत ही रहा था अर्जुन.
भाई परफॉर्मेंस तो यार उसकी मतलब रैपिड में भी इट वाज वेरी अनफॉर्चुनेट है. आर्टेमिव को बिल्कुल मतलब +4 +5 कुछ ऐसा पोजीशन था एंड ही आल्सो वाज सो मच अप ऑन द क्लॉक. दैट वाज आल्सो अनफॉर्चुनेट, या. बट परफॉर्मेंस वाइज ही इज बीन सुपर कंसिस्टेंट इन बोथ रैपिड एंड ब्लिट्स, आई हैव टू से.
या मतलब भाई वो उसका जीसीएल का एंड ही इतना बढ़िया हुआ वेर ही बीट विंसेंट टाइमर 3 times
भाई
in a day, like in a professional event. So that was really good.
मतलब I think he lost the last match in Blitz against Vincent, but yeah, 3 matches back to back defeating the world number 4 player is definitely a statement there.
Yeah, for sure. And Yahis Khan bhai abhi bhi बैठे हुए हैं. You can't believe the result, maybe for some reason. But do we have the pairing, Sahaj bhai?
Not yet. And
No,
Falcon ji
not
पूछ
yet.
रहे हैं, Arjun being ahead of Magnus by 1.5 points is a big statement. How? I mean, how does that prove anything? I mean, I think it's because Magnus generally इतना पीछे किसी भी player के होता नहीं है. So it's a big moment in that sense for anyone, I think, especially in World Rapid and Blitz. Usually it doesn't happen. I guess
Good night,
that's
yes,
the.
bhai. But please tell me why is there Pragg Masters but no Ajju Masters? Hi, kya By the way, Rahul not red, but Dubov mated Gukesh on the board. Saj bhai, can we have that?
Yeah, we saw this, bhai. Remember Queen H3 checkmate?
Yeah, but it was too much chaos. One move back, piche aa jao. Like,
So it was like this: King H5.
okay, Gukesh was trying to checkmate, okay.
King G4, check, King H5, Rook G1 and Queen H3 mate.
Okay.
बेसिकली गुकेश ने वो लास्ट मिनट का वो ट्रिक लगाया था, बिशप G1 मारोगे ना तो क्वीन G5 इज चेकमेट. लास्ट मिनट का वो टैक्टिक लगाया था गुकेश ने इधर, बट ओके ही डिडंट फॉल फॉर इट. ही गोस क्वीन H3 देन ओके आई थिंक Dubov हैज won.
He lost 10 yellow from this, yeah. Possible. Why is my camera जब मैं हाँ भाई मैं ऐसा कैमरा है. Saj, my question for you from Manoj Kumar ji. How do players prepare in these events with so many games in a day and the opponent is not known till the last moment? Great question.
Firstly, I think it's very important to get a good night's sleep and to be fresh for the match. And secondly, when we're talking about preparing for one specific event, I think in Blitz, it's very different. You don't prepare for a specific opponent, you prepare for yourself. तो मतलब मैं एक नई लाइन सीख, I mean you can try out some new openings, you can sort of study them in a much deeper way. जैसे for example Gautam Krishna, how he was playing b6 and b3 in rapid section on day one. Like clearly he had looked at this, at home, तो इट डिडंट मैटर वो किससे खेल रहा है, वो किस हर एक के साथ वो सेम ही चीज खेलेगा बिकॉज इज कंफर्टेबल इन दैट. So basically that's how you prepare. अब of course आप man to man आप मतलब प्रिपरेशन नहीं कर सकते यहाँ पे because it's not classical. You just don't have enough time. Sahej bhai, I think this tournament for Arjun is like Sinkerfield for Fabiano Caruana. नहीं भाई, नहीं भाई. That's not even close भाई. वो classical था भाई. That's no. मतलब completely different ballpark.
Chat 2000 लोग watching. Can we get to 74.5k subscribers, please? We need 34 more subscribers, so हो जाएगा 75k. फटाफट प्लीज लाइक द स्ट्रीम एंड सब्सक्राइब कर दो यार. बढ़िया मोमेंट. मैग्नस टेबल बैंकिंग आपको दिखा रहा है भाई, मतलब हिंदी में. कोई और दिखा रहा है आपको कैमरा के साथ? प्लीज वी लाइक, आई थिंक वी डिजर्व दिस. इफ यू थिंक यू हैड फन टुडे एंड विथ रिप्ले, समय भाई ओपी, समय भाई के साथ, मतलब नॉट समय रायना.
समय भाई तो
समय
मतलब रेडी थे भाई
प्रोड्यूसर भी
दिखाने के
कुछ
लिए.
कम है क्या? अमेजिंग क्विक रिप्ले, 6-7 बारी, एक तो अलग एंगल से भी दिखाया. So please do that to show him your love.
भाई वही 5 मिनट के अंदर द क्लिप वाज रेडी. आई मीन समय भाई ओपी इन दैट सेंस. क्रेजी.
Exactly, bhai. It saddens me that Arjun is not in candidates. सही में भाई. I like 100% agree to that.
फॉर श्योर. एंड फैल्कन भाई, आई मीन इतना सीरियस कोई स्टेटमेंट नहीं था वो. आप थोड़ा रिलैक्स करिए. इट इज फाइन. मतलब बट या 1.5 points ahead of the goat of chess is, I think, pretty impressive for anyone. कोई ये नहीं बोल रहा है कि अर्जुन इज अ बेटर ब्लिट्ज प्लेयर और नॉट. इन दैट सेंस वो चेस खुद ही बोलता है वो. By the way, we do have standings.
Hmm?
There it is.
Arjun leading with 8.5.
Then MVL and Fabi right behind. I think Fabi versus Arjun hoga. Fabi with the black pieces. And yeah, lots of players on 7.5 points. I still wouldn't count out Daniil Dubov. I think he is someone to watch out for, especially in the Blitz segment. And Gautam Krishna, of course, having such a wonderful event. Apparently he has gained around 110 points, Rakesh bhai, just today itself.
Amazing. By the way, nice time to check in with Harshit bhai का कैसे चल रहा है. He had a dream event in the rapid section. Harshit is on 4 points.
Yeah, he lost to Jamie Santos. Okay, Blitz may not be the best. वो 3 round वो हारा हुआ लगातार. So वो थोड़ा वो
मोमेंटम चला गया.
मोमेंटम चला गया. एग्जैक्टली. Oh yes, Dubov is unbeaten, by the way. That's a nice stat by the chart. Dubov right now is unbeaten so far.
Yep.
Waiting for the pairings chart. टॉप बोर्ड तो पता ही है हमको. वाशियर विल बी डाउन फ्लोटेड मोस्ट लाइकली. इन वाशियर किससे खेलेगा? अच्छा, वाशियर का दुबोव से होगा.
Yep.
Yeah, Vachier will play Dubov because Dubov is the highest rated on 6.5. अच्छा नहीं, Magnus is the highest.
Hi, Magnus point ही कम है Magnus से.
7 पे है ना वो. अच्छा नहीं, Dubov 7.5 पे होगा. करेक्ट.
हाँ.
3 rounds left. The most important moment अभी तक के लिए. Arjun is leading on the first place. Going good so far.
That's amazing.
By the lone warrior. Let's go.
That's भाई 74.5k हो गए सब.
अरे halfway there भाई.
अभी मतलब 500 ही लोग चाहिए भाई. प्लीज सब्सक्राइब कर दो. और सहज भाई, वी आई थिंक पेयरिंग्स नहीं आया तो एक गिव अवे क्वेश्चन कर देते हैं. और चैट आप लाइक दबा दो, 1500 लाइक कर दो एंड वी विल डू अ गिव अवे फटाफट. 2000 लोग देख रहे हैं. वी जस्ट नीड 150 लाइक्स. सहज भाई आप क्वेश्चन पूछना अभी.
मैं क्वेश्चन पूछूं? चलो ठीक है, डन.
So like Dabada Janta, we are almost there. Or subscribe if you haven't. Giveaway question coming up because FIDE ने pairing नहीं डाल मैं डाल दी भाई pairing डाल दी. But giveaway तो भी करेंगे. Arjun versus Fabiano, MVL versus Nodirbek, Magnus versus Volodar Murzin. These are the critical matchups for round 11.
Absolutely. And then SL goes against Bujianji. That's another big match on board 5. And Lu Shangle goes against Dubov. And then amongst the Indian players, we have Jobawa playing against Gautam Krishna. That's going to be a fun one. And then Pranesh playing against Ronak Bhai.
Oh, that's an all Indian clash there. Gukesh versus Hans. Boy, Gukesh versus Hans. 6.5 point पे.
भाई कैमरा टिक्कू भाई को बोलो भाई कैमरा लेके रेडी रहे उधर ये तो देखना है भाई.
ये बहुत ही पीछे है यार 19th बोर्ड पे. So sadly no cameras there, but that would have been crazy. But we'll follow the action there. Chat, I think समझ में हो गया 1500 like. How close are we? Should be there almost. अच्छा नहीं भाई और 100 like
क्लोज नहीं है भाई.
Yeah. Last day of the tournament is tomorrow. Today we'll finish after 13 rounds. I think your women's section is also over, Sahaj, right? So can we have just a quick look standings का समय में? Because they play directly tomorrow. So women में 10 ही round है आज. Men खेलेंगे 11, 12, 13. There we see Eline Roberts from the Netherlands leading the event unbeaten with 8.5 on 10. Goryachkina, जो कल ही वर्ल्ड रैपिड जीती, ओमोनोवा एंड स्टेफानोवा, ये है 8 out of 10. Best भाई सहज भाई, that is bad. I don't see a single Indian flag in the top 24.
Yeah, that is a sad part. Not a single. I'm just trying to look at who is the top Indian finisher so far. It's Divya, but that's on 35, like 35th board, so hasn't been a good day for the Indians in the women's section so far. Yeah. So that is the update on the women's section. Hopefully they can make a comeback, but I think podium finish will be very, very unlikely because 5 round ke andar itna is very difficult. Like the difference between Divya and Eline Roberts is 2.5 points. Yeah, 5 out of 5 mein wo ek outside chance rahega, but yeah, let's see. By the way, also Magnus playing against the former world rapid champion Volodar Murzin. That's also going to be a nice one. भाई तो ये बताओ मैग्नस टॉप 4 में आएगा?
Of course.
तो कोई डाउट ही नहीं है, राइट? 100%.
मतलब आपको भी चाहिए ना व्यूअरशिप. चाहिए ना मैग्नस. चांस ही वो एक दो मतलब गेम लगेंगे शायद, बट once he is in form he'll start winning all games in a row.
But yeah, I think I agree with you there. Gukesh versus Hans, yes we know. Like Gukesh को भी पहले दुबोव लग रहा है फिर हांस लग रहा है भाई. What is this? A lot of people are saying Magnus won't be in top 4. Chat 100% I think. आप ये भूल रहे हैं कि अभी 9 राउंड और हैं. 10 ही राउंड हुए हैं अभी. तो 9 राउंड और है इसमें, तो मतलब पूरा टूर्नामेंट पलट सकता है बहुत इजीली. तो देयर इज टू मच टाइम, टू मेनी राउंड्स. तो 1.5 पॉइंट का ही फर्क है. वेरी गुड चांस दैट ही विल मेक अ कमबैक. Sahaj bhai, after Magnus retirement, who you suppose, who you consider can dominate in chess for 5 to 10 years? Like I think बहुत difficult है question answer करना because we don't know, and there is a very big chance we don't know anything about this person. Like he's not a very strong player yet. It's a very big possibility. So like maybe Faustino Oro can be one, maybe Erdogmas can be one. Yeah, done भाई, no problem.
सही है.
मेन तो हो ही क्या ना भाई.
मेन काम तो हो ही गया.
मेन काम तो कर लिया आपने.
भाई और इसने ऑलरेडी ना एडिटर्स ग्लोबल के इंडिया के बना रहे ना क्लिप्स, बहुत मजा आने वाला है।
ओ यस 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 यस।
एक एक फोल्डर बना दिया है जिसमें ना 6 अलग अलग एंगल्स या कैमरास है और मैग्नेट्स। तो
कुछ भी भाई।
भाई ही इज द गोट ऑफ, मतलब बोर्ड पे भी बढ़िया खेलता है, कंटेंट भी वही सबसे बढ़िया देता है, मतलब ही इज टू गुड।
ओपी भाई, मैग्नस इज ओपी। एंड वी हैव, I think, lift off very, very soon for your chat. You can see a lot of players are getting close to their tables. We'll have Arjun Erigaisi taking on the world number 2, Fabiano Caruana, a candidate, by the way. By the way, Rajesh
लेट्स
bhai,
डू।
आपका
बोलो।
मतलब if you had to pick one player to win the candidates objectively, subjectively नहीं बोल रहा मैं, objective, subjectively तो मुझे ही पता है आप क्या बोलोगे, but objectively आपको कौन लगता है, किसका बेस्ट चांस है?
आई थिंक फाबियानो करुआना।
Okay, that
क्या
was,
हो
I
गया?
think, brutal honesty. And I agree with you. I think Fabi ka, because classical mein, I think Fabi has the best shot. Chad, do you agree with this?
एग्जैक्टली। Yeah, I mean, I maybe, I'm okay. I'm not wrong. Everybody has their own opinion, so I think Fabi. And the only reason I would say is, मतलब he has been there, done that. बाकी किसी कोई जीता
Hmm.
ही नहीं है वहां पे, तो he knows what's
Magnus
at
से खेला
stake.
ना.
हाँ वो
He
नहीं,
has won it
कैंडिडेट्स
before.
जीता है, करेक्ट करेक्ट वैसे।
Hmm.
Hikaru is also a heavy choice and he recently became a dad. Hikaru will be super motivated, I think, क्योंकि उसका लास्ट अटेम्प्ट है मेरे हिसाब से। समय भाई मेरे कान में खुसर बुसर कर रहे हैं कि सिंदारो भी जीत सकता है। He is again super motivated, so I think सिंदारो के साथ भी heavy chances, and it might just be कि गुकेश और वो सेम एज के प्लेयर भी खेल सकते हैं वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप।
मतलब I think
Yes guys,
Sindarov,
whom are you picking?
I think Fabi as well, but लेकिन Sindarov I think is gonna be that player जो किसी ना किसी important बंदे को हराएगा, जिससे standings ऊपर नीचे
हाँ
जाएंगी. That's what I
करेक्ट।
feel. वो important
He will
रहेगा इस कहानी में.
he will be the kingmaker.
हाँ.
And I don't know about Game of Thrones, but stranger things have happened in chess.
कुछ भी भाई.
Dark horse, बिल्कुल। Dark horse for me is Giri. Yeah, oh yeah, we cannot forget भाई Anish भाई भी है, but he would I think finish like +1 वगैरह के आसपास।
Hmm.
14 में
That's fair.
7 7.5 पॉइंट करेगा ऐसे।
But Anish भी super motivated रहेगा, I think, for this event. Like
करेक्ट।
this time, क्योंकि ग्रैंड स्विस जीत के आया ना, तो it's huge.
केशव भाई इतना भी सच नहीं बोलना था। He will be the visit to a Hikaru भाई। Brutal भाई। Last time,
मतलब
last time विदित नहीं होता, Hikaru would have been playing the world championship.
हाँ. कारू मतलब पक्का वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप खेलता, 2-0 हो रहा है उसको बेचारे को. बट या, समथिंग लाइक दिस.
Can Arjun cook Fabi in this game? What do you think?
um I think Arjun एक वो he's on a run, on a dream like run, Arjun. And Fabi का लास्ट राउंड किससे था? लेट्स टेक अ लुक. सो Fabi has won out of his last 5 matches, उसने 4.5 स्कोर किया है. The only draw was against Hari. He defeated Fausti, Safarli Eltash, Volodar Murzin, the former world rapid champion, and then Alexander Ingic. And then now he's playing Arjun. I think Arjun ने ज़्यादा stronger opponents के साथ खेला है, like in the past, like in this event. Like he's played Firuza, Magnus, and Abdusattorov. So I think Arjun एक वो dream run पे है, and I think he might take down Fabi. That's my take. Like I'm choosing Arjun. आप बताओ.
Arjun भाई,
Like not
not
even a
easy
doubt, huh?
as but rapid या classical होता then I would have thought, but momentum, form, and Fabi in Blitz. I'm actually shocked to see Fabi here, in second place.
Hmm. नहीं, I mean, I'm not shocked तो नहीं है बिल्कुल भी. I think Fabi is 2750. Actually, अर्जुन क्या राउंड ही रेटिंग है उनकी, right? If I'm not mistaken. So if I
Correct.
look at the
But
Blitz ratings, Arjun is number 7th in the world now, bhai.
why he's gaining 23 points.
Crazy.
2950 का परफॉर्मेंस है अर्जुन।
भाई भाई भाई, वाओ.
Chess pawn, I think, yeah, Gukesh comes back to his best before the World Championship. Olympiad खेलेगा वो. I think he will win there. He'll come back in form, and that match preparation is a completely different ball game, brother.
लेकिन डिपेंड करता है उसका मतलब कैंडिडेट कौन होगा. दैट आल्सो
Hmm.
रियली हैज अ.
I think viewership wise, Hikaru versus Gukesh would have the highest viewership, I think.
हैंड्स डाउन ऑफ कोर्स.
वो खुद भी recap बनाएगा हिकारू गेम के बाद. Welcome to today's video.
क्रेजी. ह्यूज इफ ट्रू. बाय द वे टूर्नामेंट हॉल एकदम खाली. अच्छा नहीं, बिकॉज प्रोबेबली द वुमेन सेक्शन इज आज का दिन उनका खत्म हो गया.
Correct,
ओनली लाइक
correct. Women's
सेकेंड
section
हाफ
is
ऑफ इट
over.
इज फुल.
Yeah. So let's see top boards पे भाई कोई आ गया मतलब can we see the players sitting somewhere back? Yeah, नहीं अभी नहीं है अभी तक. अच्छा, okay.
Oh, there it
And
is.
we have Arjun and Fabi.
Absolutely. And now I think Ajju thinking about his first move. Rakesh bhai, what is your first move prediction? Are you sticking with D4?
D4, D, yeah.
D4 again, best by test. If you're winning games in it, then why change it? Yeah.
Exactly.
And played by D4 on the board.
Told ya. QGD. Yeah.
He goes knight bd7. It's called apparently the Manhattan variation. Queen c2 played.
Fabi के साथ खेल रहा है.
Hmm. dc4 e4. ठीक है. Now the c4 pawn is under attack. And now some e5 pressure there as well. Goes c5. Breaking in the center. Shall we take this? He takes the c4 pawn. भाई दोनों एकदम ब्लिट्स कर रहे हैं. लाइक किसकी प्रिपरेशन ज्यादा लंबी है? दैट्स द क्वेश्चन. बिशप b5 check played. Best moves by the way by both players so far.
Yeah, and I think both these players are super well prepared and work really hard on their openings. Wouldn't be surprised as में अगर और 10 मूव की भी थियरी दिखे.
Very much possible. So far, equalish type of a position. I also think कि राकेश भाई ये थोड़ा सेफ भी खेल सकता है अर्जुन, क्योंकि अभी जीतने का उतना नीड नहीं है. He can also conserve his energy.
But
Like
I
try to
think
keep
3
it.
more games to go for tonight. So I don't know कैसे होगा ये.
Good point. Rook d1, but वो you don't want to end off the day with a shocker, yeah? So Rook d1 he goes.
Oh yeah, that is true.
Now short castle possible, played by the way by Fabi. Position completely equal here. Fabi showing some insane prep. Knight b3 is a possible move, kicking the bishop. If we can exchange this knight and this bishop, then Arjun has a very good position, I think. So I like knight b3.
Yeah, I think so too. I like that for Arjun. Fabi पे थोड़ा सा pressure डाल सकते हैं. Can we have a quick look at Magnus Carlsen versus Volodar Murzin as well, साइड में? मतलब current world champion versus ex world rapid champion.
2024 and 2025, yeah?
हाँ.
There we go. Volodar goes d5 and now basically provoking Magnus to play e5 here. जिसके बाद Volodar can go knight e4 and that's a good position for him. That's a good move. So pawn takes pawn is what Magnus is looking for here. That's a good move.
And he looks comfortable as well. Volodar Murzin didn't have a great GCL, but यहाँ पे he looks fine against the world number 1.
Absolutely. And by the way, Gukesh is much
Cooking.
better, if not winning against Hans. Bhai, let's take a quick look. Hans has just made a
Where are the
blunder.
cameras when we
By
need it?
d4, he's winning. Gukesh is beating
Let's
Hans.
go.
Yeah, he's winning. Basically, he's winning. Pawn takes pawn, pawn takes pawn. Like, queen takes e4, queen takes e4, knight e4, and bishop f4, and दोनों में से एक मर गया. Crazy. This is actually happening. He takes the pawn. He's going into that variation.
Knight पीछे जाएगा ना वो. Pawn नहीं काटेगा.
हाँ, knight e6, but
Yeah.
that's even worse, yeah. d5 is completely winning now
I mean,
for
I know, but d5. Oh,
भाई
Gukesh going for it. Let's go, Guki.
भाई 99.4 की accuracy from the world champion, looking amazing. So that's
उसको
great
भी बुला
news.
रहेगा कि बाकी सारे रिजल्ट चलेंगे, हान से तो जीतना ही पड़ेगा भाई. Bishop f4 incoming, rook बचाएगा, then even rook 8 and pinning that bishop.
भाई not making a single mistake, मतलब पूरा एकदम pure destruction here from the world champion. Great show. And by the way,
Amazing
slight
by Gukesh.
a bit of a sad news. By Arjun has to defend now against Fabi in this position.
कोई
Wow.
दिक्कत नहीं सर, कर लेंगे.
भाई खराब है पोजीशन बहुत. नाइट c4 पे बहुत बढ़िया.
कोई दिक्कत नहीं, हो जाएगा जी.
You think he will save this?
Yeah, for sure.
I'm not so sure actually.
भाई क्या
टाइम भी
मतलब,
थोड़ा कम.
एक्चुअली द पॉइंट इज वो मैडमैन है, और मैडमैन जैसा कुछ हो नहीं रहा है यहाँ पे साइज में.
बहुत सिंपल हो गया पोजीशन. सारे पॉन
हम्म,
सेम जगह पे, नाइट एंड नाइट. नॉट मेनी
correct.
इम्बैलेंसेस ऑन द बोर्ड.
इसको अर्जुन को अपन केओस किंग भी बुला सकते हैं.
आई लाइक मैडमैन.
हाँ,
सूट्स हिम. भाई ये
वही
तो
वही.
बहुत खराब हो गई पोजीशन. ये रुक टेक्स d8, क्वीन d8. अब क्वीन d4 पे बैठ सकते हैं. ओ ही गोस क्वीन d1. ओके, क्वीन टेक्स कर लिया तो ये तो ड्रॉ है. ही हैज टू कीप द क्वींस ऑन द बोर्ड इफ फाबी वांट्स टू प्ले फॉर अ विन. क्वीन b6 परहैप्स. ओ ही टेक्स. भाई हो गई ड्रॉ. लो, सही कह रहे थे
भाई
आप भाई. केश भाई ओपी.
अब थोड़ा डर रहे थे खाली फुके.
हाँ भाई, डर तो लग रहा था भाई. फाबी है
बीच
भाई
में
खड़ा.
मैं भी डर गया था, आई विल नॉट डिनाई दैट, बट हो गई ड्रॉ भाई.
बट मैं बोल नहीं रहा था.
ओके सॉरी गोविंद भाई, वो बोल रहे कीप योर हेड इन वन प्लेस. सॉरी.
अरे अरे अरे, गोविंद भाई. b4 he goes. Okay.
गुकेश वन भाई, गुकेश वन, इट्स कंफर्म, ऑफिशियल. गुकी
Insane.
ओपी भाई.
भाई धो
नहीं
दिया
भाई.
गुकेश ने. मतलब इट्स कंप्लीटली विनिंग या डेड विनिंग बेसिकली.
करेक्ट करेक्ट.
यहाँ पे तो ड्रॉ ही पूछ
सर
लो,
भाई,
मान ही लेगा.
डू यू वांट टू चेक इन विद एसएल नारायण, क्योंकि वो उनका भी पहली बार कैमरा है अपने पास.
Yep, let's see how SL is doing. He is in a rook end game with an extra pawn.
Ooh,
But the position is equal.
and just not enough to win.
Yes.
Firuza is cooking Ray Robson. Lu Shangli cooking Daniil Dubov as well. That is also an interesting one that we can jump to if needed.
Okay, Lu Shangle versus Duda. I think SL का match तो we can conclude it's basically a
कुछ
draw.
अम्ब्रेला वगैरह कुछ हो रहा है क्या? ड्रॉ ही है ये.
ना ना भाई, F5 नो umbrella. पान ही पुश नहीं करने दूंगा मैं आपको.
Hmm.
तो ये तो ड्रॉ है पक्का. लू शांगले वर्सेस दुबोव में मतलब आग लगी हुई है. लू शांगले
Fine.
is
Lu Shangli
almost
will
winning.
come to 8 points. Oh, he makes a mistake.
भाई क्वीन
That's a
d6 मर रहा है
blunder.
ना.
Yeah, can we go? हाँ भाई लू शैंगले के बोर्ड पे जाना है.
बोर्ड 4 भाई.
Dubov.
Queen takes d6 is what Dubov has to go for, but he hasn't played it yet. खेला क्यों नहीं है वो अभी तक? That's my question.
I would love to see his reaction समय by board 4 का camera. Yeah, we're almost there. Takes it. And we go full screen. You see Lu Shangli is pissed, bhai. He missed
हाँ.
it.
And now Dubov has a golden opportunity to take over in the game.
Hi, and this is very critical chat क्योंकि Dubov जाएंगे 8.5 point पे, and he will end up playing Arjun in the next game.
And even though Lu Shangle has an extra pawn, this pawn on b3 is way too dangerous. It's a very weird position actually, but white के pieces एकदम passive है. By the way, Magnus Carlsen defeats Volodar Murzin with the white pieces. That game is done and dusted. Arjun, by the way, ended up drawing his match against Fabiano Caruana,
Official.
maintaining his lead. Official.
काफी weird position.
Bishop d3, and now what does he do? Bishop, he goes for the bishop. Bishop
रुक
कुछ मर
c3
रहा
आ
है
रहा है
क्या?
क्या?
मैं भी वही सोच रहा था. रुक c3, bishop a3, but नहीं मर रहा भाई.
He's just in time.
Oh, he
Oh,
takes it.
Dubov goes for it.
Bishop f5, push.
Yeah, how do you stop it? Push him, baby.
Only move for Lu Shangle. He has to play bishop d4 to go bishop f6,
That's
and then
tough.
it's a draw, bhai.
That's tough, Saj. No way he's finding bishop d4. 5 seconds for Lu. Oh, he finds it. Respect.
Crazy.
Oh, Dubov
Plays
about
b2.
to.
Now, oh, bishop
Oh, he's
d8, okay?
completely.
Only
But
one move, bishop d6, winning for black. Oh, that's a blunder. Bishop d6 was winning for him. Okay, now it's about how can he trick him. Basically, king f2 pe rakh ke bishop d4 looks like some kind of a weird fortress.
but जाने नहीं देगा ना वो. 6 seconds versus 5 seconds. What? G4 or G3? That's a big mistake.
Oh yes, by the way, MVL defeating Nodirbek with the white pieces, so he will join Arjun at 9 points. That means they will share the
Wow.
spot, and then next match Arjun versus MVL incoming.
Yeah, guaranteed है ये तो. We'll see if Dubov can manage to win this one before switching.
Unlikely, yeah. Bishop e6 takes this pawn. Also, it's important to keep this bishop on e7 क्योंकि h4 करके pawn trade ना हो जाए. एक pawn trade हो गया तो this is a dead draw.
Oh, he lost on time. No, Shagley lost
Oh.
on time. Daniil Dubov putting the pressure in an equal position. He goes to 8.5 points into clear second place after Arjun and MVL are tied for first place with 9 points.
Crazy. Huge if true, bhai. I think Dubov showing up at the latter half of the day. He has drawn against Pragg, defeated Gukesh, and now Lu Shangle. What a performance. And so far, by the way, he's unbeaten. Dubov is still unbeaten.
Yeah, he is still unbeaten.
We're looking at a game of Lazovic versus Botnik here. I think Lazovic about to win this one as well. कोई और Indian का match लगा नहीं है. Can we do a roundup of all of the games, Rakesh bhai?
Yeah, for sure.
So we have
Oh, you see,
Arjun
Lu
drew.
Shang is still sitting in his chair. He can't believe what just happened and how did he manage to lose that one. But coming back, do you have the results, Samay bhai? So उसके साथ बढ़िया दिखेगा मतलब. But overall, Arjun Erigaisi has drawn Fabiano. थोड़ा सा डर लग रहा था सहज भाई, but he managed to save that. Magnus Carlsen beating the former world rapid champion Volodar Murzin. MVL with a big win. Dubov with a big win. And next up, we have Alireza also joining in with 8 points. Bhai Sahab, Sahaj bhai, SL Narayanan bhi 8 point per. So we have 2 Indians in the top 10 of the FIDE World Blitz Championship 2025.
Great summary there. I think, yeah, 2 Indians, one on 8.5, sorry, one on 8 and one on 9, sorry, 8.5 and 9. And उसके अलावा और कोई दिख नहीं रहा है मुझे. Pragg, what did Pragg do? Pragg won his against Naidech. Okay, that's good.
Yeah, big win.
Gukesh.
But even better win was Gukesh's win over Hans Niemann, which we covered chat a little bit earlier. So that's amazing news because both of them are up to 7.5. They are not really far away because leader Nope says, भाई just 2-3 win in a row आ गए ना, ये लोग भी पहुंच सकते हैं बहुत आगे in the top 4.
Of course, भाई और 8 round बचे हैं तो like let's not count anyone out yet. I think सबका chance है and of course you can see Magnus Carlsen also like sitting on the 7th spot. 1 point का ही फर्क है between him and Arjun और 8 round बचे हैं तो there is a very big chance के anyone can still win this event. Then we have, by the way, Ronak also drew against Pranesh. So Ronak is on 7.5. Pragg and Pranesh also on 7.5. So a lot of, I think, Indian players on 7.5 right now. Gukesh as well, of course.
Yeah, Gukesh, Pragg, lots of them. And any other game that's going on, Shahid bhai? Yeah, we are all done.
I think we're all done after this one. Yeah.
Whew. Okay, so maybe we head into a quick break, chat, and we'll be back with the last two games very soon on the other side.
Chess is changing, and this is the next big step. Total Chess is a new FIDE-approved World Championship Tour. Created by the team behind Norway Chess, it combines Fast Classic, Rapid, and Blitz into one title. A pilot is set for autumn 2026. In 2027, the inaugural tour begins, and we will crown the first ever FIDE World Combined Champion. 4 events a year, hosted in cities around the world. A clear season structure, a bigger audience, and a stronger presence for the sport. We are partnering with sponsors, investors, host cities, and media partners to build something with long-term global impact. If you're looking for a global platform with real momentum, this is it. Let's talk about how you can be part of it.
At TotalEnergies, we are staying the course of our transition strategy. Working with our partners and drawing on our heritage and technical expertise, we are building a multi-energy company. In Qatar, TotalEnergies produces oil and gas with local partners and contributes to the development of solar-based electricity and research initiatives aligned with the country's evolving energy landscape. TotalEnergies is moving towards energy that is more reliable, more affordable, and more sustainable.
Welcome back, everyone, to round 12. Basically, the second last round of the FIDE World Blitz Championship of day one, not the second last round overall. Tomorrow, also, we have 6 rounds incoming. And we have a very fantastic pairing. First of all, Arjun playing against MVL with the white pieces. This is going to be, once again, the battle for who's going to be the on sole lead. There we have the pairings in front of us, Arjun and MVL both on 9 points. जो भी जीतेगा वो leader हो जाएगा यहाँ पे. And then we have another very crazy matchup between Fabi and Magnus. And of course, they've played a world championship match together. तो इनका मैच देखने में हमेशा मजा आता है chat. And then we have Dubov versus Yu Yang as well at 8.5 points, right behind the tournament leaders. So 9.5 point pe, I think a lot of players can actually arrive. And amongst the Indian players, we have SL playing against Alexei Sarana. We have Ronak playing against Jan Nepomiachi. That's going to be a huge match as well for Ronak. Let's see what happens there. And then we have Grischuk versus Firuza, another big matchup incoming. Like crazy matchups all around. Round 12. Arjun versus MVL, of course, going to be the focus today. And a Fabi versus Magnus as well. देखते हैं भाई क्या होगा. I'll say Arjun एक dream run पे है so far. But his last round जो Fabi के साथ था वो मतलब थोड़ा सा topsy turvy हुआ because I think Fabi had control throughout, you know, in that game. And Arjun को by the way double white मिले against MVL. So that's a bit of good news I think for Arjun there. Because playing with the white pieces in this situation can give you that slight push. So that's I think good news for Arjun. But let's see what happens, chat. Arjun versus MVL. What's your prediction? अब तो भाई राकेश भाई by the way has left, but लेकिन वो he will join us back tomorrow. You know, same time as usual, जहाँ पे 6 rounds हम लोग cover करेंगे. And remember chat, 6 rounds के बाद we will have tie breaks, not tie breaks, but playoffs between the top 4 players, and the matches will continue. So at least 10 rounds, I think, overall tomorrow that we're going to have to see. So tomorrow also going to be a pretty long day, chat. Arjun gets some energy. हाँ भाई, energy तो सबको चाहिए भाई. राकेश भाई went to make some reels. Hope I don't think so भाई, but yeah, कुछ but he will be back tomorrow, chat. As I said earlier, always favoritism to Maggie. Why always on board one? That's not fair to others, don't you think, Sahaj भाई? नहीं भाई, I think favoritism नहीं है भाई. उनका Norwegian TV पे I think broadcast होता है उनका पूरा मैच. तो एक select board मतलब जरूरी होता है ऐसे. चाहे वो board 1 हो, वो board like last हो, कुछ भी board हो. I think that's basically the idea. And of course, Magnus being the world rapid champion and multiple time, 19 बार वो world championship जीत चुके हैं. तो not really favoritism at this point. But yeah, going to be an interesting match between Fabi and Magnus regardless. Bada maza aayega. We can see players you know, getting ready for their second last round of day one. It must be tiring for the players as well to play so many blitz matches, of course, after having to play so many rapid games, 13 of them, you know, in the last 3 days. So stamina also is going to count. कितने राउंड बचे हैं आज के लिए? सिर्फ 2 ही राउंड बचे हैं. कल we will have 5 rounds. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. 6 rounds. कल 6 rounds, आज 2 rounds. तो basically total 8 rounds बचे हैं, लेकिन आज के लिए सिर्फ 2 ही बचे हैं. And of course, Arjun leading the charge with 9 out of 11 alongside MVL and a bunch of players on 8.5, 3 I think in total. There's Dubov, there's Fabi, and then Yu Yangi. Then 8 point where there's a lot of players. There's Firuza, Magnus, SL, Grischuk, Lazavik, Buzyanzi, Sarana, and yeah, a lot of players I think on 8 points on and 7.5 pay. Of course, we have Pragg, Gukesh, Ronak, and so on. Gukesh ka match, by the way, Gukesh has a very interesting matchup today as well. He's going to play against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. So abhi Hans ko harane ke baad usko Duda laga, so that's also a pretty interesting matchup for Gukesh. Ronak playing against Nepomiachi. I think we already said that. And then Pragg is playing against Safarli El-Taj. So sabka match, I think, looking a bit difficult today. Nihal Sarin also on 7.5 playing against Pranesh. So that will be an all-Indian clash between these two players. Let's see bhai kya hota hai, as we will have lift off very, very soon. Wait. Chat में मैंने देखा भाई Sindarov Norderbeck से खेल रहा है. क्या बात कर रहे हो? Oh yes. We have an all Uzbek clash as well between Abdusattorov and Sindarov. भाई ये भी बहुत crazy matchup होगा. But sadly, I don't think हमारे पास cameras होंगे इसके लिए because it's board 10. But भाई crazy matchup regardless. Duda was Gukesh's second during the final. Yes, I think so. I'm not sure. एंड एक और चैट ने भाई चैट को छोड़ती नहीं है भाई बिकॉज लुक एट दिस चैट थैंक यू फॉर लेटिंग मी नो बट हंस इज प्लेइंग अगेंस्ट गौतम कृष्णा भाई B3 होगा यहाँ पे कैन वी हैव सम B3 चेस हियर वुड बी अ लॉट ऑफ फन बट या हंस के लिए भी भाई वो इंडियन से खेले जा रहा है जस्ट प्लेड अगेंस्ट गुकेश एंड नाउ अगेंस्ट गौतम कृष्णा लेट्स सी हाउ दिस मैच आल्सो अनफोल्ड्स बट आई थिंक मेन मैच तो अर्जुन वर्सेस MVL ही रहेगा एंड देन सेकंड ऑफ कोर्स फाबी वर्सेस मैग्नस पे भी हम लोग बहुत फोकस करेंगे एंड फाबी वर्सेस मैग्नस में आपका क्या सोच है लाइक आर यू गोइंग विद मैग्नस और फाबी के वाइट भी है लेट्स नॉट फॉरगेट हु एम आई रूटिंग फॉर भाई अर्जुन MVL में तो ऑफ कोर्स अर्जुन आई थिंक वो एकदम पूरे ड्रीम रन पे है अर्जुन तो गेटिंग ब्रॉन्ज इन रैपिड एंड ऑफ कोर्स ब्लिट्स पे भी ही इज लीडिंग थ्रू आउट डिफीटेड मैग्नस डिफीटेड अब्दुसत्तोरोव ड्रू टू अली रेजा वहां पे भी ही हैड अ वेरी गुड पोजीशन I think apart from Fabi, Arjun ने सब मैच में मतलब more or less dominate किया है. There we see, by the way, Ronak Sadhwani sitting on board 8 waiting for Nepo. Bye. Let's go. This will be a very, very cool match to cover as well. Nepo के साथ. Why not Gukesh? भाई गुकेश का मैच अभी वहाँ नहीं है हमारे पास. उसके पास कैमरा नहीं. He's on board 11 and हमारे पास top 9 boards के कैमरास हैं. How is Gotham rising so rapidly in an elite tournament like this, whereas many Indian GMs are not able to perform like that? There are many small nuances for this. I think majority of the grandmasters focus on the classical part of the game, but जो youngsters होते हैं, I think especially like below the age of like let's say 16, 15, they are used to playing a lot of blitz. Online हो गया, over the board हो गया, that could contribute to it. Another thing is एक player का style भी होता है. So that's another thing. And of course, like Arjun being one of the co-leaders, I think we can't say that, yeah, कि बाकी GMs ऐसा नहीं करते. They are still there. Indian women performance has been, women के लिए I think it hasn't been the best day so far, but still I think podium chance may be theoretically possible, but looks very unlikely. I have to agree. Rapid में I think we did well, but Blitz में looks unlikely. Ronak versus bye. And there we see Fabi is waiting for Magnus, who is not yet on the board, but bada maza aayega is board pe bhai. World number 2 versus world number 1, essentially. They have both played a world championship match together in 2018 in New York. So basically was the highest rated world championship match ever. इनमें I think around 3-4 point का फर्क होगा. Magnus was 28-39 and Fabi was 28-35, something like this was a difference. So it was the closest world championship match according to the ratings. And 12 ke 12 matches were decided in a draw. And there was not a single win by either of the players. So it was one of the highest, in that sense. And there we have handshakes, Magnus on the board, adjusting his pieces. Let's see what would happen here. And भाई एक नजर अर्जुन पे भी मारते हैं. How he is doing if he's sitting on the board. There he is waiting for MVL. These are the tournament leaders going into round 12. Let's see. I think once again Arjun with D4. He's been playing D4 throughout I think this entire event. I don't think I've seen him play E4 at all. So I have reason to believe he's going to go with D4 as well today. So QGD mein, I think he's feeling very comfortable. And if it works, then why change it? Bye, I'm Chesscom, 1800 Blitz, bullet player, FIDE unrated. My goal is to reach 2000. What are your thoughts? Bhai, it difficult hota, by the way. What specific help hoti hai. By the way, we do have lift off D4, C4. We have, what? King's Indian Kelawa, and he says Bishop G5. No, Grunfeld there. Bishop G7, Knight C3, D5 transposes, takes. He takes the pawn on D5 and black plays C5. By the way, this is a very nice line to create an imbalance. So I think Arjun would feel more or less comfortable, but let's not forget that MVL is one of the greatest, if not the greatest player of of Grunfield that we have in today's chess world. He has always played Grunfield his whole life. Just like Naidov against e4, he's always played Grunfield. So he's one of the leading experts in the Grunfield system with the black pieces. And he goes knight d7. Though pawns down ho up abhi, but the c5 pawn is hanging in the next move. Arjun goes g3, going for the fianchetto, defending the pawn on d5. And now it is MVL. Ek pawn to mar gaya, but how are you getting the pawn on d5? Now Arjun has a difficult decision after short castle. Do we go knight f3 or rook c1? Goes rook c1, the best move in the position. MVL sochte hue yahan pe. What does he do? There are a bunch of moves here. Queen b6 is a possibility. Attacking the b2 pawn. Queen a5 is a possibility as well. He goes for the queen, plays queen b6, attacking the b2 pawn. And now queen d2, very important. Basically the only move in the position shown by the blue arrow, defending the b2 pawn, played by Arjun. Bishop d7, connecting his rooks, planning rook a8 in the next move. And now knight f3. Arjun, by the way, in the driver's seat after this move. Bishop d7 wasn't the best. Utna best nahi tha. And now I think Arjun has a very, very good advantage. Short castle ke baad, just a free pawn, yeah? Black has double bishops. The dark bishop thoda sa annoying hai is position mein, but the pawn is really, really important. Goes rook c8, short castle. Arjun basically in a much better position already. Rook fd8 plays. Rook fd1. Swidler, I remember when it comes to Grunfield. Yes, Swidler is another, I think, leading expert. But Swidler utna nahi khelta aajkal. So that's why I'm saying MVL, because he's still an active player and a leading expert, I would say, in the current world. Maybe all time as well for me, MVL. But Swidler right up there as well. Goes rook d1. And now e4 ka plan. You want to throw e4, e5. What does black play? Ek h4, h5 karke bhi acha lag raha hai. Like you can even throw h6 as well to create some space. Goes bishop f5. Doesn't allow e4. Knight h4 perhaps. Kick the bishop. Play e4. Arjun goes for it. Goes for the move. What is he going to play? 20 सेकंड का डिफरेंस इन दोनों के प्लेस, इन दोनों के टाइम में. Arjun looking on the other side of the board. Knight को move करना है. Basically, this knight on f3 has to move to h4. That's the best move. Knight d4 also works. Knight e1 also works. Basically, e4 खेलना है आपको किसी तरह से. He goes for the knight. Knight d4 played. Oh, इसके साथ this wasn't the best move because now the b2 pawn is hanging and अब वो advantage चला गया. But on the bright side, black के dark squares थोड़े weak हो गए because that annoying bishop is not there anymore. e4 incoming. e4 I think incoming in this position. Let's go for it. Bhai, thoda jaldi khelo because you have a 20-second difference between these two players. Very, very important. By the way, quick update for you guys. Board 3, Daniil Dubov versus Yu Yangyi has ended in a draw. So players, I think, trying to conserve their energy makes a lot of sense. There's one more round yet to be played. So that match is a draw. Black, he attacks the bishop, plays e4. Bishop g4 now only move. Dubov ab dikh bhi kya bhai piche? He's checking where tournament leaders kaisa khel rahe hain. Bishop g4 perhaps or bishop d7, two moves. Arjun definitely in the driver's seat so far. Bishop g4 he plays. He's basically provoking, are you going to push the golden pawn? And you shouldn't. You should play rook e1. Not an easy move by Arjun. Meanwhile, Fabi versus Magnus mein, let's take a very quick look full screen mein. Fabi versus Magnus mein, this is the current position chat. And Fabi is right now slightly better in this game. This is an endgame. Queens abhi trade hue hain yahan pe. But Fabi has these two target points, the d6 pawn and the a7 pawn. The bishop can go to e3, rook can go to a1, and you can target the a7 pawn. And this looks very, very dangerous for Magnus. Magnus ke paas already 1 minute bhi hai bhai. That's not a great sign. Not the best sign so far. Bishop e3 played. Can he go knight c7? That's actually not a good move. He has to play f5. Agar Magnus ne f5 nahi khela, to he's much worse. Fabi can win this. 100% he can win this. Goes knight c4. Big mistake. Takes rook a1. And now a7 ka pawn mar gaya. Fabi is a pawn up now. As long as he played. Oh, he doesn't play it. He goes knight d2. Kicks the rook away. That's a bad move. Rook c7 or rook c8. Rook c7 looks more tempting because you want to defend the a7 pawn. Played. And now the problem is that after rook a1, there's bishop f5 and you take the c2 pawn. That's the problem. But Magnus ke paas abhi 50 seconds. And meanwhile, while this game happens, let's quickly switch to Arjun versus MVL because MVL has made a comeback from that good position and Arjun in defense mode. Endgame ki taraf badh gaye hum. Remember chat, queen d4 pe jo padi hui thi, that was very, very strong. It was the soul of the position. And once the queen is traded, black's position looks much better. In fact, white's pawn on d5 looks a bit shaky. You can play bishop b7 and you can target this. He goes g4. Not the best move. Takes g5. So stops him from playing f4. And now e6 can be a threat. क्योंकि अगर आप d pawn को जैसे touch करते हो, e5 का pawn मर जाएगा. Goes king g3. Bishop b7. And now bishop e4 perhaps. Maybe even f4. I like f4 a lot. f4 push karo, takes. And okay, I think we're looking into a draw. I think this. Oh, wait, was that a draw for? Okay, I think. Great. Okay. I think that's fair. MVL offered the draw. Arjun accepted, conserving his energy. I think very, very good decision by Arjun. And with that, let's go back to Fabi versus Magnus because it's heating up. 7 seconds for Magnus. He has to play fast. Goes rook takes c2. 97 check. Is this hanging? Goes knight b5. That's a mistake. What? Wait, what? What? No ways. Oh, that is huge. Magnus just blundered a whole rook against Fabiano Caruana. And I would love to show this to you again, chat, because this was the current position. He goes rook c2 and now knight b5. He played this move to attack the rook on c7 and Magnus didn't see it. Magnus played bishop d3 and dropped a whole rook. What? That is huge. And Fabi, of course, advances to 9.5 points. And he's joined the leaders. He's among Arjun, MVL, and Fabi, all of them having 9.5 points. That is huge. What a moment it was. Bhai, do content ke moment ek hi tournament mein mil gaye bhai Magnus se. Let's go. Oh, you have to feel for Magnus though. That is sad. Okay, let's switch to other games. Any other games happening? There is SL versus. How did Ronak do? Ronak was playing. Ronak has drawn against Ian Nepomniachtchi on board 8. That's a good result for him. Let's switch to SL versus Alexei Sarana. He's having I would say a winning position. Is G5 just winning a knight? He goes king h7, takes this, and now bishop ko aise switch karke d3 pe le aao, basically. There we see SL having an extra minute against Alexei Sarana, who has just 11 seconds on the clock. Queen e6 played, attacking the c6 pawn. How are you going to defend this? Who is defending this? You can't play queen c7. This is hanging. Let's take the pawn. Free pawn. You go b3, queen b5. I'll take this pawn as well. Dono pawn. Gone. Wow, what a moment. I'm still trying to digest that Magnus blundered a whole rook. Wow. And what a reaction it was from Magnus. Wow. That is huge. Never seen Magnus do something like this before. Crazy vibe. Knight g4. And by the way, all the people watching, 3,000 people are watching, do like the stream and subscribe to this channel so that more people can watch this action as SL tries to take down Alexei Sarana with the white pieces. Goes queen c5, offers a trade of queens. Says, no, queen h4, queen and knight combination is the most dangerous. f2 ka pawn attack hai. Gives a check. Defends the pawn on f2. How are you defending this? Wait, that's a mate. Queen f8 check. SL, I think, about to take down Alexei Sarana. f4, that's a checkmate. Incoming, check. And bishop f3. Oof. Beautiful game by SL Narayanan. And as Alexei Sarana resigns and SL Narayanan advances to 9 out of 12, basically he's tied for that second spot. Top 3 pe sirf 9.5 points pe sirf 3 log hai. And then behind that, SL is right up there. Wow, dark horse, bhai. Let's go. And look at this. Speaking of, Alexander Grischuk about to take down Firuza with the white pieces. Bhai, dusri queen. Dusri queen incoming. Queen b2, he goes queen b8. And now bishop ko yahan leke jao. Bishop ko c7 pe. Sacrifice the bishop. Promote another queen. And Firuza will resign. Bishop a3 he goes. You can also take this and just win. He says, no, I want to promote a queen. Let's give a check. And now queen c8. Bhai, Firuza about to resign as well. Game is about to be over. Bhai, sare pawns kha liye. So queen c8 is just winning. Plays queen c8, by the way, playing on seconds. By the way, if you guys can notice, the position of the clock is also different. वो इतना जोर से दबा रहा है कि वो clock ही बदल गई है, by the way. Gives a check, king g2, no other checks for Firuza, and he resigns. And Alexander Grischuk wins his match and advances to 9 out of 12 as well. Let's see if there's any other boards. There is Pragg versus Safarli. Let's check it. Let's check what's happening here. Looks like an equal position. 7.5 points hai dono ke, by the way. We don't have cameras for this board, by the way, chat. So we have to look at the board itself. And yahan par it looks equalish, but I have reason to believe this match is already over. I'm not sure what the result is because clock move nahi kar rahi hai. Gukesh, Let's take a look at how Gukesh is doing as well. Gukesh has lost. Ooh, that's sad. Gukesh has lost against Duda with the black pieces. And with that, I think Gukesh ke podium finish ke chance thode come, still within reach, still theoretically possible, but a bit unlikely at this point. This loss was, this is a big one. So I think that with that, I think all of the games are finished. Oh, bhai, we have Harshit. Let's check Harshit's board. Harshit is trying to defend this position. Oof, maybe we didn't arrive at the best time because D7 is just completely winning. Knight D4, Knight D6 ke baad. And Maxime Chigaev has won. I think Harshit lost on time this match because D7 check, King D8, Knight D4 ke baad position वैसे ही lost थी. But I think he lost on time. So sad game for Harshit there. By the way, we are getting some like quick clock update हो रहा है Pragg के board पे. I'm just trying to take a look if this means anything. But wow. But wow, chat, I'm still trying to digest the fact what happened between Magnus and Fabi. And bhai, it is Samay bhai, if we can actually show that clip one more time where Magnus, sort of ended up in, once the games are finished, of course, let's check out Levon versus Rajagov. But if you can get that clip for us, it would be amazing just to see Magnus's reaction as that rook was getting taken. He gives a check on G6. Black goes King H7. Rook end game, basically 3 versus 2, but these 3 pawns are not really worth. I mean, it's not really going to convert into a point. Basically, Black ye pura file roke ke baitha hai, and ye king andar nahi aayega kahin se bhi. If you play Rook C5, you just wait, yeah, Rook C8. You go Rook C5, I go Rook F7 back. Ab wapas is position mein. Rook C3, that's a nice try. Can I take on C3? That's the question. No, I don't think I can. Not here. So, agar opposition रहती, जैसे King E4, E6 पे रहेगा, तो you can go into the end game. Then it's draw. But otherwise, not really. He's trying to get to that position, gives a check on C7 and gives a check back to D7. वो King E2 पे लेके आ गया. अब Rook D3 करके King ऐसे बढ़ा सकता है आगे. Trying to play for a win, Levon, but looks difficult, bhai. Looks very, very difficult. Who are the top 10 right now? As soon as this game finishes, we will jump to the standings chat. So stay tuned for that. Gautam Krishna apparently has defeated. Wait, I don't want to announce it, but I just want to be sure. Oh yes, boys. Gautam Krishna has just dethroned Hans Niemann with the white pieces. What a match! And he played B3. On move 1 by crazy. Absolutely crazy. There. So props to Gautam Krishna. Is game review banta hai bhai. But let's stick to this one. We have cameras here. I think the players have agreed to a draw here because Levon could not find a way to improve his position anymore. King E4 pe, I think Black King E5 pe, and that's just a draw. We see all smiles here because it was a good try, but the game is a draw. And by the way, we have Sahil bhai's, Tiku bhai's favorite sort of end game in front of us. We have Rook Knight versus Rook. And Kazibek is trying to defeat Matlakov in this endgame, but it's very, very difficult, almost impossible to try to play for a win here. But maybe some chances. Look at this, King B6, Rook G7. That's the move. Because if Rook takes G7 maroge, to oh bhai, wait, even I missed this. We have two game reviews. Bhai, is endgame ka bhi game review banta hai. We have to do this. And by the way, chat is telling us Pragg has won his match. And yes, I think we did look at that. Pragg defeated Eltash Safarli, but wo game update nahi hua yaar. I'm not sure how he won in that sense. But yeah, by the way, Rook Knight versus Rook, winning that in chess is huge. Like that's an achievement for sure. So we do definitely have to take a look at that game of Matlakov. And I think with that, all of the games are more or less finished. There is one more game of David George Samir, but I think this game has also ended. It just hasn't updated on our side. And yeah, bhai, I think first of all, big congratulations, by the way, to of course Arjun, MVL, Fabi. But bhai, I have, and of course SL Narayanan and Grischuk as well for being right up there. And by the way, Pragg also on 9th board. But by that moment, I just cannot believe Magnus blundering a whole rook. And if we can have that clip, at any point, it would be amazing. So do let us know if that is possible. I'll just quickly show you, chat, one more time what happened in Magnus's board. This was the position. He plays Knight A5, Rook B2 marta hai wo, and now Knight C6 happens. Look at this. Bishop G5 he plays. It's a mistake. Takes, and Pawn takes g5. And look at Magnus's time, by the way. He has 12 seconds on the clock as he goes pawn takes g5. Rook takes a7 happens. Rook c2. And now knight b5 he plays. And now Magnus just did not see that the rook on c7 is hanging. And he goes bishop d3. I mean, just this is unbelievable. And knight takes e7, and basically Fabi just takes down the goat of chess just like that. That is chess for you. Beautiful, beautiful finish. And standings ki agar baat kar lete hain, as Samay bhai probably is looking at that video, if he can attain that for us. Let's look at the standings. Arjun right now at first position, sharing that spot with MVL and Fabi. All three of them are on 9.5 points. Then there is Dubov, Yu Yangi, SL, Alexander Grischuk are on 9 points. So there's only 4 players on 9 points, 3 players on 9.5 points. And by the way, look at this clip, chat. We can see a close up. He takes the pawn on c2, 8 seconds on the clock. And now Fabi has a minute and a half. He goes knight b5, and now he goes bishop d3, basically on intuition, and he just takes it. And look at that reaction by Magnus. He could not believe that he could blunder something like this against Fabi and against anyone for that matter. What a miss that was by Magnus Carlsen. And thank you, Samay bhai. Our producer bhai is absolute OP bhai. Matlab 5 minute ke andar is giving you this clip. 2 baar hua aisa, both against Magnus. There we see it again. Knight b5, bishop here, and look at this reaction. Wow. Just couldn't believe it. He just couldn't believe it himself. And of course, we can't believe it ourselves either. And, maybe it's not like relevant, but both of the blunders that happened in Magnus's board were basically on the queen side, yeah? Pehle bhi wo a5 ka pawn, he was trying to take and the queen fell off. And yahan pe also something, on the c7 square. So both on the queen side. But yeah, very, very crazy indeed. And chat, is baat pe do like and subscribe because ye bahut ekdam peak content mil raha hai. And we're having a lot of fun. So do like and subscribe so that more people can watch, this action. In this sense. And bhai, chat, I would like to ask you this question. Any game that you think deserved, for us to look at? Now that the games are finished, all the players are taking rest, we can take a quick look. We can do one game review of a game. Any game that you think was worth it in that sense? Standings we already did, yeah. Standings, Arjun is basically on tied 3rd place alongside MVL and Fabi, and then there is Dubov, Yu Yangi, SL, by the way, another Indian on 9 points out of 12. So he's sharing basically tied 4th place alongside Dubov, Yu Yangi, and Alexander Grischuk. So that's insane. Gotham, you are 100% correct. Let's actually take a look at Gotham. We actually did like it. It has to be Gotham, yeah, because if he takes down Hans Niemann, I mean, that's huge. And that too with b3. Bhai. Let's take a look at what happened in this game. He started with b3. By the way, this shows, yeah, preparation is everything. Aap kuch bhi khelo, like preparation. He must have looked at b3 and b6, before he decided to play this event, and it's paying off so well. Bhai, he has defeated Grischuk. Anish se draw hua tha uska, like in the first day of Rapid. I mean, so many games he has won with b3 and b6. It's insane. Goes e5, bishop b2, knight c6, e3. So far, mainstream theory. Black plays h5. Okay, interesting. This is not really that well known. At least I'm not sure if I've seen this before from the black side. Goes c4, knight f6, knight f3, e4, and knight d4. Knight g5 pe bhi ja sakta tha because black ne h5 already commit kar diya. But knight d4 I think still a very good move. h4, h3 pe allow nahi karna tha. Position is more or less equal. Wo advantage black ke paas nahi hai. Goes d3, takes, bishop check, bishop c3. Let's trade this off as well. He says no. He takes it. Queen b4, queen d2. Queen e7, bishop e2, pawn goes to d5. Up pawn te d3 nahi maar sakte because queen d3, knight c3 ke baad probably white is the one who has more space in the center and maybe slightly better developed pieces. And let's not forget this pawn on h4 is a nuisance for black. आप कभी castle short side करोगे तो आपको 3 बार सोचना पड़ेगा क्योंकि ये pawn हमेशा काफी exposed है. He goes d5, short castle. By the way, d5 was that inaccuracy in this position, so an important factor. Takes. Bishop f5 आया, knight c3, long castle, and to a naked eye, long castle seems like a very natural move because आपने h4 already फेंक दिया, अब आपको g5, g4 करके attack करना है, तो long castle makes sense, but actually it's a mistake. Goes rook a d1, slight mistake. d5 was the best with queen d4 ideas, and black goes g5, huge blunder. And he says, bhai, pawn mar raha tha, you could have actually captured it, but Gotham did not take it, still maintaining that +1 initiative. Rook g8 happens. Rook e1. Mistake, by the way. Knight b5 was much better. King b8 aaya. F3. Golden pawn, bhai, of course. Golden pawn, to jab bhi aap touch karo, it's bad. Black plays e3, queen d4, c5 khela wo. d6 only move, by the way, as shown by the blue arrow. Played. Queen ke paas aur koi ghar nahi hai. Takes. Rook d7. Knight goes to d5. Position is very complicated now. Heating up. Takes, rook e7, rook d4, and okay, wo advantage वापस आ गया. Okay, e3 का pawn maybe is a bit more exposed than the d5 pawn. Let's see how he actually outplayed him. And chat, another very important factor in this match is the time, right? Maybe you can't see the time on your screen, but I can tell you, Gotham has 1 minute and 31 seconds, and Hans has 26 seconds on the clock. So a minute difference going into the end game, that really matters in this scenario. Goes a4, bishop g6, f4, gf4, bishop f3, nice move, solidifying this pawn on d5. I'm getting ready for rook f4. King c7, let's chop this off, and h4 bhi mar raha hai ab to. King d6, take this as well. Rook c8, rook b4. Rook c2 was, okay, maybe a mistake, but doesn't really change the valuation that much. h4, bishop aaya yahan pe. h5, king c5. That was, I think, the big mistake. But Gotham didn't play d6 here. Yeah, d6 was the move. Look at this. King d6 pe rook d4 check hai mere paas. So I think it was important to play this, but he missed it. Goes rook f4, f5, and now Gotham finally finds the move d6. And when black goes rook d7, because of course king d6 pe, once again we have rook d4 check, and I'll capture your d3 pawn. Goes rook d7, vacating this pawn on e3, gives a check, goes king b6, rook e3, rook d6, and rook e7. Matlab, and of course in the end game, he's 2 extra pawns up. Okay, he managed to convert this easily. But I have to say कि ऐसा नहीं लगा कि कुछ हांस ने कुछ ऐसा ब्लंडर किया. It felt like कि Gotham ने, like, towards in the end game, he kept more time on the clock and then he outplayed his opponent. That's what it looked like to me. So I think a great game. This really shows a lot of talent in, with Gautam Krishna. He's proving to be a very, very difficult player in faster formats. Have to say, beautiful performance by Gautam Krishna. By Hans ko harana is no joke. That too in Blitz, definitely. So yeah, that's the update for you, chat. I think players, we still have, I think there's still some time. I think we will head off into maybe a very, very short break. But usse pehle, jisse pehle break ho, I'll tell you what the pairings are. By the way, chat, it's Dubov versus Arjun Erigaisi on board 3 happening. So final day एकदम bang के साथ finish होगा. Table bang तो हो गया, but अब board पे भी एकदम banging performance आएगा अर्जुन का, because this match is no joke. And he's playing Dubov with the black pieces as well. यहाँ पे एकदम pure chaos मचेगा, because Arjun is the madman, but Dubov is that guy too. Let's not forget. So that will be a crazy match. And MVL plays against Fabiano Caruana. Magnus plays against Rajabov. And those are the updates. But I think let's take a very short break and we'll see you on the other side.
Chess is changing, and this is the next big step. Total Chess is a new FIDE-approved World Championship Tour. Created by the team behind Norway Chess, it combines Fast Classic, Rapid, and Blitz into one title. A pilot is set for autumn 2026. In 2027, the inaugural tour begins, and we will crown the first ever FIDE World Combined Champion. 4 events a year, hosted in cities around the world. A clear season structure, a bigger audience, and a stronger presence for the sport. We are partnering with sponsors, investors, host cities, and media partners to build something with long-term global impact. If you're looking for a global platform with real momentum, this is it. Let's talk about how you can be part of it.
At TotalEnergies, we are staying the course of our transition strategy. Working with our partners and drawing on our heritage and technical expertise, we are building a multi-energy company. In Qatar, TotalEnergies produces oil and gas with local partners and contributes to the development of solar-based electricity and research initiatives aligned with the country's evolving energy landscape. TotalEnergies is moving towards energy that is more reliable, more affordable, and more sustainable.
Welcome back, everyone, to the final round of day one in the FIDE World Blitz Championship 2025 in Doha, Qatar. And we have three leaders. There is Arjun, MVL, and Fabi. MVL and Fabi are playing against each other on board two, but there is a very beautiful match incoming between Daniil Dubov and Arjun Erigaisi, जो एकदम highlight match होगा हमारे लिए because यहाँ पे proper chaos मचने वाला है. And I think this is one of the best ways that you could end the day. तो भाई grab your popcorn, be ready because कुछ ना कुछ तबाही मचने वाली है यहाँ पे 100%. मतलब and I'm not even sure भाई यहाँ पे मतलब देखो Arjun is having a great run of course but Dubov I mean वो मतलब he remember chat last match में he drew his game I think in within a couple of minutes so he conserved his energy and now he got double white against Arjun so he would feel maybe a bit more fresh than Arjun in that sense. Let's see क्या होता है. यहाँ पे कोई भी प्लेयर फेवरेट नहीं है मेरे हिसाब से. एंड लेट मी रिमाइंड यू चैट अर्जुन ऑफ कोर्स लीड कर रहा है टूर्नामेंट बट दुबोव की 2795 रेटिंग है तो ही इज द थर्ड और द फोर्थ हाईएस्ट रेटेड प्लेयर इन ब्लिट्स राइट नाउ इन द वर्ल्ड. तो यहाँ पे मतलब ये नहीं बोलूंगा कि अर्जुन इज अ क्लियर फेवरेट एट ऑल. यहाँ पे कुछ भी पॉसिबल है. And in terms of Pragg, Pragg is playing against Buzianzi on board 8. By the way, we do have liftoff D4 played by Dubov, and we have a Queen's Gambit declined. Oh, no, he goes for Catalan. Interesting choice. He goes Bishop B4 check, Knight BD2 Aya. Nice choice there. You can take the pawn on C4. This is what Arjun should go for here. He goes for a short castle, keeping that DC4 move for a later move, for a later stage. Is he going to take the pawn on C4? That's the move. That's the most critical जहाँ पे सबसे ज्यादा imbalance हो सकता है. But let's remind everyone, दुबोव मैग्नस के साथ काम करता था तो कैटलन की आइडियाज उसको बहुत अच्छे से आते हैं because दो वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप में he was helping Magnus in that sense. He goes bishop b7, knight e5 आता है, pinning this bishop on b7. अब dc4 का ऑप्शन नहीं है आपके पास. You go knight bd7, challenging these two knights. And now दुबोव के पास ऑप्शन. He goes queen a4, best move in the position, attacking the bishop. Bishop को भटना पड़ेगा. Going to d6 perhaps. A5 is also a possibility, but I don't like knight c6. He goes bishop takes d2. Ooh, that might not be the best idea here because आपके पास double bishop advantage आ गया. This bishop on d2 and this bishop on g2 is very, very risky. He takes the knight on e5 as well, trying to simplify matters, but this might help Dubov here. Taking the pawn on e5, knight पे pressure, goes to d7, pawn takes d5 perhaps. और रुक d1 कुछ टच करने की जरूरत ही नहीं है because this bishop is pinning the bishop on b7. Chat is giving a very great point that Arjun won his last two games with the black pieces. You are right and ये भी मत भूलो भाई कि वो एक मैग्नस के साथ था और एक वो नोदरबेक के साथ था. तो those two matches are really impressive for Arjun with the black pieces. After knight d7 now Dubov has to come up with a move, rook a d1 or rook f d1, just trying to centralize his rooks or maybe take the pawn on d5 seems logical. He takes the pawn on d5 and now Arjun, very nice, he captures back with the bishop, taking away the double bishop advantage. Either you push e4 and okay, this pawn is not best located, or you exchange the bishop and he takes it. That's not the best move. And now Arjun is back. Double bishop का advantage गया and there is a slight imbalance, knight versus bishop, and white के दो pawns हैं यहाँ पे and this pawn on e5 is a bit extended. I feel this can get taken at a later stage. And if Dubov goes f4, then let's not forget, knights love outposts. So this square on e4 is ours. Knight c5, knight e4 incoming. That's the problem. That's why he cannot play f4. What is he going to play? Queen d4, attacking the pawn on d5 and defends the pawn on e5. What does he play? Does he go c6? भाई ये सोच क्यों रहा है? उसने कुछ ड्रॉप पूछा क्या अभी? I think maybe that's what happened. But let's see what he does. I'm not sure actually. He continues to go queen d5, only move in the position, and now knight takes e5 is hanging. तो pawn अभी मरा नहीं है. And now if you take on e5, I just take on d2, and okay, that's a very solid equal position. Yeah, I think यहाँ पे basically draw also is not a bad result. Takes on d8, rook a d8, and there it is. He offers a draw, and Arjun accepts the draw. I think a pretty safe result for both of these players. थोड़ा anticlimactic हो गया, but still Arjun will be on 10 out of 13. And इसी के साथ साथ we should definitely check out what's happening with the tournament leaders. MVL versus Fabi as well. There it is. इस match में whoever wins is going to be the leader, the sole leader. after the day one is finished. And let's see what happens. Position looking very, very equal so far, but white has this isolated pawn on d4. I think a great result for Arjun so far. By the way, Pragg has drawn, thanks to the chat for letting us know, Pragg has drawn against Buzyanzi. Another, I think, quick draw there, which makes a lot of sense. By 13 round khel chuke ho aap. So fatigue is a huge factor here for the players. Of course, playing 13 rounds is no joke, and kal bhi aapko 6 rounds khelne, and if you're in top 4, then you have to play more rounds after that. So that's not going to be easy. He goes queen d7, and now if I capture on d7, I'm taking black here for sure, because the d4 pawn is good. But the problem is you can go queen takes a7, and he takes it. Black plays h6, attacking this bishop d2 perhaps, very safe. Abhi temporarily MVL has an extra pawn, but this pawn on b2 is under attack. And of course, black's rook is on c2, which is super active. So some compensation for Fabi here with the black pieces. By chat mein log bol rahe Gautam is win. If that is true, bye. Yes, he is winning. Gautam Krishna, bhai, he is the hero. What is going on? Gautam Krishna is taking down Jordan van Foris. And to everyone who doesn't remember, Jordan van Foris was leading this tournament 6 out of 6 with a 1-point lead amongst everybody else. Wow, Gautam Krishna, bhai, fan ho gaya main is player ka, bhai. In Rapid also, in Blitz, I mean, he's just performing so well. Beautiful. And he will finish the day at 9 out of 13. And what a performance that is by Gautam Krishna. Insane, bhai. He's an international master with a rating of 2336, and he's taking down by player after player. Linear, Hans, Robbie, Jamie Santos, Mozart, Adiban, Ivan Zemelyansky. So many strong chess players he has defeated back to back. And this is, of course, a rook pawn ending. Just king ko yahan leke jao. And there's a resignation coming from Jordan, and this is official. This means Gautam Krishna wins his match against Jordan van Foris as well. Bhai, crazy. Beautiful performance, I think, by the Indian youngster. Beautiful. Fan ho gaya bhai main is player ka. Let's go. I think there we will see a resignation. Let's switch back to board 2. This is the current position jo camera pe aapko dikh raha hai between MVL and Fabiano Caruana. MVL has just played queen e8, which was an inaccuracy in this position. And instead of queen e8, he had to go a4 and try to defend his pawn on a2. But after queen e8, there is a tricky move. He has to go queen takes a2, but it is not easy to play this. He plays it actually, wow, because golden pawn dena is no joke. But he takes on f7, and now pawn on e6 is also hanging. If he goes queen takes e6, maybe there's queen b1 check, and you can maybe control this diagonal. And kuch queen f5 check wali problems nahi honge yahan pe. But still, MVL has very good chances of scoring a win here. Very, very good chances. He could be the sole leader of once this game is finished. Queen e6, queen b1 check, but let's not count Fabi out yet. Gives a check, goes knight f6, best moves in the positions. Right now, MVL has an extra pawn, but Fabi does have an outside pawn, so maybe that could be some consolation. But I really don't like this idea of knight e5 and just so many threats around the black king. It looks really exposed to me. Right now, the best move for white is to play bishop e3. Does he play it? Right, let's go full screen on this board. Let's see if he finds the move. Bishop e3. Chat, once again, this is where the sole leader is going to be decided. d5, only move for Fabi. Queen e4, finds it. Wow. Okay, looks like this was a very, very critical moment for Fabi. Agar wo queen e4 yahan pe nahi khelta, to Fabi would be in deep trouble. He could have lost this game, but with this, I think he saves the day. Queen takes, knight takes, and now the pawn on d5 is just going to get taken very, very soon. Brings the king out. Now king f7. Bye. मेरे दिमाग में एक thought आ रहा है. वो thought ये है कि can Fabi play on here? Oh no, wait, d6. d6 was winning. Bye. I think Fabi is trying to play for a win because he has an outside passer here. It's not so simple. King f6, okay. Knight d4 perhaps. No, he goes king. He's going for a move. 13 seconds. Goes knight e5. King e6 pe d7. And then that pawn is on the 7th rank. You cannot capture it anymore. Black has to play what? What does he go? b4 maybe. And he goes for the knight. Oh, 20 seconds. Knight d5. Basically 3 versus 2. Agar knight endgame ho, to bhi Fabi ye draw kar sakta hai. But it's going to be difficult. Oh, wow. He captures the h6 pawn. Now the position is very tricky. Knight f7 check. Wait, Fabi probably thinks this is lost for him, but it is not. Because 3 pawn hai yahan pe. King d4 only move. Knight d2. King d3. Oof. This is so take knight f4 again only move. भाई Fabi only moves पे only moves निकाले जा रहा है. And both one of the pawns is gonna get taken. Knight g2. Okay. And now it's safe. Now it's safe. And they agree to a draw. Fabi was very, very close there, but he did not make a mistake. Just one mistake happened over here, which was after, I believe there was some d7, d6 move over here. This was the only chance that MVL had, d6. The point is that if you play king f7, there is d7, and this bishop blocks the black king from getting here. Bishop f6 to bishop a5 tha, and you just promote, and that is winning. Let's check with our world champion. How is he doing? By the way, Magnus Carlsen has taken down Temur Rajabov. So a nice recovery there from Magnus. Let's check with Pragg. Pragg ka to draw hua. Let's check with Guki. Guki is playing against Tabatabaei in this rook endgame. Ooh. I'm not sure who is playing for a win here. Oh. He missed h5. I think Gukesh is lost. Is he lost? Maybe not so simple. c3 was a mistake. King b. Okay, no. He's not lost. King a2, king b3, yeah? King a2, king f5, king b3, and okay. Some chances there. By the way, SL Narayanan has lost his match against Lu Shanglei. So sad end for him, but he had a spectacular run. He still has a lot of points on the table, and he's still very much in the contention for a podium finish. So let's see what happens there. By the way, Gukesh is in deep trouble. 4 seconds for him. Rook e2 played. But position more or less is defendable here. Goes rook e8 again. Activity. Maybe rook b8 is the plan. Rook b4 Maro. Check. King goes to g7. Rook b8. Rook takes b4. Okay, this is a draw. Tabatabaei, I think, should agree to a draw here. He goes king g6. Wait. Can Gukesh play this? Goes rook f3. By h4 खेलता तो वो खेल सकता था. Rook g3 is going to be risky. Goes rook g2. I think very safe. Oh, he was going rook g2 and then he plays rook e4. We saw it on the transmission there. Rook e8. Okay. King goes here. Let's give a check. And let's just start giving checks. Yeah, king c4 also is a draw. Many games, I think, happening here. But this looks like a draw to me. Yeah, we are seeing, by the way, on the clock, Firouzja is playing against Sendarov. And that position, yeah, dekho, Gukesh ka to draw hi hai, right? Let's maybe switch to that move because that looks a bit more interesting. Not really sure what's going to happen. Gukesh, for sure, chat is going to, 90%, 99%, it's going to be a draw. But let's see what happens. Firouzja trying to take down the World Cup winner. Ooh, he missed his chance. Rook takes c3 was the move. Now knight c6. Now the only move for him is to take the rook and take the pawn over here. And then ye pawn ko push karo seedha. h4, bishop d5. He's going to lose this pawn. That's also going to end in a draw. That means another draw incoming. 8.5 points for both of these players. Firouzja is visibly not happy with this result because he had a winning position. They're looking at each other. They're asking for a draw. And there is handshakes. 8.5. But Firouzja is not happy with this. He had a winning position. 2 pawns up he was, and then he made one critical error. Rook takes c3 marna tha idhar, and king g5 खेल के just push this pawn all the way down. But it is so hard to make these decisions in a split second. Very, very difficult to do so. Let's check in with Gukesh because Gukesh is winning. Wait, what? How? Like, wow. Maybe, I'm completely speechless here, but Gukesh is completely winning. He was a pawn down. If you guys remember, Black had these pawns b4 and c3 and a g5 pawn, but Gukesh managed to turn it around in time pressure, showing nerves of steel. Just push the pawn up. That's it. It is winning. Frontal attack. Similar end game he had against Vishy sir in Global Chess League, if you guys remember that. But there we have it. Rook d8, very clinical, not allowing rook e8 and rook c8 check. Beautiful move by Gukesh there. And this is a theoretically winning position for the world champion. Did he resign? Because once you play rook, yep, he has resigned and Gukesh has won. Let's go, bhai. 8.5 out of 13. That is huge for the world champion. Lovely, bhai. Lovely. What a way to finish off the day for the world champion. Wow. He defeats Hans, loses to Duda, but then defeats Tabatabaei. I think beautiful. And by the way, all of the people watching, almost 3K people watching, do like and subscribe to this channel so that more people can watch and enjoy these games, with us. And I think with that, all of the games are more or less finished. There is one Indian I see. He also finished. This Svane versus Makhnev going on. Wait. Bye. I'm not even sure who's playing for a win here. Like I have to be fully honest with you, chat. I have no idea who's playing for a win here. White के पास queen है, but black के पास black के pieces. अगर black थोड़ा ambitious हुआ तो maybe white can win. But black अगर knight d5 पे रख के बैठ गया तो white की queen कुछ नहीं कर सकती यहाँ पे. See, black is being ambitious. He wants to play for a win. तो क्या है material count? 6, 8. So it's 9 versus 8. Put the knight on c6, push the c4 pawn. भाई looking crazy. लोग हर्षित राजा बोल रहे हैं भाई. Crazy. Okay, let's look at this. Harshit Raja, how is he doing? Oh, Harshit won his final game. I think good way to finish off the day. I wouldn't say it was the best day for him. I think because Rapid was like fantastic. He showed up, but Blitz may not be the best for him, but it is good to finish off the day with a win because you feel good. You know, when you go back to the hotel, when you go to sleep, you feel much better in that, in that scenario. So it's very, very important that you finish off the day with a win. That's why for Gukesh, this is amazing news. For Harshit, this is amazing news. Let's keep this going, guys. For now, I think ये clear हो गया यहाँ पे कि ब्लैक जीतने के लिए खेल रहा है, right? Because otherwise इतना नहीं खेलता ब्लैक. B4 भी पुश करेगा ही वो. But the problem here is it can backfire for black as well. Like one misstep, the queen is a really sneaky and a very, very powerful piece. Oh wait, blunder, bishop a3 check. Oh, it worked. Yeah, the gamble worked. Crazy. Bhai. Bishop, knight, and 2 pawns take down a queen. Seeing this for the first time in my life. Queen c6 check, and I think he just resigns there. And that was the last game, chat. Let's do a quick roundup of all of the games. I'm seeing Pragg being mentioned. By Pragg का बहुत जल्दी draw हो गया था. I think within the first like half a minute they agreed to a draw, and I think it makes sense because this is the 13th round of day one, and itne rounds खेलने के बाद I feel this fatigue, and you're trying to sort of conserve your energy for the next day. And there we see, by the way, the results from the 13th round. Magnus Carlsen taking down Temur Rajabov, MVL, Arjun, and Grischuk all drawing their matches. That means still we have 3 leaders. Actually, no, MVL drew. Exactly. So there's 3 leaders in that match. And then we have Yu Yangi versus Grischuk is a draw. SL sadly lost his match against Lu Shangle, but he still has 9 points. So that's a lot of points there. Pragg drawing his match as well, going into 9 points against Buzianzi. And Nepomiachi defeating Jules Mossad. And then, of course, there was a big sort of upset for Ali Reza because he was completely winning against Javakir Sindarov and then did not manage to convert it in those final moments. What a topsy-turvy day it has been, I have to say. Why, I think it's been a long day, but at the same time, it's been so full of fun. These are the standings, by the way. You can see Arjun still sitting at the top, sharing that spot with MVL and Fabiano Caruana. And then we have 9.5 points. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 players. Daniil Dubov having the best tiebreak and Grischuk not having the best tiebreak there. But still, they are not very far away. Remember, chat, tomorrow we have 6 rounds. So these standings can dramatically change. And chat, first जो top 12 जो आपको दिख रहे हैं वो तो I mean they are playing really well, but I would like to draw your attention to the right side of the screen because look at that. I've been hearing this a lot, in my time as a commentator के Indians Blitz अच्छा नहीं खेलते, and I would like to just show them this stat. Pranesh, Gautam Krishna, Pragg, Ronak, and SL Narayanan all sitting at 9 out of 13, which I think is beautiful. I think Gautam Krishna in specific, I think has had a spectacular event. I'm a big fan of this player now. I will definitely be following his journey in chess, even after this tournament is finished. But yeah, what a show by the Indian players so far. Show Mac. Oh, yeah, for sure, bhai, for sure. आपने बोला तो हम जरूर लगाएंगे भाई, because it was a previous round, right? Someone is asking वो Maxime Matlako versus Rook Knight versus Rook वाला जो भाई, I was also pretty shocked by that. I think we've covered everything else, but look at wait, what? Wait, what? This is a draw? How is this a draw? Oh, I understand. एक second. अच्छा, chat, you will never believe this. किसी को वो हिकारू वाला वर्ल्ड रैपिड याद है जहां पे रुक बिशप वर्सेस रुक था एंड हिकारू हैड डिफीटेड द प्लेयर एंड उस प्लेयर ने 50th मूव पे जहां पे वो चेकमेट करने वाला था उसने क्लेम कर दिया था 50th मूव का रूल. सो गेस व्हाट, आई थिंक द सेम थिंग हैपेंड हियर बिकॉज we are on move 62 when the pawn on g5 was taken and the winning position happened at 123. मतलब 62 का मतलब 112 moves के बाद he could have claimed a draw. So basically what happened is, chat, कि इस पोजीशन में व्हाइट इज डेड विनिंग एंड नाइट ए7 चेक के बाद मतलब ने बोला वेट अ सेकंड, बहुत टाइम से डिफेंड कर रहा हूं मैं ये पोजीशन एंड आई वुड लाइक टू मेक अ 50 मूव रूल हियर, एंड ही वाज राइट, एंड दिस इज व्हाई द गेम एंडेड इन अ ड्रॉ, which is crazy. But okay, still I think props to Kazibek for trying to find a way to win with the white pieces. It's definitely not an easy task, but yeah, sad. I think it's a sad situation for both of these players. So yes, chat, this is the update. I think tomorrow we have 6 rounds incoming. So the standings that you see in front of you are, of course, that tells us who are the tournament leaders, but 6 rounds mein anything is possible. And I would tell you that Magnus is right there. Usko bholo mat, because he's going to make a crazy comeback. And I still think wo top 4 mein finish karne ke chances unke bahut zyada high hain. But, we'll see what happens. And producer sahab, if we can just look at that clip one more time, wo Magnus wali, where he blundered the rook. I just want to show it to all the people in the chat. Maybe they have not seen it. Look at this. His match against Fabiano Caruana. This is what happens. He goes for the c2 pawn. And now Fabi having more than a minute on the clock. Knight b5, bishop d3, and look at this. He just chops it off. And wow, what a reaction by the GOAT of chess, I have to say. This was insane. We got 2 very crazy reactions, I think, from Magnus in this match itself. I think fatigue bhi ho sakta hai. Like, of course, a blind spot bhi ho sakta hai. There are many ways to explain, but this almost never happens in the chess world. So it was basically a treat to watch. Arjun at 2898. नहीं भाई, I think Arjun की performance rating होगी 2898, but उसकी जो live rating है, I will let you know chat, उसकी live rating is 2772 right now. Arjun is right now world number 6. He has climbed up 6 spots just today, gained 23 points, 24 points basically. And the only people above him are Magnus, Hikaru, Alireza, Dubov, and Wesley. That's it. And उसके बाद there is Arjun. So Arjun is making a mark when it comes to fast chess. In Blitz, in Rapid also, he got a bronze, played fantastic. And in Blitz also, he's leading at the end of day 1. So that's it, chat. I think with that, we'll take your leave. It was lovely, 13 rounds. Don't forget, we have day 2 as well, and that will be the final day. And tomorrow we will have a World Blitz champion, both in the open section and in the women's section. So get ready for that. There's a lot of more exciting chess incoming. Until then, we'll see you soon. Take care. Good night. Bye-bye.
Chess is changing, and this is the next big step. Total Chess is a new FIDE-approved World Championship Tour. Created by the team behind Norway Chess, it combines Fast Classic, Rapid, and Blitz into one title. A pilot is set for autumn 2026. In 2027, the inaugural tour begins, and we will crown the first ever FIDE World Combined Champion. 4 events a year, hosted in cities around the world. A clear season structure, a bigger audience, and a stronger presence for the sport. We are partnering with sponsors, investors, host cities, and media partners to build something with long-term global impact. If you're looking for a global platform with real momentum, this is it. Let's talk about how you can be part of it.
At Total Energies, we are staying the course of our transition strategy. Working with our partners and drawing on our heritage and technical expertise, we are building a multi-energy company. In Qatar, Total Energies produces oil and gas with local partners and contributes to the development of solar-based electricity and research initiatives aligned with the country's evolving energy landscape. Total Energies is moving towards energy that is more reliable, more affordable, and more sustainable.